Chapter 101. In order to promote WebARC 1, Noah's Ark Company will hold a very grand product launch conference on December 1st. Although Noah's Ark is not well known, the two holding companies behind it are well known in Silicon Valley! The Nicholas Group and Cisco have sent invitations to the major innovative high-tech companies in Silicon Valley. This kind of momentum is by no means idle. Netscape browser, IMDb website, Nicholas website, Cisco official website are also promoting the upcoming product launch conference of Noah's Ark! Noah's Ark is here. Have you bought tickets on your website? Bombing advertisements across the internet. Almost every netizen who surfs the internet will see this sentence. Noah's Ark's product launch conference has not yet been held, but it has aroused strong curiosity. Many newspapers and media have also begun to report on this. Company CEO Bob Gallagher is full of confidence. He said that Noah's Ark Company will surely soar into the sky this time. It didn't take long for December 1st, and many people came to the product launch of Noah's Ark and saw, among them, even IBM, Apple, and Microsoft sent their respective company representatives to come. On the exhibition stand, the lights are shining. There is a red carpet on the ground and a projection cloth on the background wall. A WebARC 1 was placed in the most central position, but it was blocked by a red cloth at the moment. The time for the press conference is almost here. Bob Gallagher wore a neat suit and walked onto the stage confidently. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to participate in the product launch of our Noah's Ark Company. Bob Gallagher talked to hundreds of audience. Although I am handsome, there are still many people who are not know me. Therefore, in order to let everyone know me as a handsome guy, I will introduce myself first. Ahem, my name is Bob Gallagher and I am unmarried. So, if there is a beautiful woman who likes me, please remember to contact me privately. Oh me. Okay. Just made a joke with everyone. Bob Gallagher humorously, then walked to the center of the exhibition stand, placed his right hand on the red cloth, and said, "Have you seen this thing on the stage? Are you very curious?" Bob Gallagher did not immediately unveil the red cloth, and instead said, "I believe everyone has read on the internet, Noah's Ark is here. Have you bought a ticket on your website?" This sentence. That's right, Noah, the Ark's product launch is related to the website. As we all know, you need a computer with excellent performance to open a website. But the current supercomputers are too expensive, and ordinary computers can easily cause the website to crash. So we, Noah's Ark, specialize in research and development, a product to solve this trouble for the website company. Now, it's time to uncover this mysterious veil. After Bob Gallagher finished speaking, he immediately lifted the red cloth, revealing WebARC 1. Everyone first thinks that this thing is very similar to a computer, except that it is a bit bigger than an ordinary computer. This thing is called a web server. It is a special computer designed and served for the web. Compared with general-purpose computers, it has more advantages in terms of processing power, stability, reliability, security, scalability, and manageability. It must be many times stronger. With it, you don't have to worry about the website crashing easily. It was born for the website. Then, Bob Gallagher explained and demonstrated. Many people under the stage have built websites, and some of them have crashed. The emergence of web servers is undoubtedly a boon. Generally speaking, they need to use a supercomputer to build a website. Otherwise, if the traffic is large, the website will be delayed. But supercomputers are expensive, and ordinary companies can't afford it. A supercomputer can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at every turn. This is considered cheap. If it is expensive, it can cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Someone may ask now, how much is your web server? I can tell you that it is much cheaper than the supercomputers you are using now. Well, I don't want to discourage your appetite anymore. Its price is only $10,000. You heard that right, only $100,000. For $100,000, you can have a web server comparable to a supercomputer. So, if you need to build a website, please buy a web server. In addition, Our company will also set up a server hosting department to provide hosting services for major websites, that is, you can spend money to rent our web servers. And the hosting fee is not expensive, only pay $2,500 per month. Finally, Bob yelled Ozark is here, please buy tickets on the website, and ended the product launch. After the press conference, 3 companies placed orders and each ordered a WebARC 1. Another 5 companies applied for custody services. In the following month, people called the company every day to inquire about the situation. Although not many web servers were sold, there were many websites that applied for hosting, with a total of more than 20. On November 31, 1987, the number of global websites exceeded 10,000. According to the statistics of domain name management companies, the number of domain names applied for now exceeds the 10,000 mark, and the number of websites should soon be 10,000. Even if only a fifth of the websites are hosted by Ozark, Ozark can make a lot of money. Generally speaking, those who buy servers are companies with money, but there are more companies without money. In the internet world, 20% of companies buy their own servers, and 80% of companies find a dedicated hosting agency. Therefore, the hosting market is still huge. Only selling servers, Noah's Ark may not make much money in the early stage. MentalNovel.com. Although the hosting business is not much money, it is expensive and lasting, and it can make money continuously. In order to make Ozark develop faster, Nicholas Group and Cisco conducted a second round of financing for it and jointly invested $10 million. Ozark plans to build more than a dozen substations in the United States, and each substation establishes a custody database. 10 web servers are placed on each hosting library. For websites with poor traffic, 1 web server is enough to handle 8 or 9. However, due to the transmission speed of the network, a hosting library is better to host less than 50 websites. If there are more, the server will be no problem, but the network is likely to be blocked, and the website will be as delayed as dead. But considering that the National Science Foundation network has begun to speed up, it will take less than a year or 2 for the network speed to increase dramatically. At that time, Ozark will definitely usher in explosive development. Once Ozark is developed, Henry feels that cloud storage, cloud computing, and big data can be the first to deploy. Engaging in custody now means owning other people's data. Although it is unethical to steal data, there is no ethics in business. This is also the helplessness of some small companies. In addition, since the web server has been developed, servers with other functions can also be developed. Large companies like IBM have developed supercomputers, let alone servers. In the previous life, IBM's server was very awesome. Ozark hit a time difference. Using IBM has not yet entered the server industry. Hasten to grab the market, and strive to become the world's best server company. Vote. www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serialized works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read it. Chapter 102. The development of Ozark is on the right track step by step. The end of the year is approaching, and the annual financial statements of Henry's major companies have also been released. Among them, Cisco's total sales in 1987 exceeded $100 million. Excluding various expenses, its annual profit has reached more than $30 million. The financial deficit of Pixar Animation Studios is as high as $3.5 million. And the Nicholas Group, including Nicholas website, IMDb website, Netscape browser, Nicholas Logistics, Global Online is even more exaggerated, with a deficit of more than $40 million. Ozark has a deficit of more than $2 million. The financial statements of the West German publishing house are also out, with an annual profit of $19 million. The difference between fiscal expenditures and income is called a deficit. Nicholas spends too much money this year. Build a warehouse, set up a logistics company, prepare to build a global online, advertise on TV, and add new products to the website. Before the end of the year, under the auspices of Geely Hut, Nicholas' website successively added music tapes, shoes and clothing products. But when things are sold, Nicholas is basically losing money. Not only are online things cheap, plus website operating costs, warehouse fees, and logistics costs, Nicholas is actually at a loss. Henry was not surprised after reading the financial statements. It's nothing to lose money, because you lose money in the early stage of e-commerce. Without input, how can there be output? Besides, with the advent of the internet era, internet companies will be crazily sought after by investors. When I think of before the dot-com bubble, any website listed on the market can earn a lot of money. Henry felt that he could raise a war with war, develop a website, and then go public. Develop another website, and then go public. At the end of 1987, the market value of Netscape shocked many people. When it first went public, Netscape's market value had reached $500 million. Now, Netscape's market value exceeds $2 billion. The Nicholas Group Corporation holds 77.5% of Netscape's shares. If you secretly sell shares on the stock market, Nicholas will have money. Therefore, Henry does not worry about not having money to burn at all. Chairman, your coffee. Helen brought a cup of coffee to Henry at this time. Thank you. Henry took a sip and asked, is your mother's disease better now? Thank you for the chairman's concern. My mother is much better already. That's good. After Henry finished speaking, he saw Helen hesitating and couldn't help saying, what's the matter with you? Do you have anything to say? Helen hesitated, then bit her lip and asked Henry, Chairman, Cisco is also your company? Oh, yes. That's right. Then Cisco Charity Fund was also set up by you? Helen whispered, her pretty face gradually turning red. Yes it is. Henry just finished speaking. He saw Helen crying, rushing to hug herself. Chairman, thank you for helping my mother. Thank you. Henry felt that two sponges were squeezing him, unconsciously. But what was even more unexpected was that after Helen hugged Henry, he actually kissed him on the cheek. Henry was suddenly stunned, feeling that his face was covered by a moist and soft lips, and he felt a slight throbbing in his heart for no reason. Helen herself was also shocked. Her face flushed immediately, and she flew back to her office. Henry looked at her back and smiled to himself. Little girl film, dare to kiss me secretly. At noon, when Helen saw Henry, her face looked unnatural. When Henry looked at her, her face was instantly stained with sunset clouds. Helen just turned 16 years old, but she is already 1.68 meters tall, and she is also very slender and full of charm. Although Henry was only 13 or 14 years old, he was a little bit taller than Helen, about 1.7 meters. Since Helen did not wear high heels, the two walked together, and Henry was still taller. The company has its own canteen. Henry likes to eat with the company's people, which can also increase Henry's affinity and enhance the cohesion of the company. Geely Hut sees the boss all go to the cafeteria to eat. Why is he embarrassed to go to the hotel to eat? Henry's day in Nicholas. He usually accompanied Henry to dinner. Today, Geely Hut feels a little weird. He thought about it. Oh, it turns out that Helen always asks some questions about work every day at noon. But today it is weird. He actually lowered his head and ate silently without saying a word. What happened to Helen today? Geely Hut asked curiously. Where did Helen dare to answer? She only buried her head lower. Henry smiled and said, hee hee. It's nothing. Helen just passed her 16th birthday yesterday and is already an adult today. Is Helen's birthday yesterday? Geely Hut said. That's right. Auspicious. You haven't given Helen a birthday present yet. Oh, I'm sorry, Helen, I will buy you a birthday present tonight, otherwise, your little boss will definitely show me the color. Geely Hut said with exaggerated expression. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it. Helen whispered. Why doesn't it matter? Geely, if you want to buy it, go and buy it now, and have to wait until the evening. Are you sincere? Henry said. That said, I'll go now. Geely smiled. Just as he finished eating, he could go to the mall not far away. Geely Hut was just about to leave. Henry called to him, "Geely, buy one for me, thank you." Geely looked at Henry, speechless. 1988 is coming. On January 1st, this day, Global Online was officially launched. As the world's first portal website, Global Online has a very simple interface and looks very clean. The top of the website is a beautiful Global Online logo. Then the following are the services provided by Global Online: email, movie entertainment, news and information. Below is a square grid, including the most popular websites at the moment. The Nicholas website ranks first. Global Online promotion is a bit crazy, because whenever you open a Netscape browser, the home page must be online globally. Moreover, there is no function of choosing the home page by yourself in the settings of Netscape browser. That is to say, users don't even have the right to choose. Now Netscape browser is the portal to the internet, and Global Online is also the portal site, with a dual monopoly. Henry sometimes feels that he does this. Isn't it too rogue? However, what I provide to users is definitely the best. Since it's the best, why not be a rogue? When you become the internet big brother, you should naturally advocate no hooligans, no bad things. Then build a security guard yourself. Whoever is rascal, I did it! Exclamation mark. If the name Global Online is a coincidence, no ghosts believe it. Many people within Sequoia Capital have begun to jump. They invested $15 million in AOL at the beginning. Now AOL has grown to a certain scale and its users are much more than Nicholas. Since the online services they provide are exactly what netizens need, such as email, news and information. And even they have begun to provide internet access services. And their business has grown very rapidly. Sequoia Capital and AOL are both vowed and agreed that AOL will be the next Netscape, will also perform miracles on Nasdaq! Exclamation mark. Just when Sequoia Capital and AOL were dreaming, Global Online suddenly came and blocked them! Exclamation mark. On that day, the number of registered online users worldwide exceeded 2,000. The next day, the number of online registered users worldwide exceeded 10,000. On the third day, the number of registered online users worldwide exceeded 30,000. On the fourth day, the number of registered online users worldwide exceeded 50,000. 1 month later, the Global Online homepage announced to data, there are 250,000 users accessing the internet in the world, of which 240,000 are registered users of the Global Online. In addition to the role played by the mandatory homepage of Netscape browser, the Global Online has achieved such a hanging sky achievement. What is more important is that the services provided by the Global Online are well liked by netizens. Otherwise, others will not sign up. Graphical interface email is like an epoch-making thing. Simple interface, simple operation, complete functions, and you can use email on every computer connected to the network to manage your own account, instead of other emails. The computer is bound to an account. When it comes to movie entertainment and news information, Global Online also provides the latest and hottest entertainment news and current affairs news. Global Online has already spent more than $2 million on only one item of recruiting editors to collect data. All things are the best, the most practical, and the most interesting to netizens. Therefore, success should also be taken for granted. The Global Online flag is triumphant and celebrate with champagne. In contrast, AOL's interior is depressed. In this month, the number of AOL users dropped rapidly, from 30,000 users at the beginning to less than 1,000. Steve Case had a sullen face, sitting in the office smoking a cigarette, saying nothing. Beside him, besides some senior executives of the company, there is also Ford Brooke, a representative of Sequoia Capital. Ford Brooke's face is very ugly, no longer is proud of showing off Sequoia Capital's financing of AOL in front of Henry. He asked, "Steve, have you come up with a solution? Global Online has aimed its gun at us, and if we don't make an effective counterattack, AOL will be over. Steve Case squeezed out the cigarette butt. MTLNovel.com said coldly, they have the Netscape browser to help them, and they occupy the first place. Therefore, our first goal is to get rid of this thorn in the eye. Otherwise, it is difficult for AOL to compete online globally. Secondly, our email has to be changed. They have a graphical interface for email, and we also do a graphical interface for email, and the functions are the same. These 2 points, we have done it, and we will definitely beat the global online. Steve Case obviously did not realize the true core competitiveness of global online. He thought it was just email and Netscape. In fact, portals are the core competitiveness of global online! So, even if Steve Case did what he said, AOL would still be inferior to global online. What's more, Netscape and global online email are not so easy to beat. Email is mainly used for communication and business. Few people will use several email accounts. Besides, they don't want to change them after they are used to it. This is a human habit. After waiting for the user to use the email for a period of time, Henry will get the grading system out, log in once a day to gain a little experience, and open various value-added services after the upgrade. If you provide free cloud space, you can store files or pictures. When Ford Brook heard what Steve Case said, he was shocked. This Steve Case was so bold that he dared to challenge the status of Netscape browser! Sorry, I have something today. The update is slow. I'm sorry. Please support me and vote for Silicon Valley King. www.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest one. The serialized works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. And the latest, fastest and hottest serialized works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 103. Ford Brook frowned and said, Steve, Netscape browser has monopolized the entire internet. Will it be difficult for us to challenge it? Steve had obviously thought about it before, and he responded directly, you are right, but you have overlooked one point. Nothing can be monopolized forever. The reason why Netscape browser is popular with everyone is because of it. It is the world's first browser with a graphical interface. As long as we do better than it and have more functions, it will definitely be liked by users. Steve's attitude and determination when he speaks are as unwavering as the place where he started his business! Whatever he decides, he must do it. He is confident that he can achieve success. And success is just paying more than others, and AOL has survived this way in his hands. Ford Brook was slightly startled, thinking that AOL can stand out on the internet, not for no reason. Their CEO Steve Case is a very tough personality and never give up. When Ford Brook thought, if AOL could replace Netscape, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Steve, do you have any plans? Ford Brook asked expectantly. First, dig people. Steve said in a deep voice, we are developing our own browser. The time is too slow. We must dig people from the Netscape browser development team to speed up the development of our AOL browser. Secondly, create trouble for it. Netscape browser, relying on its dominance among the browsers, has been making waves on the internet, and even forced the global online as its homepage. We can sue it for a monopoly and illegal competition. The third is publicity. In the internet and reality, a lot of advertising is carried out. These 3 points are the most basic, but if you want to defeat the Netscape browser, you need to find another way. Steve Keston paused, glanced at everyone, and then said, this other way is binding. Steve Case stood up all of a sudden and walked among the crowd and said loudly, when AOL was established, almost no users used our online services. For the next 1 or 2 months, the company could almost every day will die, but even if we face such a difficult situation, we still persevere. We will go to every computer manufacturer to discuss cooperation and ask them to install our online service system. If they disagree, we will keep going until I agree. A few months later, we finally succeeded. and Apple agreed to follow our online service system. Now, what we have to do is the same as before. Just change the online service system to our browser. Steve Case suddenly raised his arms and said, "If all computers are bundled with our browser, then we will defeat Netscape." After Ford Brook heard what Steve said, he was immediately excited. According to Steve's plan, if everything goes well, the Netscape browser may definitely be pulled down. "Steve, we at Sequoia Capital will definitely support you," Ford Brook said on the spot. That night, a very detailed and well-thought-out plan was completed in the voice of everyone. Steve Case named it Project Cutout. Henry didn't know that Steve Case and others had already started a conspiracy plan to take away the Netscape browser as a thorn in the eye. Steve and Sequoia Capital joined forces. They are very vigorous, and the methods are also very vicious and vicious. Within a week, Netscape browser was dug out by more than a dozen people, and even the original project team leader was also dug away. At the same time, AOL is still digging the email research and development team, and 5 of them have left. Henry heard the news, and his face suddenly became frosty. Hasn't waited for him to deal with the digging storm. AOL actually accused Netscape browser of relying on its monopoly position and illegal competition. Henry saw Geely Hurt holding the court's subpoena, and he was furious. AOL is really hateful. Chairman, AOL has sued us for a monopoly and forced Global Online to be the homepage, thereby cracking down on competitors. Geely Hurt's face was also fierce. However, he speaks with a hint of helplessness. Netscape browser is indeed taking advantage of its monopoly to carry out commercial activities. Henry nodded and said he knew, and then asked, "Is lawyer Will here?" "He is on the way." Not long after, Attorney Will hurried over. Henry told him about the situation, and then asked, "Can this lawsuit be won?" Attorney Weir smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's difficult, but I can drag the lawsuit a little longer." You should also add an option to the Netscape browser's settings item as soon as possible to allow users to choose the home page. In the end, even if you lose after the lawsuit, the judge will not punish us severely. At most a little more. Well, you go to deal with the matter of the case, and we will solve it as soon as possible on the Netscape browser side. Henry nodded to Attorney Weir. Attorney Will chatted for a while, then went to prepare the materials, and went busy with the case. Henry immediately told Geely Hurt, "Pay attention to the movements of the company's employees and prevent us from being poached by AOL." Although AOL launched a raid on us this time, it also reminded us, in the future, Nicholas must take this as a warning to avoid being passive. This time Nicholas was poached 20 or 30 technicians. We have to find the reason not only from AOL, but also from ourselves. Is the treatment of our company bad? Welfare is not good? Geely, please consider these carefully and write a report to me. At the same time, set up a judicial department to take charge of the company's lawsuits. I think it will be very exciting in the future. Henry said to the end. His face Shank could not help but sneered. AOL and Sequoia Capital are provoking Henry. Digging people and litigating again. It is simply Kaiguoguo's face. Sequoia Capital and Henry also began to drift away. The news of the Netscape defendant broke, and the stock immediately plummeted, and Netscape lost $200 million that day. Subsequently, AOL held a press conference to announce, the original team of the Netscape browser R&D team left and moved to the new owner, AOL, to create the best browser in history. After the press conference, Netscape's stock plummeted, and the total market value drastically dropped to $1.5 billion. With continued reports from major media, Netscape stock will continue to fall. February 15th, a spokesperson for Netscape browser said, Netscape browser has added users to freely choose homepage options, and there is no monopoly problem. The next day, Global Online held a press conference to announce, Global Online Email already has 250,000 users, and an email plugin for Netscape browser is about to be developed. Users do not need to open the Global Online website, but can also directly log into the global online email on the View browser. Two pieces of news were released for 2 consecutive days, immediately restoring the confidence of investors, especially when global online email can be embedded on the Netscape browser. It adds a talisman to the Netscape browser. Netscape stock rebounded instantly. On the third day, Netscape browser announced, Netscape has 108 patents related to the graphical interface of the browser. For any patent infringement, our company will definitely investigate it. Netscape stocks have soared again. AOL's face is not pretty. Steve Case made a gloomy face and asked Jack Milton, the person in charge of the email, can we bypass the Netscape browser's patent and develop a new graphical interface browser? Jack Milton smiled bitterly. I'm afraid not. When we first developed the Netscape browser, Henry Williams asked us to set up as many patent barriers as possible. Therefore, we wanted to avoid the Netscape browser completely. Patent is simply impossible. Try to avoid their patents. If you can't avoid them, it doesn't matter. When our browser is launched on the market, it will be a big deal later. Steve Case said solemnly. Steve Case understands that the United States is a country of lawyers, and lawsuits are being filed anytime and anywhere. It is normal for a lawsuit to drag on for a year and a half. Steve's mind is to drag the lawsuit, and then let AOL's browser seize the market. In the end, even if the lawsuit is defeated and the money is fined, it still seizes the market. For AOL, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. What's more, the United States does not want Netscape to monopolize the entire market. AOL can pay patent money. Jack Milton obeyed Steve Case's instructions and nodded and said, I see. Jack Milton is one of the team leaders of the Netscape browser development project. He took almost all of his team to AOL. According to their development speed, it won't take long to design a new browser based on the Gord drawing scoop. AOL is in action, and the Netscape browser is not waiting. Henry summoned Jonathan Jackson, the CEO of Netscape browser, and Hank Payne, the Chief Technology Officer. Jonathan Jackson is 45 years old. www.mentalnovel.com is a professional manager, and previously served as Sonos product manager in the United States. Hank Payne is 29 years old and a postdoctoral fellow at Stanford University. Because of his outstanding skills, he was particularly promoted. AOL is going to have a browser war with us. You two. One is the manager of Netscape, and the other is the technical officer. What do you think about this? Henry asked. Jonathan Jackson pondered for a moment and said, I think that on the one hand, we must pay attention to the situation of AOL, and on the other hand we must improve the Netscape browser. Jack Milton is familiar with Netscape browser, so we must. Netscape browsers can be improved to completely overwhelm them. Hank Payne said, users report that Netscape browsers are slow to respond, and it takes 2 to 3 seconds for the web page to appear. Therefore, we must try our best to solve this problem. Jonathan added, netizens report that entering the URL is too troublesome, and we can add the favorites function. If the user uses the favorites favorite website, the next time he wants to log into the website, he does not need to enter the URL, just click the website in the favorites. The user experience is the most important for the development of the browser. Netscape browser has already occupied the market. As long as we always strengthen ourselves, AOL is not afraid of it. Henry smiled. They were right, but marketing is also very important. In the past life, the Netscape browser was killed by the Microsoft bundled operating system. Although Henry doesn't know how AOL will promote the browser, he knows that those who come are bad and those who are good don't. Since AOL dares to challenge the Netscape browser, it must rely on it. Please help vote.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 104 on February 10th. It was raining lightly in Cupertino, California, and a Ford from Vienna, Virginia, parked outside Apple's headquarters. Apple's CEO office. John Sculley is discussing matters with 2 guests. These two guests are not others, it is the executive director of Sequoia Capital Ford Brooke and AOL CEO Steve Case. Sequoia Capital is an angel investor in Apple. When Apple first sought investment, it was Sequoia Capital who offered to help. Sequoia Capital has earned dozens of times by investing in Apple. Although it has sold a lot of shares, it still holds 10% of the shares and has a certain right to speak on the Apple board of directors. This time, Sequoia Capital will lead the way, and AOL will cooperate with Apple. The city is full of trouble between AOL and Netscape. Scully, I think we are here, and you know it too. Ford Brooke said straight to the point, look at how high Netscape's market value is. Is it Apple? Not tempted? Ford Brooke smiled confidently after he finished speaking. He never believed that Scully would not be indifferent to the fate of the browser. Immediately, Ford said, Scully, AOL has dug the original members of the Netscape browser development team. I believe a new Netscape will appear soon, but AOL hopes to get Apple's help. How do you want us to help AOL? Scully smiled and asked unhurriedly. Ford Brooke said, install AOL's browser on Apple's desktop system. But what good will this do to our Apple? Scully said slyly, you know, Netscape browser has been very popular with netizens. If our Apple computer does not have Netscape browser installed, it will definitely affect the sales of our computers. When Steve Case came to Apple, he didn't say anything. Ford Brooke was talking about it. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly said, 10% of the browser's shares. Scully looked at Steve Case, thought for a moment, and said, 20%. Deal. Steve Case didn't seem to think carefully, and made a very decisive decision. At this time, Ford Brooke was a little anxious. Sequoia Capital had more shares in AOL than in Apple. The more browser shares Steve Case gave to Apple, Sequoia Capital, the more you lose. He motioned to Steve Case with his eyes, telling him not to mess around, and he can't give Apple so many shares! Exclamation mark. Steve Case has made the final decision. It is too difficult for AOL to break the monopoly of Netscape browsers, and AOL has to win over more allies. Among them, Apple is the best choice for AOL. Apple is one of the top companies in the personal computer industry and has a huge influence in the industry. If Apple takes the lead in installing AOL browsers, this will greatly increase the momentum of AOL browsers, so that the browser can be launched more smoothly! Exclamation mark. Scully saw that Steve was so decisive. He couldn't help but was taken aback, but he immediately reacted and was happy in his heart, and said happily, Mr. Steve is really a talent, and we at Apple are very willing to cooperate with you. Thank you. I hope we can cooperate happily. Steve Case responded. Of course. Scully laughed. Ford Brooke shook his head secretly. Forget it. Since Steve has decided, Sequoia Capital can't force it. Anyway, Sequoia Capital has shares on both sides. Then, the three Steves began to talk about cooperation details and browser promotion issues. 3 days later, Apple held a press conference and announced, Apple and AOL will join hands to create the best browser in history, AL browser. The reporter asked, is AL taken from the two letters in the names of Apple and AOL? That's right. Excuse me, will every computer that Apple produces in the future will install the AL browser? Of course. Netscape browser has taken the lead. Do you have confidence in AL browser? Do you think AL browser can beat Netscape browser? Apple and AOL are both very good companies, and we are very confident. After the press conference, TV, newspapers, and radio, all major media reported Netscape browser was affected by this spread news, and its stock price fell instantly, falling by $4 that day. Henry was also the first to get the specific content of Apple's press conference. Henry sat in the office, propped his face on the table with his hands, frowned slightly. Apple actually teamed up with AOL, which is really tricky. However, it makes sense to think that Sequoia Capital is the investor of the two companies. Microsoft hasn't intervened in the browser, but Apple jumped out. Apple has already sunk, and it is far behind Microsoft. Henry was afraid of Microsoft, but not Apple. The Microsoft operating system ruled the world in 1995, and no one could use it. At that time, it dared to enter the browser. Apple CEO Scully deserves to be the worst CEO. Think that Apple or Jobs era, the personal computer market share occupy the first. After the lion of IBM woke up, Apple CEO Jobs was dead. Now that compatible computers are the mainstream, how can Apple computers compare? AOL has made a move, and Henry can't be idle either. Since they can find Apple as a helper, don't you know how to find someone? Henry sent a team to start lobbying Microsoft, IBM, HP, Compaq, and Henry himself was going to visit Dell in person. Dell was founded in 1984, and it has only been developed for more than 3 years. Now it is far incomparable with big companies such as IBM and Hewlett-Packard, but Henry knew that Dell would be very powerful in the future. In 1988, that year, Dell was preparing to go public. If the Nicholas Group can take a stake in Dell to form a strategic alliance, it will be beneficial to both parties. Thinking of this, Henry called Michael Dell and asked him to meet. When Michael Dell learned that it was the chairman of the Nicholas Group who was going to meet him, he immediately agreed and said that he would take the initiative to rush to San Jose to meet Henry. Different status is just different. It's like Marjan suddenly called you and said that he wanted to see you, but you still ran away without excitement. Although Dell has developed well, it is far worse than Nicholas Group. It is impossible for Dell to produce computers without knowing the existence of the Nicholas Group. Its Netscape browser alone has a market value of $3.98 billion. 3 days later, Michael Dell arrived at the Nicholas Group headquarters. Michael Dell is a young guy, only 23 years old now. But when he saw Henry, he was stunned for a long time, because the employees of the Nicholas Group introduced him that Henry was the chairman of the Nicholas Group. It's weird to see me. No, I just didn't expect Mr. Williams to be so young. For a while, I was surprised. Michael Dell said, "Hee, you are quite young too." Henry smiled, and then invited him to sit down in the office. After Helen served Dale coffee, Henry said straightforwardly, "You must be curious. Why should I see you?" Actually, I'll just put it straight. If the Nicholas Group wants to take a stake in Dell, I don't know if you welcome it. When Michael Dell heard this, his expression moved, and he was silent for a while, and then asked, "You want to have a controlling stake? Or what if the Nicholas Group requires holdings? Then it will be hard to die. Dell will never give up the controlling rights." Michael Dell insisted firmly. Henry laughed at this time. Sure enough, Michael Dell was very ambitious and possessive. It is no wonder that Dell will be privatized in the future. Think about Dell's privatization. He actually held 75% of Dell's shares, which is too much for a large company with a market value of tens of hundreds of billions! However, Henry's stake in Dell is only a temporary response to the joint efforts of Apple and AOL. Henry's future goal is still Apple. Apple has both soft and hard skills, talents and patents. The reason why Henry fancied Apple was based on these 2 points. In that case, how about 20%? Nicholas Group's shareholding in Dell is just an investment. If we sell shares in the future, we can authorize you to have the right to repurchase preferred shares. As soon as Michael Dell heard this, his complexion eased and he pondered for a while, and then responded, "Yes." "How much do you plan to invest?" Although Dell has only been established for more than 3 years, it has developed extremely fast. So, if you open a business, the conditions are too harsh, and I will not agree to it either. Of course. However, as far as we know, although Dell's sales last year exceeded $100 million, its profitability was relatively low, only $20 million. Therefore, we valued Dell's total market value at $250 million. Dell sells assembled machines. Compared with brand name machines, the price is much cheaper and the profit is much lower. But with small profits but quick turnover, Dell's performance has improved by leaps and bounds, and the company has developed rapidly. When the company becomes famous, the assembly machine is sold, and it becomes a brand machine. The computer of a giant computer company, dare you say it is an assembly machine? Michael Dell was dissatisfied when he heard this estimate. He frowned and said, $250 million is too little. Dell will have more sales this year, and its profits will be higher than last year. Then $300 million. Do you think that if Nicholas Group Incorporated becomes a shareholder of Dell, it will definitely push Dell to a peak? With our publicity and promotion, Dell will grow several times faster than it is now! Michael Dell thought for a while, and finally nodded and said, well, I agree with this estimate. Henry smiled at this time. Are you interested in browsers? You mean Netscape browser? That's right. Henry said, the Nicholas Group intends to give up 1.5% of Netscape browser shares and exchange shares with you. What do you think? Michael Dell frowned and had to think about whether it is better to take cash or take the shares of Netscape browser. In Dell's view, the stock price of Netscape browser is very volatile, and it may rise sharply or fall sharply. Some time ago, due to the joint efforts of Apple and AOL, Netscape's market value fell from $4.95 billion to below $4 billion. Maybe it will fall in the future. Jingle bell. At this time, the phone rang. Henry said sorry to Dale and then put on the phone. The chairman, IBM, Hewlett-Packard, and Compaq all agreed to install our Netscape browser, and refused to install the AL browser. You can now turn on the TV to watch CBS News, and watch the statement report jointly issued by these three companies! After Henry hung up the phone, he smiled at Dell and said, Mr. Dell, I now invite you to watch something.mtlnovel.com. After that, Henry turned on the TV and switched to CBS News. Reporter, welcome everyone to watch CBS News. Now we will broadcast the latest news from this station. Although Apple and AOL are about to release AL browsers, three computer companies, IBM, Hewlett-Packard, and Compaq, have successively issued statements that they will continue to use Netscape browsers. Stanford University computer professor Fred Bruce believes that the status of Netscape browser will still be unshakable. After Dale finished reading it, he became excited and couldn't help turning his head to look at Henry. He smiled and said, Mr. Williams, your company is really amazing. I agree to exchange shares. Nowhere. Henry couldn't help but smiled triumphantly. IBM, Hewlett-Packard, Compaq continue to support the Netscape browser. Henry is not surprised. First of all, Netscape has already occupied the market, and it is very popular among netizens. If you don't install this on your computer, which one? AOL and Apple's AL browser? Oh, the ghost shadow hasn't appeared yet. Furthermore, Apple also sells computers. Everyone does not attack it in groups, so do you want to fatten it? Okay, I'm very busy these days. I pick out the code word every day when I have time, but the code word speed, alas, it seems to be slower than the turtle speed. Please forgive me. Finally, I have to ask everyone to vote for it. Woo! I will try my best to improve the speed of code words. mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read www.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 105. After completing the share exchange with Dell, Michael Dell said he was going to list the company. Henry strongly agrees that after Dell goes public, its development will be faster and it will be more helpful to Henry. In order to help Dell, the company under Henry's name will promote Dell, and the specific work will be discussed by Michael Dell and Geely Hutt. After that, Henry went to Netscape and asked them to develop a feature that Henry liked very much: multi-tab website browsing. Netscape browser can use multiple tabs and open multiple websites without having to search from the taskbar. It is very convenient to use. Henry's proposal was unanimously approved by Netscape, and soon he called for the development. When AOL and Apple released the AL browser, you will add this new feature. Henry commanded. Okay. I was caught off guard when I hit the AL browser. This feature is really great. Netscape CEO Jonathan Jackson laughed. At that time, Netscape will add a collection function, a multi-tab website browsing function, and a fast web page loading technology. The speed of opening the browser has changed from the original 3 seconds response time to 1 second. Netscape browser hits 3 hard times. AL browser will definitely not feel good. While developing technology and developing new functions, don't forget to register a patent. Even if the AL browser is released, we must put it on the patent. Chairman, we understand. Don't worry. Jonathan Jackson nodded. Yeah? Henry nodded. He values patents the most. The whole company knows that. Whenever there are new technologies or new features, patent registration is definitely a must. On March 15, 1988, AOL and Apple launched the AL browser. The AL browser is simply a copy of the Netscape browser, but the interface has been slightly changed. Without a word, Henry directly asked Netscape to take AOL and Apple to court. Steve Case is a shameless expert, through a thick pile of technical documents and related materials to refute and prove that he did not plagiarize. The court and Netscape will spend a lot of time just studying these materials. However, this lawsuit is obvious, and Netscape wins. Netscape is also not simple. It sent 10 technicians and 5 lawyers, determined to win the lawsuit in the shortest possible time. At the same time, the Netscape browser has been updated online. Not only the response speed is much faster, but the collection and multi-tab pages are even more popular among netizens. The AL browser suddenly fell into a big fuss. Although AOL and Apple promoted it together, users didn't like it at all and removed it decisively. Apple has installed the AL browser instead of the Netscape browser, so sales dropped sharply. Now more and more people are accessing the internet. You don't have a good browser, who will buy your computer? Apple's misfortunes never come singly. Within a few days, Microsoft launched their latest system, Windows 2.3. This system uses a lot of Apple system interfaces. Microsoft learns from the best of others and selects the essence. After the launch of the system, it has become very popular, and it is extremely squeezing Apple computers' living space. Apple's performance has fallen step by step, and its stock price has fallen again and again! Scully and Apple saw that Microsoft's new system Windows 2.3 was coming, and they suddenly repented and regretted that they had agreed to Microsoft to use part of their system interface patents. Scully and Apple were brazen, ignoring the original contract signed with Microsoft, and took Microsoft to court, claiming that Microsoft infringed Apple's patent. But the lawsuit is safe to lose. Microsoft has a contract in hand, so I'm not afraid of how Apple will sue you. And the reason why Apple wants to sue Microsoft is to carry out some public relations work, to promote to the outside world, Apple's operating system is the best. Microsoft Windows 2.3 is infringement, is pirated. You don't use it. But Apple has done this in vain, and it has not changed Apple's status quo. When AOL launched the AL browser, their newly developed emails were also embedded in the AL browser. The fate of this email is the same as that of an AL browser, which is rarely used by anyone. Moreover, there is no doubt that AOL launched the graphical interface email so quickly. Obviously it did not take time to bypass the Global Online email patent. Henry was very rude to let Global Online sue AOL. Since its establishment, Global Online has almost put AOL on the ground. The names of these two companies are so similar, so tit for tat. The newspapers and media are most pleased to see them fighting. As soon as Global Online took AOL to court, newspapers and media began to publicize it. Global Online sued AOL for infringement of the graphical interface email patent. Amen. Global is abusing America again. AOL is a disgrace to the United States. It is a robber and a thief. It will only infringe the patents of other companies. AOL had 2 lawsuits in a row, and for a time, it was notorious. AL browser is okay if it works well. But the AL browser compares with the Netscape browser. It's a heaven and an underground. In this way, AOL is actually embarrassed to plagiarize and infringe. Can't you copy a little level? Apple was miserable by AOL. Every day, many Apple computer users complained and refused to use AOL browser and email. There are also a large number of Apple users even asking for returns. This return is the biggest return spree that Apple has encountered since its establishment. On average, hundreds of people come to Apple every day to request returns. Some activists were so disappointed with Apple, they smashed the Apple computer in front of Apple! Apple has misfortunes, but because Apple signed an agreement with AOL, 20% of the shares are not for nothing. Apple must install the AOL browser and help it promote it. Apple is crying to death because it can't steal the chicken. Apple's stock price has dropped from $55 per share to $35. An Apple employee suggested to Scully, since users need the Netscape browser, and we can't breach the contract, then simply install both browsers. Our contract with AOL only states that we will help them promote browsers, but did not say that browsers from other companies cannot be installed. Scully's eyes lit up, and after thinking about it, this is also a way to do it. Okay, just do it, Scully decided, and said, in order to appease Apple computer users, it is amazing that Apple can come up with this method. Then, Scully informed Steve Case of Apple's decision. Steve Case was furious after hearing this, but he calmed down quickly, because he knew that getting angry would definitely not help. Steve Keith hid in the office for a night and convened a meeting the next day. He first announced Apple's decision, then talked about the company's current situation, and finally asked everyone about the solution. Everyone is very angry that Apple is stepping on two boats. Some company executives even proposed to sue Apple for breach of contract. However, it was denied by Steve Case. AOL can only compete with the Nicholas Group if it hugs Apple's thighs. Steve Case is a smart man, and he is very tolerant. It is absolutely impossible to do anything to destroy the city wall. As for the solution, everyone talked and talked a lot, but none of them were good. Steve Case sat in a chair, listening to everyone's opinions silently, without any expression on his face. When everyone finished talking, he said, AOL is basically an online service. This time, we are really anxious. We launched the browser very hastily, which resulted in a fiasco. However, as long as we keep doing it, I believe that there will always be one day, AOL browser will win. Steve Case still didn't mean to give up the browser. He paused and explained his ideas to everyone. Although we failed this time, I ended an experience. That is, our browser requires technical accumulation and innovation. What Netscape browser can do, we can do it. Netscape browser can't do it. We can do it too. People don't have me, people have me new. I hope that the next version of AOL browser can surpass Netscape browser. Happiness! Everyone was affected by Steve Case's words, their confidence increased, and they couldn't help applauding. However, before our browser won the victory, we AOL faced a difficult choice. Should we continue to fight global online, or transform? Steve Case said in a low voice. After Steve Case finished speaking, the atmosphere in the office seemed very heavy. No one spoke. Steve Case glanced at everyone from left to right, but said confidently, Global Online is doing very well in the three areas of email, entertainment and news and current affairs. If we are competing with AOL, there are indeed difficulties. But, I think we still have a chance to catch up with the Global Online. Steve paused www.mtlnovel.com and then said, the main purpose of users using the internet is for business communication. Maybe I didn't find that Global Online did very little in finance. Therefore, this is a breakthrough point. This is an opportunity for us to re-emerge AOL. Steve said at the end. His voice was passionate and full of fighting spirit. That's right. We AOL will definitely rise again. Everyone present was very excited. Obviously, Steve Case showed them a clear path. AOL suddenly acquired New York Financial newspaper when it was facing internal and external troubles, which made people a little bit incomprehensible. Is AOL crazy, stupid in a lawsuit, going to buy a financial newspaper? Henry was also confused by AOL's move. He didn't understand what it was going to do, but it didn't take long for Henry to know why. On April 1st, AOL held a press conference to announce AOL has joined hands with Sequoia Capital to build the most authoritative and in-depth online information service website American Finance Network. Soon afterwards, AOL's business started to increase dramatically. Henry saw this and was stunned. Could it be that AOL really can't beat Xiaoqiang? Please help vote.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are available at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 106. Henry browsed the American Finance Network and found that the website mainly provides various financial news, and profoundly exposes the economic problems of the United States. There is even a comment section for senior economists. The content looks very high. Steve Case is very clever, and he actually created an economist column, knowing how to use the celebrity effect! Henry had to admire one or two after reading it. However, if Steve Case delusionally wanted to defeat Henry on this basis, then he would be too naive. For the current time, the US financial network has indeed attracted a lot of people. One is because of the novelty, and the other is because many of the main users who surf the internet are indeed business people. But Americans are concerned about the economy. They usually read newspapers and watch TV. They do not have the habit of watching economic news on the internet. Therefore, the number of people is not an exaggeration. The main purpose of people who are online now is communication, business communication, technical communication, and so on. They exchange information, and they use email the most. And global online email has been recognized by people. When people become accustomed to using global online email, even if you ask him to change an email, he is too troublesome and too lazy to change. Unless this email has a disruptive technological innovation, otherwise, the user's habits will be difficult to change. And with the increasing number of netizens and the decline in knowledge, people's purpose of surfing the internet is more for the pursuit of entertainment! Actually, communication is also a form of entertainment. ICQ, QQ, MSN and other instant messaging software that will be active in the internet in the future are good communication platforms. Many people linger all day long and spend their time in chat. After the prevalence of Facebook community exchange sites, communication has almost become an indispensable part of people's entertainment on the internet. At this stage, AOL has indeed made a good move. But whether the next move can continue to move well, it is hard to predict. Soon afterwards, two AOL lawsuits were lost one after another. In the first lawsuit, the judge sentenced AOL to infringe Netscape's graphics browser patent, compensated $2 million, and required AOL to make certain modifications to the browser before it could go online. At the same time, it is necessary for Netscape to authorize some patents of the AOL browser, otherwise, the judge will sentence it to the crime of monopoly. Of course, AOL must pay Netscape a certain amount of patent fees every year. In the second lawsuit, the content is roughly the same. AOL infringed the global online patent graphic email patent and compensated $1 million. But global online must also authorize some patents, otherwise it will form a monopoly. Monopoly is a serious problem in the United States. In the past life, Apple was about to go bankrupt, and the Microsoft system had no rivals. Seeing that the axe of monopoly was about to fall, Microsoft extended a helping hand to Apple. In the past life, AMD was almost finished. Intel threw a piece of meat for it to eat, AMD survived. Henry also knew the seriousness of the problem. He said that he could not help but helpless. But how can the patent fee not go to the bottom? AOL screamed that the patent fee is too expensive. Henry said that it is normal to charge the patent fee. Now there are only two graphical interface browsers on the market. That is to say, the two browsers monopolize the market. How can we not charge a bit more? Besides, the high patent fees are for everyone's sake. You see, the high patent fees, the threshold for entering the browser industry is high, and there are not too many people joining the competition, and the ultimate beneficiary is not the United States. Online. Is there any Netscape company? AOL is depressed, but I have to eat it again. As the lawsuit settled, the conflict between Henry and AOL also died down. AOL has seldom clamored, and now it's a tortoise, or maybe it's a bravery. With Henry's knowledge of Steve Case, he would rather believe the latter. In Scully's hands, Apple signed 2 consecutive bad contracts. The first was to agree to Microsoft's use of some Apple system interface patents, and the second was to sign an agreement with AOL to install the AL browser. These 2 shocks are much stronger than the previous life, and play a role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Apple has begun to wander on the brink of bankruptcy. Of course, Apple is definitely not going bankrupt in a short time. Maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe 3 or 4 years, maybe longer. In the previous life, Apple fell into bankruptcy in 1996 and lost hundreds of millions of dollars in a single quarter. No way, Microsoft broke out that year, and Apple suffered a disaster. Now, Apple is only hurting its vitality, not to the root. There was a strong wind outside the house, and it was pouring rain. The weather was terrible. Henry fell asleep directly on the desk after reviewing the documents. During this period of time, Henry was also busy, and AOL added to the blockage for him. Sequoia Capital also started a small move. Sequoia Capital helped AOL fight the Nicholas Group. Henry didn't bother him. It's already a good deal. It actually happened at Cisco again. With the development of time, the network speed of the National Science Foundation network will be completed ahead of schedule this year. At that time, the cost of accessing the Internet will be greatly reduced, and the network speed will be greatly improved. Cisco's performance during this period has been explosively increasing every month, and it has established a European branch in France and an Asian branch in Hong Kong. The establishment of an Asian branch in Japan was the most conducive to the development of the company, but Henry was unhappy with Japan. For Mao to help them develop the network, go to Hong Kong first. Hong Kong's geographical location and economy are not inferior to Japan, but the place is a bit smaller, but it has a wide radiation response, which is also beneficial to Cisco's business in Asia. Sequoia Capital had a disagreement with Henry on this point. They believed that establishing a branch in Japan would be the best for the company. Henry firmly disagrees. Sequoia Capital was very angry and began to win over the Bossacs and the company's management to create pressure on Henry. But the Bossacs support Henry. John Chambers is also Henry's hand. Now he has taken the position of the company's CEO. While Bossack changed to be the chief technology officer, and Lerner continued to serve as the company's financial director. The entire upper management of the company is attentive to Henry, and Sequoia Capital said that it was useless if it broke the tongue, didn't know what it was thinking about, and actually started to urge the company to go public. Henry originally had plans to list Cisco. Only by listing and financing can Cisco really have money and become a local tyrant. Yu reads www.uukanzu.com and waved checks everywhere to become the king of acquisitions and the existence of a giant. But the time to go public and raise funds has not yet arrived. Henry felt that after the speed up of the National Science Foundation, he chose to go public. This time is undoubtedly the best. Cisco is not only developing routers, but also switches and modems. Modem dial-up is needed. In the beginning, dial-up was not required to access the Internet. However, since the U.S. Science Foundation network was in the hands of American capitalists, it has deteriorated and gradually moved towards commercialization. It costs money to access the network. and you have to dial to get online. The modem also came into being, and Cisco was one of the first companies to produce this thing. Now there are more and more network equipment production companies, but Cisco has been dealing with the leading position. However, there are still many companies that are chasing after, especially the company is the most prominent. While Henry and AOL were in full swing, Sequoia Capital continued to invest $50 million in the company. Sequoia Capital was originally an angel investor, and it has already accounted for a lot of shares in the first round of investment. This time it has invested again. Obviously, it is very optimistic. It even wants to make it the best network equipment provider in the United States and even the world! And this, in every sense, is harming Cisco's interests. Henry heard the news and secretly analyzed Sequoia Capital's eagerness to list Cisco. Does it want to cash out and help the company develop with all his heart? There will be less updates today, and more tomorrow. Please support as always. You reading book friends are welcome to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. Chapter 107. For Sequoia Capital's requirements, Henry has been procrastinating. Sequoia Capital has invested, and it is also moving further and further away from Cisco. It is necessary for Cisco to reintroduce new strategic partners and expand its business. Henry went to Cisco to summon the company's management to discuss the matter. After the Posaksons, John Chambers and other company executives came, Henry said what he meant. Some time ago, Sequoia Capital invested heavily in our competitor company. I think everyone should be very clear about Sequoia Capital's behavior. I don't say much. Since Sequoia Capital has harmed Cisco's interests, then we must find a new strategic partner. At the same time, Cisco must accelerate its pace and grow stronger. The fastest growth of the company is undoubtedly the acquisition of other companies. Not only can obtain the other party's talents and technology, but also can expand the company's scale very quickly. So, this time, we at Cisco must start the merger and acquisition plan, and the action must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Find the target and attack quickly, whether it is external suppression or internal differentiation. All available means will be used. Our goal is to acquire 10 companies in at least half a year. After Henry finished speaking, the Posacks were a little conservative. They thought that Henry was taking too fast. It was too difficult to acquire 10 companies in half a year, and the company didn't have much funds. If it were to acquire other companies, the capital chain would be under pressure. Henry, are we in a hurry? It's okay to buy 1 or 2, but it's impossible to complete the acquisition of 10 companies in half a year. Bossack said. If the company gets investment, if we don't act quickly, we will give it a chance to grow. Letting the enemy develop is tantamount to self-destruction. Although there are more 10 companies, it is not impossible, Henry said, and then looked at John Chambers. John Chambers is the ultimate executor of Cisco's acquisition king, and his talent in acquisition is unparalleled. John Chambers saw Henry look at him and knew that Henry was going to speak by himself. John Chambers paused and said, I think the chairman's plan is very good. It's time for Cisco to develop mergers and acquisitions, and the success rate of acquiring 10 companies in half a year is still very high. After agreeing with Henry's words, John Chambers went on to say, a small network equipment company needs only a few $1 million to acquire. A medium-sized network equipment company needs to acquire a value ranging from $10 million to $100 million. The funds on Cisco's books may be insufficient, but we can borrow from banks, or through leveraged buyouts, use credit to finance capital, use financial leverage to increase the debt ratio, and finance with less equity investment about 10% several times the funds, the acquisition and reorganization of the company, and the future profit and cash flow of the acquired and reorganized company to repay the debt. In this way, we don't have to spend too much money and can reduce the company's financial pressure. In addition, Morgan Bank, Citibank and other major U.S. banks are very willing to cooperate with Cisco. After John Chambers finished speaking, Henry applauded and agreed. Chambers is right, we can borrow money, or through leveraged buyouts to complete corporate mergers and acquisitions plans. It is human, I believe. As long as Cisco does it, it will succeed. Henry has confidence, entirely because he has confidence in John Chambers. In his previous life, John Chambers proved himself and brought Cisco from a medium-sized company to its peak, becoming a giant in the United States and even the world! John Chambers is known as one of the best CEOs of the 21st century. This title is not a vain name. After the meeting, the plan for corporate mergers and acquisitions was given full responsibility to John Chambers. The POSACs are really a bit conservative, and it is inevitable that they will have conflicts with Cisco management in their previous lives, and finally part ways. Cisco's development potential is endless, and its reputation is also excellent. Morgan Bank and Citibank are willing to lend Cisco loans and help Cisco with its merger and acquisition plan. Regarding specific operational issues and M&A targets, Henry didn't care about it. Henry only cared about the results. The vision and skill of John Chambers and others convinced Henry. He believed that John Chambers and his team would do things well. Henry is great, but he doesn't stay in Cisco very often, and his understanding of the company and its competitors is far from that of John Chambers. If he directs blindly, he will get into trouble. A certain degree of decentralization is like ruling down the arch, which is easy and can achieve extraordinary success. However, John Chambers will write a report and fax it to Henry about the target of the acquisition. The situation of the target company and the necessity of the acquisition are all explained and analyzed in detail. Henry is not in Cisco, but he knows all about the company's M&A plan. As a shareholder of Cisco, Sequoia Capital still occupies a seat on the board of directors. It is impossible not to know the latest actions of Cisco. On the one hand, it whispers to the company. On the other hand, it is a bit happy to see its results. Cisco's behavior is very optimistic for investors. Once it goes public, the stock price will surely soar like a rocket. Sequoia Capital suddenly felt a bit contradictory. A godson, a son, no matter who does it well, it benefits. However, in the bottom of my heart, I still hope to kiss my son. Sequoia Capital has invested a total of $60 million in the company before and after, holding 35.2% of the shares, and has become the company's largest shareholder. And it only holds 10% of the shares in Cisco. Now www.mentalnovel.com. Sequoia Capital hopes that Cisco will be listed soon. It didn't take long for Henry to really follow his wish. In June, the National Science Foundation announced the completion of the Network Speed Up project. The network speed will be increased to an average of 0.5 Mbps per user, and the network access fee will be 10 times cheaper, only $1,000 a year. With the increase in network speed and the sharp decrease in network access fees, network users have increased dramatically. There are hundreds of users who access the internet every day, and tens of thousands of people will access the internet every day. Cisco immediately ushered in a big outbreak, and the business volume was extremely heavy. Even though Cisco has begun hiring in large numbers, it is still very nervous. However, Cisco's performance suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Regarding the issue of Cisco's listing, Henry is also on the agenda, and it is expected to be listed at the end of 1988. In July, Henry also just turned 14. Because Cisco was too busy, Henry sometimes had to help with some company affairs. Sometimes Henry had to work part-time as a network technician, helping users install modems and routers. In Beverly Hills, where Henry stayed, there was a user who made 3 or 5 phone calls in a hurry. But it happened that the company's technicians were busy at other customers' homes, and they couldn't make it there for a while. Henry prepares to go home and simply helps the client install network equipment. Upon reaching the ground, Henry knocked on the door and shouted, "Cisco services, network installation. Anyone?" Not long after, the door opened slowly. When Henry looked at the owner of the house, he was stunned at the time. Nicole Kidman. Vote for everyone.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read chapter 108. That's right, it is indeed Nicole Kidman. Although she is very young, Henry can still recognize her angel face, devil figure, and that long golden hair, in the sun. The more shining and dazzling. Nicole Kidman is not only beautiful, but also very rich. As for the level of abundance, it is shocking to say. According to a survey by related magazines, the Nicole Kidman family owns 24 million acres, approximately 97,000 square kilometers of land in Australia, and ranks 8th among the individuals and families with the most land in the world, and owns more than Hungary soil of! Nicole Kidman is simply a wealthy daughter, super white and rich. But she has been in love with acting since she was a child and has participated in many TV and shows. In 1989, this super beauty from Australia will become an instant hit with her outstanding performance in the movie Sky Crossing, and has become a hot top Hollywood star ever since. The movie is almost ready now, and the subsequent editing is probably being processed. Nicole Kidman came to the United States. It seems that she wants to come to Hollywood to develop. Are you a Cisco technician? Oh, please come in. I have been waiting for an hour or two. Nicole Kidman asked Henry to enter the house, so Henry entered the house of N, many people regarded as the goddess. After entering the house, Nicole Kidman poured Henry a cup of coffee. Henry thanked him, and then slowly tasted Nicole Kidman's coffee-making skills. Well, the taste is nothing special, it's just a bit bitter. Can you add sugar? Thank you. Henry stretched out the coffee cup and said to Nicole Kidman, "Oh, of course." Nicole Kidman brought Henry a box of sugar and left him as he pleased. Henry added sugar while chatting with her. Henry talked about the topic mostly around the movie. Henry said to her, "With your looks and looks, if you go to make a movie, you will definitely become a Hollywood star." Nicole Kidman burst out laughing when she heard this. "Mr. Henry, I am actually an actor." "Oh, really?" Henry deliberately showed a surprised expression. "I think you will be a big star soon." Hee hee, thank you for your good words. Henry and Nicole Kidman chatted for a while, then, Nicole Kidman took Henry upstairs. The computer was installed in the bedroom, and the modem would also be in the bedroom, which would be the most convenient. Nicole Kidman's bedroom has a large Simmons bed. Henry said that he and Nicole Kidman both slept on it and they were not small at all. The room is clean and tidy. There are some movie posters hanging on the white walls, including Nicole Kidman's own movie posters, and some other movie posters that Nicole Kidman likes very much. There is a computer desk on the right side of the bedroom, and there is an Apple computer on the desk. Henry opened the toolkit he brought, took out the modem, network cable, crystal head, network cable pliers, and then connected the network cable. Henry was about to turn his head, then got up from under the table, but at first sight saw a pair of dazzling long legs. Henry's eyes moved slightly upwards unconsciously, and he saw the plump and elastic thighs. Henry suddenly felt a bit of dryness in his mouth. "I drank the coffee for nothing." Henry stared for several seconds, but fortunately he held it in the end. Henry is no longer Wook's human. He is in a high position and has countless assets under his name. Both his character and experience have been precipitated and sublimated. Nicole Kidman did not notice Henry peeking at her. She stared at the computer interface and was dialing. The green fingers, one letter knocked. The appearance made Henry feel very cute. After dialing the number, Henry saw her open the Netscape browser. When he saw this, Henry said that this is the correct way to open the computer. It is to open the Netscape browser first, not the AL browser. 1 second later, a global online website appeared. "Do you have global online email?" Henry asked from the side. "Of course." Nicole Kidman turned around and said, then browsed the website for himself. Henry scratched his head, expressing speechlessness. "Do you have an email? Don't you know that I am in charge of your account?" "Forget it, you can find it in the background of the website." "Do you think that if you don't tell me, I don't know your account?" "The global online email is RAL name registration." "Ha ha." "Thank you. I can go online now. No thanks. Cisco's service users are the first. Henry finished saying goodbye. Later, Henry must stay for dinner. Henry couldn't be so thick no matter how thick-skinned it was. As soon as the door was opened, a young man was about to knock. The young man holds a dozen roses in his hand and smiles. However, when Henry and Nicole Kidman were in the same room, their expressions changed in vain. Nicole, who is he? The young man glanced at Henry coldly, and then asked Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman did not answer the young man's words, but said, Jim Aaron, stop sending flowers. I don't like you at all. The young man's face changed again, very gloomy. I think Jim Aaron is handsome, with countless flowers, but he encountered Waterloo here at Nicole Kidman, and was rejected repeatedly for confession, but there was no brilliance on his face. Nicole, since I saw you, I have fallen in love with you deeply. Don't you like to make movies? I studied directing at the University of California Film School. I will make movies for you in the future, and I promise to make you Hollywood movie superstar. Jim Aaron said loudly. Jim Aaron, my acting depends on my strength, not on other people's support. Nicole Kidman listened to Jim Aaron's words, her pretty face showed anger, and said coldly, Nicole.untlenovel.com I'm a good-looking Jim, and am still a top student at the University of California, so I am worthy of you anyway. Do you really have no feeling for me at all? Jim Aaron blushed loudly, questioned. Yes, even if I like the ordinary little technician around me, I will never like you. When Henry heard Nicole Kidman actually say such a thing, he couldn't help but smile. Nicole, can you make a better analogy? What does it mean to like it? Why do I feel like him like a spare tire? Alas. Henry shook his head speechlessly. Jim Aaron was ashamed and furious when he was said by the woman he liked. He glanced at Henry with disdain, and saw that he was carrying a toolkit behind his back. He could not help but mocked. Who doesn't you like? Okay, I like a little technician. Nicole, wait and see. I didn't really want to be a director, but now I have decided that I want to become a major Hollywood director. I swear to God, I must unspoken rules for you! Brothers and sisters, vote for favorites.untlenovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.untlenovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read www.untlenovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.untlenovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 109. Henry really couldn't stand aside, so he cursed at the time. Diving your sister. I am so self-righteous. Nicole Kidman said that if you can dive, is there any law? Is there any law? Brother, I didn't even say that there should be unspoken rules, but your tone is so awesome! A little technician, even if Mao is not as good as Chi, he dared to scold himself. Jim Aaron suddenly became a little angry. Smelly boy, dare you scold me? Jim Aaron said. He was about to do it and punched him. Fortunately, Henry's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. He quickly got out of the way, and then kicked him. Although Henry is only 14 years old, he often exercises and matures. Although he is not as strong as an adult, he is not small. Between the sparks and the flint, Jim Aaron didn't expect Henry to dare to attack him. He didn't react for a while. He was kicked to the side and fell to the ground immediately. Jim Aaron cried out in pain, and was furious, and got up to fight Henry. Henry is too young to resist after all. Nicole Kidman didn't expect things to develop like this, and quickly persuaded him to fight. With her help, Henry finally held back Jim Aaron. Henry's driver and bodyguard was smoking a cigarette not far away. When Henry was fighting with someone, he immediately threw the cigarette and ran over. In a blink of an eye, he came to this side without saying a word, and hit Jim Aaron with a hard punch. Jim Aaron fainted on the spot when he got a punch. The retired lieutenant of the U.S. SEALs is awesome! Mr. Williams, are you okay? Sean Houston asked anxiously. A little injury, it's okay. Henry shook his head indifferently, and then bent over to look at Gimarin. Alas, it was terrible. The front teeth were knocked down by Sean Houston. Sean, wake him up and drive him away, Henry ordered. Okay, Mr. Williams. After Sean Houston finished speaking, he dragged Jim Allen to a place with a faucet not far away. Sean turned on the faucet and flushed the water on Jim Aaron's face. Jim Aaron was irritated and woke up soon. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man in his 30s with a height of 1.90 meters and a very burly figure. Jim Aaron suddenly appeared in horror and pale. This middle-aged man has muscle pimple, so he is not scary, and just now he suddenly attacked himself without knowing it. And at this moment, this middle-aged man is staring at himself like a glaring King Kong. Jim Aaron's little heart suddenly speeds up and he is terrified. Get out when you wake up, Sean shouted. Yes, yes, let me go. Jim Aaron nodded again and again, then quickly got up and fled. However, when he left, his face was full of resentment. I must repay this grudge. Henry's side. Nicole Kidman took him into the room to apply medicine. Henry lay on the sofa, closed his eyes slightly, sniffing the smell of potion and perfume, enjoying with his face. Nicole Kidman dipped a cotton swab with some potion, and then carefully applied the medicine on Henry's face. Watching the scratches on his face leaving a trace of blood, Nicole Kidman asked, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Henry laughed, then opened his eyes and saw the bulging things. Henry swallowed sharply, and said to his heart, "So white and so big." Nicole Kidman suddenly saw Henry staring at her chest like a satyr. Her face flushed instantly, and she got up immediately. She straightened the clothes on her chest, then glared at Henry and cursed in a low voice, "Pervert." He. Henry smiled awkwardly. Unintentional mistakes, unintentional mistakes. I saw it accidentally. Apart from the injury on your face, are there any injuries to you elsewhere? Nicole Kidman asked Henry, a white glance. The arm is also a little bit. When I blocked it just now, I was hit by that guy several times, Henry said. He rolled up his sleeves. Then, I saw a blue and purple one on his arm. Nyang Sippy, that guy is so cruel. He hit the child so hard! Exclamation mark. Ah. My arm hurts like this. Nicole Kidman yelled in fear, touched her hand, and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" This is a small point of injury. I haven't said it before. It doesn't hurt. I have asked for my arm. How can it not hurt? Nicole Kidman hurriedly drugged Henry, and while applying the drug, he babbled things like he should be careful to heal his injuries. After finishing helping Henry with the medicine, it was already very dark. Nicole Kidman saw Henry because he had a fight, so he invited him to dinner at home. When Henry heard this, he immediately agreed happily. How is Nicole Kidman's cooking skills? Before Henry was happy, I saw her picking up the phone and calling for the takeaway. Even by karma, it turns out you can't cook. Henry was secretly disappointed, and it didn't take long for the takeaway to arrive. The dishes are rich, including fried shrimp, clam, steamed egg, steak, ham, rice, thick soup. The two chatted while eating. While chatting, when Nicole Kidman asked about Henry's life experience, Henry's face faded in vain. After a little pause, Henry replied, "I am an orphan now." Then, Henry talked out his own life experience bit by bit. After listening to Nicole Kidman, he was surprised, and his face showed sympathy. She looked at the boy's sadness, perhaps because of the woman's maternal instinct. Nicole Kidman stepped forward and held his head, softly comforting. "Sorry, I shouldn't ask this question." At this time, the faint perfume smell suddenly came into his nose, making Henry immediately recover from his sorrow, and then Henry's head was covered by a pair of white rabbits. And then he felt a warm hand slowly and gently stroking the ground on your back. This. Henry was shocked, smelling the faint perfume. Henry involuntarily stretched out his hand to wrap Nicole Kidman's waist, and at the same time enjoyed the gentle touch on her back. Nicole Kidman suddenly noticed something was wrong. and one of his hands touched her buttocks quietly. Nicole Kidman's face flushed instantly. When he was about to struggle, he was pulled into his arms by Henry. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Looking at Nicole Kidman's attractive red lips, at the critical moment when Henry was about to take the next step, the door suddenly rang. "Mr. Williams, your call." Sean Houston suddenly yelled at the door in an untimely manner. "Ms. Helen called and said that the company has something to do with you." "Okay, I see," Henry suddenly replied out loud. At this time, Nicole Kidman escaped from Henry's arms early, and looked at Henry very angry. "What were you doing just now?" Nicole Kidman's beautiful eyes were frosty. "You just made up a story on purpose to deceive me and take advantage of me, right?" It's such a color at a young age. It's like Jim Maron, a raccoon dog. "You leave now. I don't welcome you here." Henry was stunned. Oh, he was too smug just now. Why did he want to be frivolous about Nicole Kidman? Now it's okay. It makes the beautiful woman angry, and also has to drive herself away. "I'm sorry, it was my fault just now." Henry apologized quickly. "I don't need your apology. You leave now," Nicole Kidman said coldly. Henry was silent for a moment, and under Nicole Kidman's cold gaze, he picked up the toolkit and prepared to leave. However, just before Henry walked out the door, he said in a flat and sincere tone, "I was impulsive and made a mistake, but I didn't lie to you." After finishing speaking, Henry left Nicole Kidman's house. Vote. You are reading book friends are welcome to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Are Reading. Chapter 110. Helen, what's the matter? Henry took the mobile phone handed over by Sean and spoke. "Chairman, Dell CEO Michael Dell called just now, and he said that Dell is going to be officially listed on the Nasdaq on August 1st. "Okay, I know." Henry hung up the phone, turned to Sean Houston and said, "Drive." "Mr. Williams, where are you going?" "Come back home." After half an hour, Henry returned home. The night darkened. Henry took a bath and lay on the bed in his pajamas. Although it was 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Henry still couldn't sleep. He felt annoyed when he thought of what happened today. He got up, turned on the computer, browsed the website at random, and suddenly found a post in the BBS forum of Stanford University, titled FTP File Retrieval Software Research. After Henry opened it, he looked at it and was shocked at that time. This FTP file search software research is a search software developed by several Stanford University students. It is a searchable list of FTP file names. Users must enter the exact file name to search, and then iSearch will tell the user which FTP address is available. Download this file. Henry was shocked because although iSearch is not a search engine yet, from the perspective of its working principle, it is the ancestor of all search engines. Global Online has no search function yet, and design similar to Searchbox has not yet started. Global Online now simply hangs up some websites with relatively large traffic. Henry read this post very carefully, and silently wrote down the contact information of the person who posted it. The next day, Henry went to Stanford University. For Stanford University, Henry was very familiar with him. He didn't need to ask for directions. He just looked for the address, and found the person he was looking for after 30 minutes. The two college students who developed the iSearch software are both junior students of the Department of Computer Science. But these two people are not in the same class, but they came together because of a computer project in the school, and both of them are not simple. They belong to the school. Man of the Wind. One is Bill Joyce and the other is Luke Stowe. Bill Joyce was a little shy and didn't talk much, but Luke Stowe was very talkative. Henry learned through chatting that Bill Joyce is a mathematical genius, extremely sensitive to numbers and proficient in algorithms, and Luke Joyce is a computer genius with an extremely high level of programming. For such talents, Henry directly told them his intentions. "Bill, Luke, I am going to set up an internet search company, and would like to ask you two to help me. Bill and Luke don't know Henry's identity. Through conversations, they only know that he is very knowledgeable in computers and is very interested in search. They are like fellows. It's just that Henry is too young to start a company at all, and it is difficult to see the company's helps of profitability only by the search function. In view of these two issues, Bill and Luke therefore did not immediately agree. Henry, I advise you not to open such a company. I am afraid it will go bankrupt soon. Luke shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. I am not afraid of bankruptcy. What's more, the company may not go bankrupt. Maybe it will become a super company that attracts the world's attention in the future. Henry said with a smile. Bill and Luke looked at each other and shook their heads, obviously not optimistic about the future of the search company. It's no wonder that the same mathematics and computer geniuses, why Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin can become legends. Talent is very important. Interest is very important. But vision and unwavering determination are also very important. Henry smiled, took out 2 business cards and handed them to them. At this moment, what Henry needs to give them most is confidence. There are not too many bells and whistles on the business card, just a line of words: Nicholas Group, Cisco, Ozark Chairman Henry Williams. There are also some chairman's names Henry did not print on the business card, such as Domain Name Management Company, Pixar Animation Studio, West German Publishing House. Since he became a shareholder of West German Publishing House, Henry did not get the printing fee from West German Publishing House. Instead, he injected capital into West German Publishing House. Now Henry's shareholding ratio in West German Publishing House has reached 65%. Absolutely holding. In the new round of board elections, Henry was elected chairman of the board with an absolute advantage. As for the CEO position, it is still held by the original Edward Joe. The Harry Potter series of novels are over. Penguin Publishing has paid Henry up to $30 million in royalties, and Jurassic Park also brought Henry $8 million. Henry has a total of $60 million in deposit funds. $60 million. Enough Henry to develop the search company. Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe were shocked when they saw Henry's business card. These 3 companies are famous. One is the internet giant, the other is the network equipment giant, and the other is the server giant. Whichever one is taken out alone is very famous, and Henry Williams is actually the chairman of these 3 companies. This is really too good. Exaggerated! Exclamation mark. But before they could react from the shock, Henry said, the name of the new company is iSearch, and I will invest $5 million as the initial capital. If you join, I will give you 5% of the shares. As a reward, if the company develops well, stock options will be given in the future. Whether you are willing to participate, the right to choose is yours. Although Henry promised to give them 5% of the shares, if the company later raises funds, it will further dilute its shares. Henry's shares will increase again. But if they can compare with the Google founder, Henry doesn't mind giving them more shares. Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe didn't hesitate at all. They agreed immediately. One is that Henry's name is too loud, and the other is that Henry's conditions for them are also really good. They can't think of any reason to refuse. We are willing to join. Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe said. Henry smiled. It would be a shame if he couldn't settle the 2 college students. Not long after, Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe, 2 of the Stanford computer department figures, dropped out of school and started a business. They founded a company called iSearch in Silicon Valley. The initial scale of the company was small, with only 10 people, all of whom were Stanford University students. At the beginning of the establishment of the new company, Henry said, our goal is only one: www.mentalnovel.com to lead the internet search industry. Everyone knows that Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe made a software called iSearch before. The main function of this software is to retrieve FTP file names and download them. But what we want to do is a search engine. This search engine, it can automatically collect information from the internet, and after sorting it out, it will provide users with a system for querying. Therefore, The main difficulty of doing this search engine is how to collect information from the internet. The second is how to organize information to obtain high-quality information. Our search engine must be accurate, fast, and provide users with the most needed information. Henry picked up a pen and drew a picture on the blackboard, and said, "The internet is like a spider web. We want to develop a program that can crawl freely on the spider web. Follow the link addresses of the web pages on the web and place them one by one. The content is read, and these web pages are captured in the system for analysis and put into the database. As for the name of this program, it is called a web crawler. Therefore, our current first task is to develop a web crawler. New week, please vote for it." I have something to do in the evening, so it was delayed until 1 o'clock in the middle of the night to update, so sleepy, my eyes almost closed when the code word.mtlnovel.com welcome friends to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest the serial works of Mtl Novel are all at www.mtlnovel.com for mobile users. Please go to read.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 111. Henry has high hopes for iSearch. He wants to be in line with Google, and he has to make all kinds of black technologies like it. It's super awesome and it's jaw-dropping! In order to enhance the global online competitiveness, it is essential to get a search box. There are already many companies that have followed the same example to build portal websites online, because they found that doing this kind of website has a lot of traffic. The high traffic means that it will be favored by more advertisers and can make money. Although global online has a strong advantage, it has also been distributed a large part of the traffic. For example, AOL has also started to make portals. Due to the stagnant development of American Finance Network, Steve Case had to rethink and reposition AOL. By studying the development model of global online, Steve Case believed that the portal network will be a major trend of the internet in the future, so he resolutely transformed the US financial network. After some revisions, the AOL portal website was established, and the AOL website is just one of the subsites. Not only AOL does this, but there are 4 or 5 websites that Henry knows. But now only Global Online and AOL do the best. The global online market accounted for 76.5% of the market share, AOL accounted for 15% of the market share, and the remaining 8.5% of the market share was divided by other portals. In order to prevent websites like AOL from taking food from their mouths, Henry decided to use his assassin as soon as possible, so that they would come home unscathed, and even embezzle them. Search box this kind of artifact. It's time to appear. iSearch, you can know. The slogan "I will find it after a search." Henry made this slogan the most classic and familiar sentence on the internet. Henry wants to make iSearch and global online go hand in hand, and both become internet giants! In the past life, Yahoo's decline was because it lost to Google in search. Portal alone has no core competitiveness. You can do it, and others can do it. But now with Henry, global online can not only achieve close cooperation with iSearch, but also develop more functions that can make people sticky, such as Twitter. With Twitter Online, you can have an invincible place. Henry simply understands the affairs of other companies. He is now wholeheartedly devoted to the development of the search company. However, Henry must pay close attention to such a major event as Dell's going public anyway. On July 30th, Henry and Michael Dell rushed to Nasdaq. We talked for a long time that day, mainly about the development route of Dell after going public. Michael Dell intends to make a global layout, and Henry agrees with this. However, Michael Dell also revealed that he is planning to enter the server, which is painful for Henry. Isn't this about grabbing cakes from Noah's Ark? Noah's Ark is not a listed company and does not need to explain anything to the outside world, including the company's financial situation or shareholders. Naturally, Michael Dell didn't know that Henry was actually in control of Noah's Ark. In the past life, Dell was relatively successful in doing servers. Henry helplessly said to Michael Dell, "Michael, I am actually the majority shareholder of Noah's Ark. If Dell is to be a server, I think it would be better to buy shares in Noah's Ark and saw the cooperation between the two parties can produce the greatest value. Michael Dell was very surprised. Henry could intervene wherever he felt related to the internet. Michael Dell can only express his deep admiration for Henry's suggestion. Dell thought about it, and finally agreed. Combining both benefits, Noah's Ark has now developed application software servers, database servers, etc. in addition to web servers, and has become the dominant player in the server industry. Although IBM has also started to do server work, it is still a step behind Noah's Ark for the time being. However, IBM has a solid foundation, and it may not be impossible to catch up. If Dell were to build a server, it would have to start from scratch. It would be a delusion to compete with Noah's Ark within a few years. Now that you can buy shares in Noah's Ark, that's the best. However, although Noah's Ark is not listed, people in the industry are extremely optimistic and investors are also very popular. According to the evaluation of relevant professional evaluation agencies, the total market value of Noah's Ark is conservatively estimated to be $1 billion. It is impossible for Dell to spend money to buy shares in Noah's Ark and saw the only possible way is to exchange shares. Henry first reached a share swap agreement with Michael Dell, and the specific situation will be discussed after Dell's listing. On August 1, Dell went public. The speed of Dell's development is obvious to all. In 3 or 4 years, it has created fabulous sales performance, with a sales scale of hundreds of millions of dollars. In the prospectus, Dell is going to establish branches around the world, expand its scale, and then a bunch of slogans and development strategies that stimulate investors' excitement, such as building a huge processing plant, insisting on direct sales, reducing the profits of middlemen, insisting on the customer-oriented market strategy, and shouting to take diversified hardware development. Anyway, it is all kinds of bragging, but these undoubtedly add a lot to Dell fraction. In the prospectus, Dell's shareholder members actually still have the current internet giant Nicholas Group, and this is the icing on the cake for Dell. It's hard to think about it. After going public, Dell's stock price has soared, shocking Nasdaq. In this listing, Dell issued 10 million shares, accounting for 20% of the total share capital, at a price of $4 per share. At the end of the day, Dell's stock price had risen to $24 per share, a six-fold increase. Dell's market value reaches $1.2 billion. In the next few days, although the rising trend slowed down, it still increased slowly. A week later, Dell's total market value reached $1.5 billion. Henry took Noah's Ark CEO Bob Gallagher and Nicholas Group CEO Geely Hutt and Cisco CEO John Chambers to Dell to discuss the issue of Noah's Ark and Dell's share swap with Michael Dell. When negotiating, there are so many people. Under the pressure of the 3 chief executives, Michael Dell will definitely make more concessions. If Henry talked to him alone, he would be a bit thin after all. The formal negotiation begins. Henry didn't speak much after he first announced his intention to cooperate between the two parties. There are very powerful subordinates. Just sit and watch fishing as your own boss. Michael Dell is only 23 years old and young. How can he be able to compete with a skilled negotiator like John Chambers? Henry drank coffee at ease and smiled at the situation. At this moment, there is already a verbal battle on the negotiating table, so fierce. Although Michael Dell is not a person to wait, but his opponent is too strong and at a disadvantage. Although Noah's Ark is not listed, it is far stronger than the current Dell company based on its performance and reputation in the industry. What's more, among computer companies, Dell is at most medium to upper scale, and there are many others. The company is far stronger than Dell, such as IBM, Apple, Hewlett-Packard, Compaq, etc. Among the server companies, Noah's Ark is the overlord, and with the deployment of Noah's Ark substations across the United States, server hosting performance is increasing day by day. There will be a steady flow of funds into Noah's Ark company, Bob Gallagher said loudly. That's right. Since the speed of the National Science Foundation network has been accelerated, the internet has developed rapidly, and the demand for servers is also increasing. The market value of Noah's Ark should rise. Geely Hutt said. John Chambers, Noah's Ark has established authority in the server field and has a lot of patents and technologies. Noah's Ark is one step ahead, and even IBM is not its opponent. Generally speaking, some companies with great potential, if there is no shortage of money, basically it will not raise funds, let alone give up shares. And Noah's Ark is just such a company, and it is not short of money. Now it is extremely rare for Dell to take a stake in Noah's Ark, and so if it weren't for Mr. Williams' chance, Noah's Ark would not choose to cooperate with Dell at all. We would have more and better choices, such as HP, Apple, Compaq, etc. Like IBM. Big Blue once sent someone over and wanted to buy shares, but we didn't agree. Therefore, if Dell wants to buy a stake in Noah's Ark, it must make more surrenders. Michael Dell was said to be very ugly. He retorted, Dell is developing very fast. We have sold hundreds of millions in a few years, creating a sales myth. The future development prospects are very good. John Chambers decisively interrupted, what is the core technology of your Dell company? Don't tell us. Your core technology is assembling computers. Even middle school students who have studied computers in their teens can. Michael Dell's face suddenly blushed. At the beginning of Dell's development, the core technology of woolen yarn was to assemble computers by selling. Dell is taking the marketing route. But John Chambers doesn't ask about marketing, but about technology. This is stumping Michael Dell. Then, although Michael Dell tried his best to explain his own way of running a company, in the high-tech innovation industry, technology is the most fundamental. Grasping this, Michael Dell was a complete mess. Michael Dell himself knew this, so after Dell went public, it vigorously developed hardware and even put forward the idea of developing servers. Marketing is king. McLenovel.com. Technology is the foundation of Dell's future success. Relying on marketing alone, without technology, is equivalent to having no foundation, and it will collapse sooner or later. Can assembled computers sell for a lifetime? That is to say, ordinary people are not familiar with computers. You ask someone who knows computers to buy computers. Everyone buys parts and assembles them by themselves. You can assemble things like CPU, hard disk, power supply, etc. And you can assemble them after you buy them back. What do you want from Dell? In my opinion, it is most appropriate for Dell to exchange 30% of its shares for 15% of Noah's Ark, and so, John Chambers said lightly. What? It's impossible. Michael Dell yelled with excitement when he heard John Chambers' exchange method. Michael Dell was a little annoyed by the pressure, and at this time, it was finally Henry's turn. Michael, don't get excited. 30% of Dell's shares are exchanged for 15% of Noah's Ark shares. It's a bit unreasonable. Let's say 30% of Dell's shares are exchanged for 20% of Noah's Ark shares. After all, Noah's Ark is a leader in servers, and Dell can buy shares. It is indeed a huge opportunity, and it is normal to exchange shares at a premium. Besides, after Dell's shareholding in Noah's Ark, it will have an incomparable effect on Dell's future hardware development. As the saying goes, stand high and see far. Dell, if the company can stand on the shoulders of Noah's Ark, the server giant, the future will be unlimited. I need to think about it, Michael Dell said with a moment of silence. Vote and vote. McLenovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mclenovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, the hottest serial works are all at www.mclenovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read it. Chapter 112. Michael Dell considered this for more than a month, and patience is really okay! However, Henry and others are not in a hurry. You can think about it as long as you like, as long as you don't develop your own servers. Dell's servers are very impressive. In the past life, Dell's server brand share ranked first in the world, and it can be compared with IBM. It is not easy for companies to compete against each other. Henry hoped that through the binding of interests, the big ship of Dell would be tied together, and Noah's Ark would develop more smoothly. In the past life, Cisco also worked as a server, and it was pretty good. Now, if the two companies join forces, it will be incredible that they have a strong background, and I am afraid they will lose a lot of IBM. During this period, Henry often went to the Isaac company to assist them in research and development. Under Henry's very clear instructions, a web crawler program was quickly made according to the requirements, but the crawling speed was too slow, and it took Hen long to crawl the web page. Henry expressed his dissatisfaction. Order them to continue to modify. Even web crawlers can't do it. So what do you do for searching? You must know that the real difficulty of search engines is to analyze and process hundreds of millions of information on the internet. So much information is extremely demanding on algorithms. When users search for a word, you have to find the most accurate one from countless messy information, and the speed is even faster. The algorithm does not work, so it is sad. One is that it takes a long time, and the other is that the information returned may not be accurate. It's not a big deal now, and the amount of information in the future will be hundreds of billions. The search technology is so impressive that it is reflected in the algorithm. While Henry was still tossing the group of Isaac, Dell finally couldn't help but call Henry. Henry, I have considered it clearly. Oh, how did you think about it? Henry asked nervously. He didn't want to push Dell into the server side. Henry, I cannot agree to your terms. What? Disagree. Henry touched his forehead and felt a headache. Is Dell going to go with Noah's Ark? Michael, don't make a decision in a hurry, or you can think about it. Henry persuaded. Dell hardware diversification development server is indispensable. However, if you want to give up 30% of the shares, I would rather let Dell do research and development from scratch, Michael Dell said categorically. Henry was silent for a moment, and shook his head secretly in his heart. Michael Dell took the shares very seriously. It is really difficult for Dell to give up 30% of the shares. Forget it. Noah's Ark is not afraid of any corporate challenges. Noah's Ark will be stepped under Noah's Ark like IBM and Dell! Henry suddenly felt a sense of war in his heart. At this moment, he no longer forced Dell to join the Noah's Ark camp. Anyone who sells assembled computers can make a good server. Henry couldn't believe it. Noah's Ark, the most professional server leader, would be no better than Dell! Henry hung up the phone, and an emergency meeting was held at Noah's Ark that same day. At the meeting, Henry informed Bob Gallagher, Gilly Hurt and John Chambers of Dell's refusal to exchange shares! Dell has refused to exchange shares and decided to build its own server. Here, I don't have much to say. I only have one request for Noah's Ark. Always innovate and ride the dust. I don't want any other company can surpass Noah's Ark in the server industry. Chairman, please rest assured. I, Bob, promise that the boat is there, and if Noah's Ark is behind, Bob will be the first to take the blame and resign. Bob Gallagher stood firm with a firm face. Make a military order. There is no eternal empire where the sun never sets. How can this sort of thing be accurate? Bob Gallagher is a very good professional manager who manages Noah's Ark very well. Henry doesn't want to lose such a good talent. So he waved his hand and said, you don't have to take the blame and resign, as long as you work hard. I won't blame you. Yes. Bob Gallagher nodded a little moved. Not long after, Dell held a press conference to announce that it would enter the server industry. Dell will set up a server department and vigorously develop the company's diversified hardware route. This time, we have prepared $50 million, and we must make the server business bigger and stronger, and make it the world's top server. Michael Dell announced loudly at the press conference with high spirits. As soon as the news came out, Dell's stock price rose by $1.70 on the same day. Dell is not just talking about fun. its actions are very big. Within a week, Dell bought 3 server vendors, at an amazing speed. Henry only learned of the situation when he finally negotiated the acquisition. Obviously, Michael Dell had planned for a long time. He had contacted 3 server vendors and had some negotiations secretly. After the negotiation was concluded, Dell pretended to formally propose the acquisition. As a result, the 2 parties signed the agreement before the negotiation took place a few minutes. Henry is almost in the dark by Michael Dellman. Henry has nothing to say about Michael Dell's unkind approach. Anyway, Dell's stock will be sold sooner or later, whatever he can do. After Henry returned to the company, Helen told him that AOL was preparing to go public. Henry asked carefully. It turned out that AOL was burning a lot this year. In addition to making websites, they also provide users with internet access services, that is, dial-up service. MntleNovel.com AOL is really nothing. It was useless. At first, they just wanted to provide users with internet access services and then promote the AOL website. But I did not expect that with the acceleration of the National Science Foundation network and the increase in network coverage, the number of users connecting to the internet has increased sharply. So internet access services are actually very rich. AOL does not lay down its own network, but it can rent other people's network channels and a large number of local telephone lines to provide network access services for local users. The AOL website has been losing money, but the dial-up service has made AOL a lot of money, and the financial statements are very good looking. And with the increase in the volume of dial-up internet services, the traffic of AOL websites has also increased. With so many favorable conditions, and AOL is not yet listed, Sequoia Capital should scold the mother. You know how to burn money, and when will you earn it back? It's just that good-looking financial statements are good-looking, but AOL is under great financial pressure. Should I burn money when opening a website? Do you want to burn money for renting network channels and a lot of telephone lines? In order to enable the company to develop faster, financing is necessary. The listing is the best way. With the help of Sequoia Capital, AOL's request for listing on Nasdaq was quickly passed. Steve Case also started roadshows in major cities in the United States. Henry had to frown again after hearing the news. This time, AOL took advantage of the loopholes, and it was going to be listed. After the listing, wouldn't it be more difficult to deal with? Click, favorite plus vote, 3 combos. The only thing not to do. MntleNovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mntleNovel.com. Welcome to book. Come and read it with friends. Chapter 113. Seeing that AOL was about to go public, Henry knew that he had to move faster. The Nicholas website is now burning more and more money, and the money raised through Netscape is about to burn out. Except for the domain name management company and West German publishing house, which can distribute dividends to Henry every year, other industries under Henry's name are spending money. Henry's hands are a little tight, and he feels a little stretched. And now, Cisco, the tiger, has shown its fangs and has killed 13 small and medium-sized network equipment manufacturers in the United States at a cost of $740 million. Here, Citibank and Morgan Bank have loaned $1 billion to Cisco. Cisco keeps running and will continue to crush it. All technologies that are helpful to Cisco must be bought. All companies that pose a threat to Cisco must be merged. Cisco's actions were so brutal that it stunned the nation, and even Sequoia Capital was astonished. Compared with Cisco, the company's pace is called a slow one, and it is still developing steadily. Henry said that the company is going to be finished sooner or later, just waiting to be acquired by Cisco. Capital World Play Capital. The development of conformity is too slow. The fastest way to accumulate technology and scale is to acquire a company. It is not without reason that Citibank and Morgan Bank helped Cisco. First, Cisco has developed extremely well and has great potential. Secondly, Cisco is going to be listed at the end of the year, and the listing contractors are the 2 of them. the more successful the Cisco IPO, the more Citibank and Morgan Bank earn. Cisco is going to fight this series of acquisitions, which is most for Wall Street or investors' taste. On the day of listing, the stock price does not know how high it will be. Besides, Cisco does not randomly acquire companies, but is very targeted. It acquires companies related to its technology, which can promote the development of Cisco. Therefore, acquisitions of this kind are extremely strategic and very commendable. Originally, Sequoia Capital would definitely be involved in such things as Cisco's listing, but Henry was already very uncomfortable with Sequoia Capital. Not only Henry was uncomfortable with Sequoia Capital, but also the entire Cisco management, who told Sequoia Capital to vigorously support the company. This has seriously damaged Cisco's interests. As the controlling shareholder of Cisco, Henry decided to kick Sequoia Capital away. This is also highly supported by John Chambers and others. Sequoia Capital's position in Cisco is now very embarrassing. It has become a display. Although it has a seat on the board of directors, it is useless. In the management of the company, no one takes it seriously. Ford Brooke basically does not come to Cisco, and he is angry when he comes. However, Cisco's current negative equity ratio is very high, reaching 37%. But this point of negative equity is nothing. Many large companies have developed loans. Cisco does not need to worry about Henry. No need to inject capital. It can already be self-sufficient, and it can bully others. But the four companies of Pixar Animation Studios, Noah's Ark, iZotoh, and Nicholas Group are burning money more than one. Pixar Animation Studios' new computer animation short film Red's Dream won the San Francisco International Film Festival's Computer Composite Image Award and the Austrian Prix Electronica Film Festival's Golden Nikas Award. Although this made Henry very happy, it was far worse than another achievement. Pixar's self-developed program RenderMan is about to be completed. RenderMan is a computer image rendering system widely used in the production of high-end moving images, so it is also an indispensable technology in high-end fields such as animated films and film and television special effects. This kind of special effects technology is of great significance to Pixar. Henry expressed great concern about this matter, and even deliberately established a special effects company similar to Industrial Light and Magic. It's just that the RenderMan program hasn't been completed yet. Wait until it's completed. After Henry still often stayed at iZotoh. After the web crawler was improved, it was indeed much stronger, and the patent was also registered. The next step is to analyze and process these web page information. This time, Henry put forward the concept of web page level. Whether websites on the internet are good or bad, the quality of the web pages returned to users is particularly important. Henry stood in the crowd and said faintly, "So, we need to design a ranking algorithm to evaluate the importance of these sites, and then provide users with the best quality information." My assumption is this: since every web page contains links to other websites, can it mean that the web page has voted for these linked websites? So the more votes a linked website has, the higher its rank. But we also know that there are many spam websites on the internet. Therefore, for an excellent website with high traffic, can we set its initial rating to be very high, and then can cast more votes than ordinary websites? Henry finished. He looked calm. Google's PageRank is too famous, almost made Google's glory. This is not plagiarism, then just don't be a search engine. After listening to Henry's words, everyone immediately admired them. Even Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe boasted of genius, but compared with Henry, they are willing to go down. CEO, what is the name of this ranking algorithm? Luke Stowe asked excitedly. PageRank. Henry said indifferently. He is now not only the chairman of iZotoh, but also the CEO of iZotoh. With so many industries under his name, why does he act as the CEO of iZotoh? Obviously, Henry's high hopes for iZotoh are not so big. When Henry was enjoying his glory, he said again, users generally search for titles and keywords. So on the basis of mixing titles and keywords, you need to adjust the results through PageRank to make the ranking higher. The web pages are ranked first in the search results according to the ranking order of the site, thereby improving the relevance and quality of the search results. CEO, we understand, everyone said in unison. Then, Henry set the task down. These employees are all top students at Stanford University, with good standards. Coupled with the presence of two geniuses, Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe, the project should proceed smoothly. It's not difficult to write code.mentalnovel.com. The difficult thing is the idea, but the design. It is not difficult to make a program, but it is difficult to make a program with excellent algorithms, extremely fast responses, and accurate processing. Now the internet is far worse than in the future. The amount of information that needs to be processed is very small, and it is not required to be able to compare with Google. It is good to meet the current needs. Busy until October, iSearch's search engine is finally completed. Through the test, the search experience is still good, and very accurate results can be returned within 2 seconds. The product can be launched on the market, but Henry still asks them to continue to improve, especially the algorithm. There are less than 20,000 websites and less than 1 million internet users. The amount of information is very small. It takes 2 seconds for iSearch to return results. One can imagine how much better this algorithm can be. Now that iSearch's search engine is sufficient, all companies under Henry's name will use this product, and tailor-made search systems for the Nicholas website, Netscape browser, Global Online, IMDb, Cisco official website, and Noah's Ark official website. November 1st, this day is destined to be a sensation in the United States. Henry's website all have a search box. Enter the content to be searched, click iSearch, and immediately return the information that the user needs. This function is so practical and powerful, so that the global online traffic has soared, and the server was almost overwhelmed. Other websites have also increased their traffic, and because of the search box installed in the Netscape browser, the stock price went crazy that day, and I couldn't stop it. Climbing to the 6 billion market value mark in one breath is effortless! Exclamation mark. Have you collected it? Don't forget to vote if you have collected it. Please support the new book.mentalnovel.com book. Friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 114. iSearch shocked the United States and the world overnight. iSearch, you can know. A buzzword swept the world instantly. A week later, in order to make iSearch develop faster, Henry decisively used the Netscape browser pop-up window. The method of pop-up window, Henry now uses less and less. The truth is, if you don't use it, it's amazing. Frequent pop-ups will definitely give users a sense of boredom. Over time, users will not pay attention to the content of the pop-ups at all, but directly click X. But if you don't usually pop up the window, but suddenly one day, it will definitely make users feel a little curious. Netscape browser hasn't popped up for a long time. Brother is not in the arena, but the legend of Brother is still circulating in the arena. Netscape browser will cause a huge internet sensation every time it pops up, and this time it is no exception. Many users are very curious about the content of the Netscape browser's pop-up window, and only when they clicked in, they found that it was really amazing and powerful. The web interface is extremely simple, with only a search box followed by a button that says iSearch. Then there is a line of small words at the bottom of the search box to explain. Enter the search information, then click iSearch. You can find it. Everyone was shocked after trying it. They searched a lot of things, and iSearch can immediately feed back the search results to users. Many people keep searching for curiosity and fun, and then check the search results. They are very happy. Especially in universities, search has become one of the pleasures of many college students. They searched their school's website, BBS, papers, etc. Some people searched for their own names, searched for the names of classmates, and searched for the names of professors. After some weird students searched for their own names, they happily posted the search results on the BBS, and they suddenly became popular. Celebrities also love to use iSearch. because you can see websites or posts related to them. You can see a popular search ranking list of iSearch stars. Pay attention to your ranking. Ever since iSearch, people seem to be inseparable from search anymore. Since the launch of iSearch, the global online portal has become more powerful and the portal market share has reached 95%. This is an extremely heavy blow to AOL and other portals. Now, they are basically dying. But now is exactly the critical moment for AOL to go public. If you lose the chain at this time, it will be over. After the listing, it will definitely end in dismal. In response to this emergency, AOL immediately held a press conference. At the press conference, Steve Case announced loudly, AOL will launch its own search engine. Steve Case must give investors confidence. In any case, the slogan must be shouted. We will also have search engines! AOL's crisis public relations are fast. In addition to holding a press conference, it also recruits search engine technical talents with great fanfare. On the one hand, they recruit people from schools and society. On the other hand, they hold high salaries and equity sharp knives against iSearch. What Henry hates most is digging walls. In order to prevent this from happening, Henry has already promised high salaries and options at the beginning. Not only that, but also signed in the work contract if the employee voluntarily resigns and leaves iSearch, then within 3 years you are not allowed to engage in search-related work agreements, otherwise it will be a breach of contract. The liquidated damages, Henry set very high, according to each person's position and salary, ranging from $1 million to $10 million US. AOL's finally digs into the steel bar. With a bang, it's broken. The AOL digging plan returned without success, and it can only recruit people for their duties. Within a week, AOL formed a 20-person technical team dedicated to developing search engines. This time, AOL has learned well. They dare not infringe on the patent rights of iSearch. Instead, they greeted iSearch in advance and expressed their willingness to pay the patent fee. At this critical juncture of listing, if there is a lawsuit and infringement of others' patents, can this stock rise? No matter how rascal Steve Case is, he knows how to measure. For the basic internet patents of web crawlers, Henry had to license the patents, or else a patent monopoly would be formed. In accordance with the nature of Steve Case, he absolutely researched and sued iSearch at the same time. Since I can't stop it, I just get a patent fee. However, the PageRank patent is not authorized by Henry, and AOL must not be used. PageRank is different from basic patents. There are various algorithms, and it is not impossible to bypass it. Such patents cannot be monopolized at all. In fact, iSearch has not announced such patents and technologies. AOL does not know the search principle and mechanism of iSearch at all. AOL's technical team started to stay up late and work overtime, often working until 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was really hard work. They have to develop the search engine before the end of December, because at the end of December, AOL is preparing to go public. Henry saw that they only wanted to develop a search engine in less than a month, and suddenly shook his head, wanting to say to Steve Case, AOL is really awesome. Unexpectedly, in December, AOL really developed a search engine. But a lot of the search content is that their head is not right, and the response is extremely slow. It takes 5 or 6 seconds to respond. However, if you are searching for some very popular information, the search content is still quite reliable, and the speed is much faster. AOL officially launched its search engine 1 day before listing. That night, AOL announced to the outside world, AOL's independently developed AOL search engine is officially launched, and the traffic on AOL portals has increased greatly. In order to understand his opponent, Henry used the AOL search engine and almost vomited blood. For example, Henry searches for Ford Motors, but the results return dark carriages, trains, and other things related to the word car. To find information about Ford Motors, I don't know how many pages I need to turn. And Henry waits until Whadoo thanks. it returned the search results. What's more weird is that Henry accidentally typed the word beauty to search, and the search results were all AOL information. You couldn't find any other information at all. Then Henry tried the word go, ZI, line. After searching, Henry had 32 likes to AOL. It was so strong and incredible. There is a message that turns all English letters into AOL! Exclamation mark. On the second day, despite a large number of people complaining about it, AOL's ability to make a search engine is a big improvement in the eyes of investors. Moreover, AOL provides internet access services and has achieved little success today. They have developed a dial-up software for internet access. This dial-up internet software popped up so powerfully, 3 times a day, and many users were fooled to AOL. Some of the new users are super novices. They have never been in touch with the internet. They just click on a pop-up window and enter a website. They can't distinguish good from bad at all. They are simply led by AOL. America Online relies on this method to counterattack step by step. But Xiaobai will eventually become Diabai one day. Because of this, AOL often automatically runs away some users. Moreover, AOL now only provides internet access services at its headquarters in Virginia. If it expands to the United States, Henry will say Alexander. But in any case, AOL has very good development potential and is highly sought after by investors. On the day of listing, AOL's stock price rose as fast as it was on a rocket. At the end of the day, the total market value of AOL had reached $2 billion. AOL's market share is not high, and the main body of the company is a website company. Compared with the Netscape browser, which almost monopolizes the internet, it is naturally far behind. However, even so, after AOL went public, the market value rose to $2 billion, which immediately shocked the United States and the world. First, Netscape created the Nasdaq miracle, and then AOL took over, and the entire internet industry suddenly boiled! Exclamation mark. Seeing that the market value of AOL was as high as $2 billion after the listing. MTLNovel.com, countless people became jealous, geared up, eager to try, and prepared to do a big job in the internet industry. However, just 2 days after AOL went public, Cisco went public. Cisco, this super predator, has come menacingly, and has come to the Nasdaq with its tyrannical posture! Exclamation mark. Compared to Cisco, the giant crocodile, AOL is at best a small crawler. As soon as Cisco was listed, its market value surpassed AOL. This NEMA hasn't even started yet. AOL lost. Cisco IPO issued 20 million shares, accounting for 20% of the total share capital, and the issue price was $20 per share. Subsequently, Cisco's stock price went up in a hurry, and at the end of the day was still soaring. The stock price rose to $60 per share. Cisco's market value has also reached $6 billion, but this is obviously not the limit, and it will definitely rise the next day. However, that night, there was a global sensation. Cisco's gains are too fierce and amazing. Numerous media have reported frantically on Cisco's listing. At this time, a name suddenly resounded all over the world! Exclamation mark. Henry Williams, male, 14 years old, a quarter of Jewish ancestry, a quarter of Chinese ancestry, and a half of British ancestry, Cisco's controlling shareholder, holding 53.6% of shares after listing. The shares have decreased, the youngest billionaire in the world! Exclamation mark. In addition, this person is suspected to be Henry Williams, the author of the American genius writer Harry Potter and Jurassic Park! Exclamation mark. 99% similarity. New book asks for support. Don't forget to collect and recommend it. MTLNovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read Chapter 115. When Netscape went public, because the controlling party was Nicholas Group, which is not a listed company, it did not disclose its shareholders to the outside world. Therefore, the outside world does not know that Henry is the boss behind Netscape. But this time it doesn't work. Henry is Cisco's major shareholder. Before the company goes public, it must be clearly stated in the prospectus. At this moment, Henry has become famous. Following Apple Jobs, Microsoft Bill Gates, Dell's Michael Dell, and Oracle's CEO Ellison, Henry is the most powerful young billionaire who has never even studied in college! At this moment, the media rioted, and countless elite soldiers were sent to chase and intercept Henry. At this moment, Henry is really depressed. Can he live a quiet life? Reject all interviews. Henry hid in the office and shouted annoyed. Miss Helen made Henry a cup of coffee intimately. Henry had become accustomed to her craftsmanship and the taste of coffee. He always felt uncomfortable drinking coffee made by others. Today's Helen Wheeler is different from what he used to be, but is becoming slimmer and more attractive as a female white-collar worker. Is tall, wearing a white shirt and black tights. Looks very sexy. Chairman, media reporters are stuck at the door of the company, and they can't drive away. Helen said helplessly. Henry is now at Cisco's headquarters, and it's been a week since Cisco went public. The stock price has exceeded $70 and the market value of Cisco has exceeded $7 billion. Today, Cisco will hold a major board meeting. Therefore, Henry had to risk being harassed by reporters to come to the company. The money raised after Cisco's listing is generally used for secondary investment, because the money is the money after the shareholders' shares are sold. So it is the shareholders' money, not the company's. Under normal circumstances, a second investment will be made, but Henry does not know whether Sequoia Capital will follow. However, at this board meeting, representatives of many large companies came, including representatives of Citibank, JP Morgan Bank, KPCB Venture Capital Fund, IDG Technology Venture Capital Fund, Goldman Sachs Group and more than a dozen banks or venture capital funds. These banks and venture capital funds are very optimistic about Cisco. After Cisco went public, they bought more or less shares of Cisco. They themselves have the right to attend this meeting, and at the same time, they are obviously very interested in the second investment of Cisco, otherwise they will not come. Ford Brook, a representative of Sequoia Capital, also attended this meeting. This meeting was hosted by CEO John Chambers. He delivered some comments and ambitions after Cisco's listing. The real drama will begin soon. This board meeting will make a second investment in Cisco, and all willing shareholder representatives can participate. John Chambers said, then first, based on Cisco's current stock price, the total market value is as high as $7 billion. The directors Mr. Henry Williams will make a secondary investment of 90% of his stock market capital, which is $850 million. As for how much you want to invest, we can discuss together. Henry originally held 67.5% of the shares in Cisco. Cisco issued 20% of the shares. Among them, 13.5% of the shares were issued to Henry, which received $945 million. Henry invested another $850 million and left more than $90 million. At this time, Sequoia Capital Ford Brook stated, Sequoia Capital will not make a second investment. Sequoia Capital has its own small 19. They believe that Cisco's market value has reached its peak and there is little room for growth. If you invest again, the investment income is not worthwhile. Instead of spending so much money on investing in Cisco, it is better to invest, and you can get more shares than Cisco. Once listed, Sequoia Capital can make a lot of money. However, no one could have imagined that the future market value of Cisco will be as high as $500 to $600 billion, and Sequoia Capital will definitely regret it at that time! Sequoia Capital will not make a second investment this time, and its shares will definitely be greatly diluted. The Posaks naturally also made a second investment. They are one of the founders of the company, and they most hope that the company will develop better and better. This meeting took a long time, from 9 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It is impossible for Henry to agree to other venture capital institutions to invest heavily in Cisco and share shares, so he must grasp a certain degree. Therefore, coordinating the major investors and reasonably allocating shares has become one of the key tasks of this meeting. After the meeting, Henry's shareholding reached about 63.5%, the Posaks 10.5%. The company's management 4.5%, Citibank and Morgan Bank both 2.5%, Goldman Sachs, IDG, and KPCB each accounted for 2%, while Redshan Capital's shares have been diluted to 3.8%, and the remaining shares are held by many other small shareholders. Through the second investment, Cisco received $1.32 billion. Asked Cisco how to deal with so much money? Very simple, just 3 words, acquisition to go. Cisco will not repay the bank money for the time being, and Citibank and Morgan Bank will not call for debts at all. The longer Cisco delays, the better. The loan interest will be higher. A bank is a monster institution. The richer you are, the more it likes to lend you loans. If you don't have money, it won't lend you money. In order to expand Cisco's scale performance, it is necessary to recommend Cisco products before users access the internet. If Cisco also provides internet access services, then when users access the internet, Cisco can immediately recommend its own products, which is a perfect match. At the same time, in order to combat AOL's internet access services, Cisco's involvement in internet access services is of very important strategic significance. Different from AOL's small-heartedness, it also rents someone else's network channel. If you want to do it, just do a big vote! The acquisition of the network backbone network seems awesome! Henry announced Cisco's plan to acquire the network backbone before the end of the meeting. You are reading www.uukanzu. Everyone at Com raised their hands in praise when they heard it, but only Ford Brooks smiled bitterly. By doing this, isn't Cisco killing AOL? Others don't know Henry's details. Can he not know? The Nicholas Group and IZH are all companies under his name. Now that we are uniting with Cisco to besiege AOL again, Ford Brook has a desire to die. Nima, don't bring such bullies. Ford Brook drove back to Sequoia Capital in a dingy manner, immediately reported the news to the board of directors, and also told Steve Case to know. But AOL has small arms and legs, and it is very helpless for Cisco to acquire the network backbone. They are left alone, hoping that Sequoia Capital can attack it. But sniping this thing is completely contrary to the development strategy of Sequoia Capital. They are a venture capital company, not a technology company. Sniping on Cisco and then acquiring a network backbone network is simply thankless. Moreover, Sequoia Capital does not have that much money. Don't look at Sequoia Capital's awesomeness, but it has invested in many companies, and it may not have a lot of funds on its hands. Unless it sells shares or borrows, it has no money to buy network backbones. On January 10, 1989, Cisco officially filed an acquisition request with MCI. As soon as the words were released, the nation was shocked again. Everyone, please vote for it. Please support during the new book. You reading book friends are welcome to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. Chapter 116. MCI Company, the American Microwave Communication Company, is a well-known long-distance telephone communication company in the United States. When MCI was established in 1963, it was a great success. It completely broke the monopoly of AT&T in the industry, and the U.S. telecommunications industry has since embarked on a road of competition. AT&T's full name is AT&T. As long as you know that its predecessor is a company established by the inventor of the telephone, you know how awesome this AT&T is! MCI is able to break the monopoly and has its own advantages. In the 1980s and 1990s, MCI has always been synonymous with technological innovation in the communications field. In this era, the banner of MCI represents advanced communications technology. Even the United States Science Foundation Network is also constructed and operated by it! Therefore, when Cisco internally reported that it was going to acquire MCI, the entire industry and the United States were shocked! The scale of MCI is huge, with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. Cisco wanted to annex MCI right after it went public. It feels like a snake swallowing elephant. However, the possibility of annexation is not without it. More than a dozen banks, including Citibank and Morgan Bank, have all expressed that they will help Cisco to promote the acquisition of this case. Cisco headquarters, CEO office. Henry and John Chambers are plotting things. In fact, Henry announced on the board of directors that the acquisition of MIC is actually a smoke bomb, but Cisco's real goal is someone else. The company was established in 1987 and is one of the early Internet backbone Tier 1 ISP companies in the United States. Among them, ISP refers to the Internet Service Provider, and Tier 1 refers to the Internet that has its own optical fiber or satellite links all over the country and the world, has global routing capabilities, and does not need to pay tolls from other providers. Service. Tier 1 ISPs can be connected to each other through free peer-to-peer interconnection, thereby accessing the entire Internet. As a Tier 1 ISP, the company will be the fastest growing ISP in the United States in the future, surpassing the two telecommunications giants, MCI and Sprint. Such a company with great potential can be paid in the bag for not much money. Isn't it a mistake if you don't collect it? The National Science Foundation network is developing rapidly, but the development speed of the commercial Tier 1 network should not be underestimated. It should be understood that US telecom is not monopolized by some countries. It has more than N telecommunications companies. Therefore, these Tier 1 ISP companies have developed rapidly, and they are blooming everywhere in the United States. Finally, they are connected together to form a network that is wider than coverage. In the end, there is still a lot of people and power, and the status will eventually be replaced by the Tier 1 network, and finally become a part of Tier 1! The company is able to stand out from the many Tier 1 ISP. Naturally, it is by no means ordinary. MCI company looks like a sweet pastry, but the total assets and scale are too high. If Cisco swallows it, I am afraid it will be indigestible. The reason why Henry had to make a smoke pop is because it has only been established for 2 years, and it really doesn't cost much to acquire it. But Henry is afraid that AOL and Sequoia Capital will make trouble. The company will be profitable this year. Henry will acquire it before it is profitable. Only in this way can the price be cheaper. Otherwise, AOL and Sequoia Capital made trouble and delayed the acquisition time. Not only did they achieve profitability and their value soared, but the bidding between the two parties would also cause Cisco to lose a lot of money in vain. Henry told John Chambers to do it in secret, and negotiate with MCI on the surface, but the real negotiation should be on the company's side. For a while, the telecommunications industry is surging. The media reports on a negotiation between Cisco and MCI every day, and there are all kinds of news. One day, Cisco CEO John Chambers and MCI CEO Michael Priestley met in a hotel. A Cisco executive said that the asking price of MCI was too high and the negotiations were deadlocked. According to Citibank executives, Cisco will lend a total of $5 billion to Citibank, Morgan Bank, and Goldman Sachs. It seems that the negotiation between Cisco and MCI is going on in full swing, but in fact, Cisco is purely negotiating with various unrealistic ideas, making the negotiation deadlock, but secretly sent someone to contact the real target company. The company was very surprised by Cisco's visit. Aren't they acquiring MCI? Why did they get here? The chairman and CEO of the company, Loren Marks, despite his doubts in his mind, He vaguely guessed the purpose of Cisco's coming here. Cisco's representative said straightforwardly, "Mr. Loren Max, we at Cisco want to acquire the company and build it into the best ISP in the United States and the world." Although it has only been established for 2 years, Cisco believes that the company it is a good company, an excellent company, and a company with great potential. We at Cisco are willing to do our best to help it. Mr. Max, I wonder if the company is willing to join the Cisco system and become one of them. Seeing Cisco's promotion of the company, Loren Max felt a little frightened. The company was only 2 years old, because it needed too much money to build the network, and there were not many users at the beginning. It was still losing money, if it weren't for loans. If you survived, I'm afraid you would be bankrupt long ago. There are many ISP companies like this in the United States. Since Cisco has shown great sincerity, there is no need for the company to be arrogant. Loren Max responded directly, "We can talk about this." Then, a board meeting was held to discuss the matter. At the end of the meeting, everyone agreed that joining the Cisco system is the most beneficial to the company's development. Of course, shareholders can also get a huge sum of money. That night, Cisco and Cisco had a formal non-announcement negotiation. The soldiers are fast. The acquisition of Cisco must be a blitzkrieg, and it will change later. Over time, it is difficult to guarantee that the news will not leak, which will cause unnecessary trouble. The negotiation speed between Cisco and Cisco was very fast. I talked once that night, and again the next day, and then I was ready to sign the contract. Cisco is very generous with a $100 million only owned acquisition of the company. This price far exceeds the current market value. It is simply irresistible. Cisco also guarantees that the company's original management will remain unchanged within 1 year, and that it will not dismiss any employees, and promises that after 3 years, the company will launch an equity incentive plan. The 2 points raised by Cisco are very pertinent. One is for shareholders and the other is for company executives and employees. No matter which party is very satisfied with the conditions proposed by Cisco. After the contract was signed, Cisco ended the negotiation with MCI. Soon, Cisco announced, on January 25, 1989, Cisco acquired the company with $100 million. The company is a very potential ISP company. We believe that with the help of Cisco's resources and channels, it will achieve rapid development. On the day of Cisco's announcement, Cisco's stock price rose by $2. After Cisco's acquisition, it changed its name and reached a strategic partnership with Nicholas Group and iZetch. In addition to providing users with internet access services, it will also provide information services, and use the resources of Nicholas Group to provide users with a variety of and even customization value-added services. However, the current top priority is nothing but to make a powerful dialing software. Through dial-up software, various services can be pushed directly to users. Simplicity is always the point that Henry insists on. Therefore, the interface of this dialing software is very simple. In the first interface, the upper middle position is a logo. This logo is also very simple. It is an artistic signature with a touch of flash embellishment. Below is the account and password input box. After the user dials successfully, another interface appears. The top of the interface displays the dialing status www.mtnovel.com, and there are 2 click buttons in the conspicuous place below: Global Online Portal, Nicholas Shopping Network. Below is the More Services button. Although the interface is simple and concise, it is not dazzling, and it can also highlight the 2 major websites and attract users' attention! In fact, for internet rookies and veterans, the Global Online Portal and Nicholas Shopping Network are enough for them. Dial-up software is simple, so it is easy to make. With the concerted cooperation of major companies under Henry's name, the dial-up software was developed within a week. More services includes email, news and current affairs, financial reports, and of course, there are more features that will be added gradually in the future. As an ISP company, Users are the key. Good marketing and high-quality service are the magic weapon for ISP to win. As for high-quality service, it can definitely be done with the resources of the company under Henry's name. As for marketing, it is a more brainstorming task. When ISP was grabbing users, the various propaganda methods were dizzying, and even a little dumbfounded. The war between ISPs was absolutely overwhelming. Henry knew that he would have another unconscious company in the future. But Henry turned around fiercely and found that he seemed to be expanding the Internet application service industry chain: equipment supplier, basic network operators, content collectors and producers, service providers, users to do the whole thing. It is simply not to leave a way out for others. Go your own way, leaving others with nowhere to go. The new book asks for support. Please do your hands and vote for this book. Untlenovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 117. Henry has worked the development. He not only integrated the development of the resources under his name, but also allowed Cisco to inject $400 million to lay the network. At the same time, Cisco has strengthened its mergers and acquisitions and issued an intention to acquire CommScope, intending to acquire it for $150 million. CommScope mainly produces communication optical cables. In the next few years, or even 10 years or even longer, the demand for communication optical cables will greatly increase. The acquisition of CommScope can not only save a lot of costs for the network deployment, but also has great competitive excellence, and CommScope itself is also a very profitable company. Although CommScope was established in 1976, the rapid development time will be 90 years later. Now that the Internet is in the ascendant due to the emergence of Henry, the opportunity for CommScope to develop and grow has arrived. CommScope, as a private company, cannot make $10 million a year. Cisco invested $150 million. CommScope's boss thought that it would take 15 years for CommScope to earn $150 million, $10,000. As a result, they agreed to Cisco's acquisition plan and sold CommScope to Cisco. Cisco's local tyrant's behavior shocked the industry all of a sudden. Many companies have come to ask Cisco to buy them. Cisco's domineering is really a bunker. But the more Cisco was like this, the more optimistic investors were, and the stock price rose by $1 that day. The behavior of the local tyrants never ends. Not long afterward, Cisco made another big move. Cisco is the world's #1 in the router field, but it is much worse in terms of switches. In order to enhance its capabilities, Cisco has targeted a very outstanding switch company in the United States, Catalyst Switch Company. Catalyst Switch Company was established for 3 years, and its development speed is increasing rapidly. Its annual sales exceed $50 million. It is the leader among switch manufacturers. If Cisco can annex Catalyst, it is bound to be unmatched in the field of network equipment manufacturing. For Catalyst, once incorporated into the Cisco system, Catalyst switches will surely lead the switch products and become the #1 in the switch industry. Cisco has the technology, resources, and channels to make Catalyst switches soar. Everyone knows that Cisco is a local tyrant. The shareholders of Catalyst Company decided to sell Catalyst Company after negotiation, but they will still hold 20% of Catalyst Company's shares. Cisco agreed to this request, invested $200 million to buy 80% of the shares of Catalyst, and then moved Catalyst to Silicon Valley. Cisco is also about to build its own headquarters building and factory in Silicon Valley at a cost of $200 million, which can be completed in 3 years. After Cisco has completed a series of acquisitions, in addition to its original sales channels, Cisco will also use the network and CommScope, Catalyst, to rapidly expand its channels, increase sales, and firmly establish its dominant position as a network equipment manufacturer! In the future, expansion will mean Cisco's expansion. Henry was ambitious and decided to wait for Cisco to become rich, and to develop a submarine optical fiber that runs through Europe, America, and Asia. It will be developed throughout the world, allowing users to access the Internet, and then to promote Cisco products and sell all companies under Henry's name. Product. Henry explained the simple things in a simple way, while avoiding the harassment of reporters, while remotely controlling the development of Cisco. It was not until recently that Cisco completed the layout and relaxed a little. According to the statistics of domain name management companies, with the listing of AOL and Cisco, the number of applications for website domain names has increased in vain. Obviously, many people are stimulated and want to get a share of the internet industry. Henry knew that the catfish effect worked, and the entire internet came alive. This makes Henry both depressed and happy. The depressed is because there are more competitors, and the happiness is because the development of the internet is one step faster. Henry browsed the content of these emerging websites. After reading it, he had to complain. Many websites were completely copying Global Online and AOL. More than that, the Nicholas Shopping Network under the Nicholas Group, IMDb, has also been plagiarized. But the industry under Henry's name has been imitated and never surpassed. AOL imitates Global Online, and its market share is 10%. American Film Network imitates IMDb, and its market share is 25%. This American Film Network was established last year, but it has only recently developed, otherwise Henry would have noticed it. The controlling party of this website is Disney. Henry couldn't help being surprised when he learned about it. It's no wonder that American Film Network can break the monopoly of IMDb. It turned out to be backed by a big tree. However, after Henry browsed the American Film Network, he saw that the website was actually hacking a movie, Various Horizons. This will be a terrible movie. The story of three people in a boat is really boring, especially the heroine is an Australian actor, and we deeply doubt her acting skills. A score of 2.5 is recommended. Don't look, waste time. Sky Crossing is a movie starring Nicole Kidman. It will be released in the United States on April 7th this year. Now the publicity work has begun. But the movie was not released, and the American Film Network has already blacked out Various Horizons. Henry made a call and asked someone to check who the top executives of American Film Network had. It didn't take long for Henry to get a list. He actually saw the name Jim Aaron on the list. This name is no stranger to him. When he came out of Nicole Kidman's house, the two had a fight. Later, Henry investigated Jim Aaron's background and discovered that his father Kyle Aaron was a shareholder of Disney and served as the company's executive director. After Disney established the American Film Network, Kyle let his son Jim go to the American Film Network to practice, and hung the title of a deputy manager. Jim Aaron saw that Nicole Kidman's movie was being promoted, and he used his power to start discrediting Crossing the Horizon. Henry understood it clearly, thought about it, and finally called the person in charge of the IMDb website. The movie Various Horizon will be closed and promoted, and it will be fully promoted. Okay, Chairman. Henry hung up the phone, looked out the window, and shook his head. Nicole Kidman, I can only help you so much. Chairman, your coffee. At this moment, Helen walked to Henry and handed him a cup of coffee. Thank you, Henry said, taking the coffee. Chairman, are you worried? It seems to be worried. Oh, no worries. How can I have worries? Henry was taken aback and laughed. Oh, then, if the chairman is okay, I will go back to work. Helen looked at Henry, and stopped talking, as if she had something to say to him. Henry didn't notice Helen's expression, and said casually, well, you go. I will tell you if I have something to do. Then, okay. Helen nodded, but paused, then turned and left. After Henry waited for Helen to leave, he suddenly felt that she was not the same as usual. At noon, Henry accidentally heard the conversations of several employees. You were reading www.uukanzu.com's footsteps are in vain. Alyssa, did you know that, this morning, the son of the chairman of the cutting-edge technology company in the opposite building gave a big bouquet of roses to our company chairman's secretary Helen Wheeler? What? You mean, the son of the chairman of Xinruai Technology is pursuing Helen Wheeler? Exclamation mark. That's right. That's it. I saw him make a confession to Helen Wheeler at the time. Oh, there is such a good thing. Helen Wheeler is not only the secretary of our genius chairman, it can be said that she is the first to win the moon, but also she has received the favor of the son of the chairman of Xinrui Technology, which is very good! Then you tell me, is it our chairman or the son of the chairman of Xinrui Technology? It goes without saying that our chairman must be better. He has a successful career at such a young age, and his assets are hundreds of millions. There are few people in the world. What's the use of our chairman? Didn't you find out that the chairman has nothing to do with Helen? Maybe our chairman doesn't like Helen. If it is me, instead of waiting hopelessly, it is better to talk to the director of Xinrui Technology, the eldest son. Yes, I think what you said makes sense. Since the son of the chairman of Xinrui Technology has confessed to Helen Wheeler, does Helen accept it? The female employee was just about to say, but she heard a hello, chairman coming from behind. She looked back and saw her legs trembled. The chairman stood not far away and listened to them. In other words, do you count more votes? Chapter 118 Chairman. Everyone panicked and greeted them quickly, and then they scattered like birds and beasts. Henry did not speak, had eaten, and returned to the office. At this time, Helen had already returned to the office one step earlier, always printing a document. She bends over, revealing a charming curve, and her plump buttocks attract infinite reverie, and she can't wait to go up and touch a few. Helen. Henry shouted. Chairman, what's the matter? Oh, it's okay. Make me a cup of coffee, thank you. Henry wanted to ask her about her and the son of Xinrui Technology's chairman, but he couldn't say anything. Henry sat on the chair, looked at Helen Wheeler secretly said, the female big 18, Helen has grown so beautiful and attractive in just over half a year, and it is no wonder that he will be chased by others. However, when I think of Helen Wheeler as the personal secretary next to him, he always feels as if his things are about to be taken away by others. Chairman, your coffee. Okay. Henry took a small sip and asked casually, is there time for the evening? Henry was about to knock on the side to see how far they developed. If there is no time, then it must be a date. If there is time, then it means there is no date. Helen did not answer directly, but asked, Chairman, is there anything else you want me to do? It's nothing. I just asked casually. Henry shook his head. Oh, I have something to do in the evening. But that's a small matter. If the chairman asks me to do something, it's okay. I can just postpone my business. As expected! Henry felt a bit stuck in his heart. Don't go tonight, I still have something for you to do, Henry said bluntly. Helen Wheeler didn't know why Henry was suddenly angry, so she gave him a timid look. Seeing Henry's anger, Helen suddenly felt as if Henry was mad at her. Helen didn't know what she had done wrong, and replied with some grievances, oh, I know. In the afternoon, Helen didn't dare to talk to Henry, watching Henry's face all the time. She took out a pencil from the drawer and drew on the book. While drawing, she said, I hate it. I want to paint you as the ugliest person in the world. See, you are still angry with me. Drawing. Helen looked at the monster-looking person on the paper and laughed. The afternoon time passed in a blink of an eye. After get off work, Henry took Helen to a high-end restaurant for dinner. I heard it was a couple restaurant. Helen was secretly happy in her heart, but seeing Henry's expressionless face, Helen shook her head dejectedly. What do you like to eat? Order whatever, Henry said to Helen. I have never been here. I don't know what to eat. I haven't been here either. Hello guests. Our restaurant recently launched a very affordable and delicious couple set meal. Only $200. Do you think you need it? The waiter said. Helen looked at Henry at this time, and Henry said to the waiter, whatever, it's just for dinner anyway. Just this. Okay, guest. Helen pursed her lips when she heard Henry's words, and she was secretly unhappy. However, it didn't take long for the set meal to come up. Henry didn't speak, and directly helped Helen prepare the food and set the knives and forks for her, and then started by himself. Eat, Henry said. Helen felt that Henry was very weird, and she felt like she was nervous, but Henry's gentleman's performance just now made her feel sweet. But he spoke coldly behind him. Helen gave Henry a white look, picked up the knife and fork and started eating dinner. Had dinner. It was almost 7 o'clock. Helen and Henry were walking on the street, and Helen asked, "Chairman, what are we going to do now?" "Watch movie." Helen was taken aback. "Right, watching a movie?" Exclamation mark. "Chairman, you mean watching a movie?" Helen was taken aback and asked uncertainly. Henry didn't speak, and took her directly to the cinema. Helen's face gradually turned red, and her heartbeat accelerated. "He actually invited me to a movie." "Oh, just took me to the couple's restaurant." "Is this a formal date?" The more Helen thought about it, her face turned red. "Here are 2 pieces of Jihad directed by Steve Spielberg," Henry said to the conductor. "Okay. The movie will begin soon. You can go in," said the conductor. The movie has just begun, but neither Henry nor Helen have the intention of watching the movie. After entering the cinema, neither of them spoke. Henry originally wanted to deliberately interrupt Helen's date with the son of some cutting-edge technology chairman, but he didn't know how to do it. He actually asked Helen to go to the lovers' restaurant, and then went to the movies. Seeing Helen's peach-faced beautiful face, Henry felt a little silly. "Such a beauty, I accepted it myself!" Exclamation mark. "What, the son of the chairman of Xinrui Technology? Give me hell!" Exclamation mark. "Helen, you are not allowed to date anyone in the future," Henry said domineeringly. "Why? The company needs it." "Then what if I resign?" "No resignation is allowed." Henry stared at Helen unscrupulously, one hand lifted her chin slightly. "Chairman." Helen flushed red, slowly closed her eyes, and moved her little mouth up. "This posture, sultry!" Exclamation mark. Henry couldn't help it. .mentalnovel.com, and he kissed it down. The cinema is dark and autumn. Henry and Helen kept kissing for 10 minutes. Finally, Helen leaned her head on Henry's shoulder like a bird. "Chairman, why are you holding a stern face today and still having a temper at me?" "Are you still asking me?" "You said, what happened to the son of the chairman of Xinrui Technology?" "You knew already?" "Huh." Henry snorted without speaking. Helen suddenly laughed. "Hee hee. So you are jealous." "Who is jealous?" Henry twitched his lips and resolutely refused to admit it. "I'm just curious." "Curious? Then I won't talk about it." Henry was taken aback, and then smiled bitterly. "Well, let me be jealous. Let me tell you what's the matter with you. His name is Andrew Eddy, and he met me at a technology exhibition, and then he started pursuing me. However, I don't like him at all. He is both frivolous and lecherous. He is famous in Silicon Valley." "I thought you were going to date him tonight." Henry scorned. "Who is going to date him? I was going to learn yoga tonight." Helen gave Henry a blank look. "Hee hee, I blamed you. I apologize. Please forgive me." Henry stretched out his hand and asked Helen to punish. New book, all kinds of requests. mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest and greatest, the fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 119. Chairman, you have kissed me. You will be responsible to me from now on. After Helen and Henry were in addition to the movie theater, Helen hugged Henry's arm and spread the bridge and said, "Responsible, absolutely responsible, and responsible to the end. Go and see which hotel is better," Henry said with a big smile, pretending to be lustful. Helen blushed, then gave Henry a white look, and said, "Whoever went to the hotel to open a room with you, I'm going home." After speaking, Helen ran away. Henry just looked at her back gradually away, with a smile on his face. When he got home, Henry finished the bath, then turned on the computer and opened the email. Henry's company will not only notify him by phone, but also send him some information in the form of email. Henry glanced at the content roughly, but when he saw that Pixar Animation Studios had officially completed and launched the RenderMan computer image rendering program, Henry was delighted at the time. Perhaps, by digging a group of people in Industrial Light and Magic, you can form a special effects company on your own. There is only Reader Man. I am afraid that it is far from being able to establish a film special effects company, but at least there is a foundation. Everything is difficult at the beginning. With Reader Man, at least half the success. The next day, Henry went to Pixar Animation Studios, chatted with them all morning, and decided to set up a special effects company. Movie special effects technology will be more and more widely used in future movies, and even movie special effects directly determine the success or failure of a movie! Therefore, film special effects technology is particularly important. When it comes to movie special effects, the first thing that comes to mind must be industrial light and magic. There is no doubt that digging the foot of the wall must also dig industrial light and magic. Pixar Animation Studio was originally a part of industrial light and magic. Therefore, knowing the basics of industrial light and magic and digging up the corner is called a hearty. Within a week, Henry dug up more than a dozen people from industrial light and magic, all of whom were experts in special effects. In addition to the people who dig industrial light and magic, Henry is still recruiting at school. Fresh blood can fill the company with more vitality and innovation. Then, Henry also pointed out that he asked for the recruitment of a master of film special effects technology named Stan Winston. The digital special effects company created by Stan Winston is second only to industrial light and magic in the industry. Although the special effects company in the digital field went bankrupt in 2012, the company at that time had changed hands to others, and Stan Winston, the core figure in the digital field, died of illness as early as 2008. When Henry sent someone to contact Stan Winston, he learned that he had built a Stan Winston studio by himself, which was also engaged in film special effects. Henry made a decisive decision and said that he would buy Stan Winston's studio directly for a big price. Stan Winston finally agreed and was willing to join Henry's newly established special effects company. However, he also said that he must invite his friend James Cameron to join him. "Damn it, James Cameron, hurry up. Call him to play together!" Henry immediately agreed to Stan Winston's request. Soon after, James Cameron and Stan Winston came to Pixar Animation Studios to meet Henry. Stan Winston is a master of technology, hidden behind the scenes, little known. Henry only knows his name. Stan Winston wears casual clothes and glasses, and feels a bit literate. James Cameron is famous and is simply the best film director in Hollywood. The Terminator series he directed, Titanic, Avatar, every film that deserves a name is a milestone influence in the history of film! Henry was very pleased with the arrival of James Cameron and Stan Winston, and welcomed them very warmly. After everyone introduced each other, Henry told James Cameron that he liked his movie. "Mr. Cameron, Terminator 1 is a great movie. The first time I watched it, I was stunned. Especially the T-800 played by Arnold Schwarzenegger is so cool." James Cameron was praised by Henry for his good filming. He was very happy, smiled, and said to Henry, "Thank you. Terminator 1 can get your approval. I am very happy." "Mr. Cameron, when will you shoot Terminator 2? I think the majority of movie fans can't wait." "I have this plan, but there are still many things that have not been prepared." James Cameron said this, with a hint of helplessness immediately. In James Cameron's budget, Terminator 2 needs to invest hundreds of millions of dollars. This amount of money is too risky for film companies. Few people dare to invest in James Cameron. Therefore, the NZER 2 has been dragged to the present, and no project has been established yet. Is it a financial problem? Oh, yes, you can guess it. Yes, it is a financial problem. The budget of this movie is estimated to be $100 million, and no company is willing to invest in me for the time being. James Cameron shrugged, said helplessly, "It's okay, he'll invest for you." Henry said directly without thinking. Don't look at James Cameron spending a lot of money, but Henry knows that James Cameron will make more money! Terminator 2 finally got more than $500 million box office in the history. With the addition of videotapes, The peripheral income is just a huge profit! Henry estimated that if he invests 100 million yuan, he will not only recover the cost in the end, but he can even make $2 or $3 billion. James Cameron was ecstatic when he heard that someone was willing to invest in him. He pulled Henry to talk about how he spends money and how to make a movie, and promised that the movie would be a big hit at the box office. Mr. Williams, you can rest assured, as long as you are willing to invest, I can guarantee that your money will never be lost, James Cameron said firmly. I am more confident than you at this point. Henry laughed. When James Cameron heard this, his face was slightly taken aback. He has never seen such an investor since making movies for so many years. He has invested hundreds of millions of dollars, so he is so calm. Henry and James Cameron have negotiated an investment in Terminator 2 inches, and finally it's today's business. However, Henry was originally only planning to establish a special effects company for film, but he just agreed to invest in Terminator 2 inches. So Henry decided to set up another film company by himself and invest in Terminator 2 inches in the name of the company. One is tax avoidance, and the other is through the film Terminator 2. www.mentalnovel.com. The newly established movie will surely attract much attention, and thus rise to fame and gain a foothold in Hollywood! The name of the new film company, Henry has already figured out. It is called Galaxy Film Company. Therefore, Henry's newly established special effects company is called Galaxy Movie Special Effects, which belongs to the subsidiary of Galaxy Film Company. Henry said his plan, James Cameron and Stan Winston are fine. They joined a special effects company. As for the parent company of this special effects company, it doesn't really matter. After some discussions, Henry invested $5 million to acquire Stan Winston Studio, and set up a new film special effects company based on it, introduced Pixar Edelman technology, industrial light and magic talents, and established the Galaxy Film Special Effects Company. Subsequently, Henry invested $25 million. Stan Winston invested $6 million, James Cameron invested $4 million, and the proportions of the company's shares held by the three were 75%, 15%, and 10%, respectively! After everyone signed the agreement, they held a small party to celebrate. The chairman of the company is undoubtedly Henry, the CEO is Stan Winston, and James Cameron is the film special effects experiencer. In James Cameron's own words, I don't have time to manage the company. I just make movies. Movie special effects are needed to make movies. So I am a movie special effects experiencer. Let's work hard together to make Silicon Valley the great. It's getting hot. Today's 3watchers.mentalnovel.com. You are welcome to visit and read, and the latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Welcome readers to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 120. There are many film companies on the verge of bankruptcy in the United States. Henry only sent someone to investigate a little and got a long list. Henry asks professionals to analyze which company has acquisition value, and then asks them to buy directly. Within a few days, Henry's men completed the acquisition. The acquisition target is called UFO Film Company, which is headquartered in Hollywood, and the purchase price was only $8 million. After completing the acquisition of the film company, Henry immediately reorganized it and recruited better talents through the headhunting company to manage the company. At the same time, the film company was renamed Galaxy Film Company, and Pixar Animation Studios designed the company logo and the title logo for it. Subsequently, Henry injected $80 million into Galaxy Films, and then invested in Terminator 2 inches in the name of the company. This investment is not just for the Galaxy Film Company, but a group of investors. In addition to the Galaxy Film Company, there are Warner and Universal Studios. The reason for introducing the other two companies is entirely because of the need for later release, which can have an advantage in film arrangement. Eating alone in Hollywood is like being a lone tree, unless you become a Hollywood giant yourself. Distribution, promotion, theaters, etc. It is difficult for a small company to handle it. After all, Terminator is an excellent series of movies, and the reason why other companies are reluctant to invest in Terminator 2 inches is because the budget is too large and the risk is too high. But now that the Galaxy Film Company is willing to make this big shot, other companies are also very willing to follow suit and obtain the distribution rights of the film. However, the film copyright belongs to Galaxy Film Company. Galaxy Film Company invested $70 million. Warner and Universal each invested $15 million, a total of $100 million, enough for James Cameron to burn money. Now that the funds are in place and the crew can be formed, Terminator 2 inches will start shooting a year earlier than the previous life. Then, the Galaxy Film Company announced the formation of the Terminator 2 inches crew to recruit actors. And the answer was like a cloud. Terminator 2 inches invested hundreds of millions of dollars, which was very small at the time. If anyone can show his face in this movie, it is definitely a highlight in his career. That is a kind of qualifications! Besides, Terminator 1 inch was not hot back then. Terminator 2 inches may be even hotter. Starring in such a movie, the price will definitely rise. Henry saw a lot of movie stars come for interviews, and thought that huge investment is also an attraction. However, when Arnold Schwarzenegger asked for a salary of $10 million, Henry wanted to scold his mother. Spicy next door. Is it easy to make a movie? You need $10 million to open your mouth. James Cameron didn't dare to spend his own money. He actually agreed, and said that Arnold Schwarzenegger gave him face only $10 million, or more. Henry was also speechless when he heard this. $10 million, I'll give it. Henry gritted his teeth, and felt like crying without tears. Then it took a month for 7 or 8 actors to be recruited. By the time the filming started, it was already in March. Henry thought it was fun to make a movie at first, but watching it on the set was really boring. In addition, seeing the tyrant James Cameron yelling there, the roar is absolutely terrifying. Schwarzenegger, will you be able to act? What I want is coldness with a touch of emotion. You are stupid like a wood. I have said several times that you can't act well. Linda Hamilton, the same is true for you. You look like a prostitute who stands on the street and are just acting as a mentally ill patient with weird words and deeds. Fuck. James Cameron is too poisonous to curse people. Henry just stood by and watched, feeling that he was already in a whirlpool. After this battle, he decided that he would never star in any film made by James Cameron, nor can he make a cameo! Do you want to be comfortable with the head of the dog he scolded! If it weren't for the fact that the movies he directed would be very popular, or to make himself a popular, no one would want to make a movie under James Cameron. The name of said tyrant is really worthy of the name! Henry said, let others be scolded by James and make money quietly. Life should be like this. The special effects of the movie Terminator 2 inches, in addition to the addition of Galaxy special effects, also invited Industrial Light and Magic. George Lucas punched Henry as soon as he met, and smiled. Henry, you are not kind at all. You actually dig the corner of my Industrial Light and Magic. Hee hee. Henry chuckled and said, where? You have a lot of Industrial Light and Magic talents. Digging a few people is like pulling a few hairs, it doesn't matter. Industrial Light and Magic is poached every year, and Henry is just one of them. Besides, Henry is very restrained and selective in digging people. Only a dozen talents who are not welcome in Industrial Light and Magic, and even excluded. But with good technology. George Lucas made a lot of money by buying Pixar back then. Of course, this time he has to find his place. It doesn't matter. You let me try a dozen of you. Lucas, you are ashamed to say that the computer animation department you sold to me back then has been losing money, and I've been scammed to death by you. I will dig a few of you. Do you mind so much? Henry said, and George Lucas was full of bitterness in front of him. pretending to be pitiful. George Lucas also knew about Pixar. He only burned money, not making money. He was very fortunate to have sold it at the beginning, otherwise it was him who had lost money. Lucas laughed dryly. Hee, there will be a profitable day. Yes, there will indeed be a profitable day. I am afraid that when the time comes, you will regret your death. Henry grinned, and he was secretly happy, really wanting to see what the expression on George Lucas's face looked like that day. This time, Galaxy Special Effects and Industrial Light and Magic are invited to do special effects for Terminator 2 Inches. In fact, the main force is Industrial Light and Magic. To put it better, Galaxy Special Effects do auxiliary work. To put it harder, it is called soy sauce. However, Henry single-handedly contributed to this cooperation. The opportunity is rare. It is a good opportunity for the Galaxy Special Effects to steal the teacher. When will you not steal at this time? At the same time, Bank Special Effects can also see what the world's top film special effects company is and how it should catch up. After the film company's affairs were dealt with, Henry did not care about the filming problem. What Henry has to do is to obtain more and better film resources for the film company, such as novel adaptation rights, excellent scripts, comic adaptation rights, etc. www.mentalnovel.com. First occupy the Mao King. Whether to shoot or not is another matter. So Henry started the action. And the first goal is The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings is Tolkien's epic fantasy novel, recognized as the originator of modern fantasy literature. In 1968, United Artists bought the rights to adapt The Lord of the Rings from Tolkien for $15,000. In 1976, Hollywood producer Saul Zaentz bought the rights to the adaptation from Lian Mai. This is the news that Henry sent someone to inquire, so if you want to get the right to adapt The Lord of the Rings, the key person is Saul Zaentz. Henry sent someone to contact him and said that he wanted to buy the right to edit The Lord of the Rings. Saul Zaentz actually called out a sky-high price of $5 million. You know, even the best Hollywood screenplay can't be sold. So expensive. Before 1990, million scripts were almost as rare as dinosaur fossils. Saul Zaentz is simply asking for prices, and Henry certainly disagrees. So Henry continued to send someone to talk to him. Talked several times, and finally he agreed to sell the adaptation rights of The Lord of the Rings to Galaxy Film Company for $2.5 million. Henry, after completing the acquisition of the adaptation rights of The Lord of the Rings, has been searching for the next target non-stop. However, Henry's favorite thing is to acquire Marvel Comics. Only after inquiring did I know that American billionaire Ron Perlman is preparing to buy Marvel for $85 million. Fuck. How can this be tolerated? Exclamation mark. Happy New Year. I wish you all the best and all your wishes come true. mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome, come and read. Chapter 121. Henry was planning to grab Marvel with Ron Perlman, but he suddenly thought that Marvel filed for bankruptcy in 1996. If you buy it yourself, won't you be pitied? Exclamation mark. Special effects and timing are not ripe. So wait until Marvel is bankrupt and buy it again. In a blink of an eye, April 7th arrived, and the movie Sky Crossing starring Nicole Kidman was released nationwide. Previously, the rating of the movie was almost polarized on the internet. American Film Network believes that Various Horizon is extremely bad, but IMDb thinks that Various Horizon is excellent. The two websites are tit for tat, just as lively as a fight. Historically, the film did not receive much attention when it was first released. One is that it has low investment, two is no superstar, three is less publicity, and fourth is that there are few theaters. No matter what it is not good for skywalking, but finally relying on word of mouth to support the film, especially the excellent performance of Nicole Kidman, which shocked Hollywood. Nicole Kidman has also become a star in Hollywood with bare hands. And now, the American Film Network and the IMDb website are fighting each other because of Sky Crossing, which has increased the fame of this movie to the extreme and has become one of the most anticipated movies of the moment. And Australian actress Nicole Kidman has become the focus of discussion! In fact, the focus of the dispute between the American Film Network and the IMDb website is Nicole Kidman. American Film Network dismissed her as worthless, thinking that she was filming on her face and had no acting skills. IMDb raised her up, saying that she liked acting since she was a child, and started her acting career at the age of 6. Later, she won many TV and film-related awards in Australia. In addition to being beautiful, she is definitely a powerful actor and acting superb! Before the Aircraft Horizon was broadcast, the theaters felt that it would be profitable to show this movie, so they strongly supported it and arranged 3,000 theaters for the Aircraft Horizon to be screened. At the film premiere, the main crew of various Horizons appeared one by one and talked about some interesting facts about filming and their expectations for the box office. At the last moment of the premiere, what was unexpected was that Nicole Kidman thanked the IMDb website with tears in his eyes. When Various Horizons was first promoted, American Film Network made a mockery of the film, believing it to be a downright bad film, and even mocked, abused, and personally attacked me. At that time, the entire crew morale was low, and my mood was very bad. Not long after that, I received a phone call and the person on the other end threatened me. He said that if I didn't stay with him overnight, he would smear Crossing the Horizon forever, so that I will be ruined, so that I will never be able to stand up in Hollywood. Nicole Kidman paused and said excitedly, "But I will never compromise. I will never compromise with the evil forces. The light will eventually overcome the darkness, and the darkness will be the dawn." Here, I want to thank IMDb very much. The website is helpful to me. Thank them for being able to say a fair word, thank them for their support for me. As he said, Nicole Kidman bent down and bowed. Henry was also at the premiere of the movie at this time. He took it calmly and didn't feel complacent because of Nicole Kidman's gratitude to IMDb. Henry thinks that he just did one thing that should be done. Moreover, Jim Aaron hated Nicole Kidman so much because of his own sake. No matter what, he still has to help. The IMDb website reversed the reputation of Various Horizons and even Nicole Kidman's reputation, freeing her from suffering and criticism. Then, the movie began to show. It mainly talked about a couple who went on vacation at sea, but rescued a strange man who died at sea. This was originally a well-intentioned act, but it accidentally brought the couple into a disaster! Just imagine, on a boat, a beautiful young woman and two men. What will happen in the end? Please! That's right. Things are just as you imagined. The strange man who rescued the ship was intent on testing, and he became murderous, killing the young woman's husband, and then occupying the woman. The plot of the story is ups and downs. Unexpectedly, the young woman's husband did not die and ran back later. During this period, the young woman played by Nicole Kidman was first panicked and frightened. He has brought this female character to life. Later, at the critical moment when the young woman was about to be kissed by a strange man, after the young woman's husband came back, he attacked the strange man from behind and stunned the strange man, then drove him off the ship and let him fend for himself. But unexpectedly, the strange man was not dead. While the couple was sunbathing, he climbed onto the boat. "Help me massage my head." The young woman played by Nicole Kidman closed her eyes and basked in the sun, and said to the person behind her. Then, a pair of hands were suddenly stretched out in the screen. These hands ... Well, let's update this point today. If something goes wrong, I will make up tomorrow. Please support the new book. NTLNovel.com. Welcome to read it. The latest, fastest and most popular book. The serialized works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 122. In the picture, hands rubbed Nicole Kidman's hair. Nicole Kidman opened his eyes and looked pale, instantly scared. "That man is not dead!" Nicole Kidman screamed and was about to escape, but the man grabbed his neck and died. The retired Navy officer John, who played Nicole Kidman's husband in the movie, suddenly rushed out and shot it. The man suddenly fell into the sea. "It's okay, everything is over." The husband comforted his wife. However, did the matter really pass? While the couple was enjoying the tender country, the picture turned, and a man with a hideous face covered in blood was floating on the boat board and was swimming quietly in a certain direction. At this time, the movie was over. Afterwards, there was a round of applause in the movie theater. Cross the Horizon has twists and turns, ups and downs. The plot design is very clever, and the performance of the actors in the play is remarkable, especially the excellent performance of Nicole Kidman, which is even more impressive. The eyes lit up. Previous doubts about her acting skills were self-defeating, and she won people's recognition with her strength. The premiere of Across the Horizon was a great success, and it was well received. The next day, newspapers and television media reported on the premiere of Sky Crossing, and focused on Nicole Kidman's final speech at the premiere. Who is the backstage of American Film Network, so blatantly threatening the actress to a company to sleep, or she will be discredited and blocked, so that she has nowhere to stand. The internet has gradually risen. As a film website with a certain degree of influence, it should treat all films and all practitioners with a fair and rigorous attitude. American Film Network relies on its own platform to behave like a tiger, trying to use some shameless and unspoken means. Actress. The US government should immediately formulate terms and impose severe penalties on American Film Network in order to maintain the style of internet civilization. American Film Network can be regarded as some assault. The credibility is extremely low, and the number of users has dropped sharply. If American Film Network's public relations efforts are not good, I am afraid it will not be long before it will be closed. Not long after, the black hand behind the scenes was pulled out. Jim Aaron hides in the house sadly, afraid to go out. Now on the internet, newspapers, and TV are all condemning him. Also because this matter became a fuse, how serious are the hidden rules of Hollywood? Many people parade on the streets of Hollywood every day, against the unspoken rules. We want fair treatment. Amidst a wave of discussions, Voice Horizon has been soaring at the box office, and Nicole Kidman has become a very popular female star. Followed closely, and countless production companies and directors sent her invitations, wanting her to appear in movies. Among them, there are 6 major Hollywood film companies, and there are also top Hollywood directors, but Nicole Kidman refused. People thought that Nicole Kidman didn't want to make a movie yet, and was going to take a break. Who knows, when Tom Cruise, a handsome Hollywood boy, personally invited Nicole Kidman to star in her own movie, she actually said she wanted to think about it, and it seemed very likely to agree. The media speculated, why didn't Nicole Kidman choose other movies, but chose Tom Cruise's movie? From this we might as well guess whether this mermaid from Australia fell in love with our popular Hollywood niche Tom Cruise. At the same time, Galaxy Studios also issued an invitation to Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman's agent took a script and said to her, "Nicole, the script of Human Ghosts Are Coming by Galaxy Films is very good. I think you should try it." Galaxy Film Company. Nicole Kidman thought for a while. It seemed that he had never heard of this company. During this period of time, companies that invite themselves to star in movies are all major Hollywood companies. Galaxy Film Company is probably an unknown small company, right? Nicole Kidman shook his head, intending to decline its invitation. At this time, the agent said, "The Galaxy Film Company has just been established, but it is very powerful, and the major Hollywood studios are very good at it. It seems that the backing is not small." Some time ago, they invested in James Cameron. The director's movie Terminator 2 Inches, which has a total investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, is a rare masterpiece in recent years. I think, since the script of Human Ghosts Are Coming is good and the company has the strength, you can think about it. Okay, I will consider." Nicole Kidman answered casually. In her heart, she is more inclined to star in Tom Cruise's movies. When Henry learned that Nicole Kidman was actually planning to reject his invitation, and agreed to Tom Cruise, he was suddenly furious. What's so good about Tom Cruise? If someone asks you to make a movie, you agree? Clark, no matter what the conditions, no matter how much money you pay, you must let Nicole Kidman star in our movie. Clark Abbey is the CEO of Galaxy Film Company. He has been engaged in film work for more than 10 years. As a screenwriter, a producer, and a producer, he has very rich experience. "Yes, he'll do it right away," Clark replied. Henry then came to the global online company and ordered the staff to find out Nicole Kidman's email account. Then Henry sent an email to Nicole Kidman. "Hello, Nicole Kidman. This is Henry. I was the one who installed the internet at your home that day, and later had a fight with a guy named Jim Aaron at your door. The Galaxy Film Company is me company. I very much hope that you can play the role." That night, Nicole Kidman opened the email and saw the message Henry sent her. Is it him? Nicole Kidman thought for a moment, and then remembered who Henry was from. However, after reading the content of this email, Nicole Kidman curled his lips and said, "I am so self-righteous. The Galaxy Film Company is yours. I must star in your company's movies. Who do you think you are?" Nicole Kidman immediately replied to Henry an email, "Don't be pretentious, pervert. Even if the Hollywood studios ice.mtlnovel.com, I will not agree to appear in your movie." After the mail was sent, Henry received it soon. After reading the content, he was furious. Without even thinking about it, he replied ruthlessly, "Well, you wait. One day, I will buy all Hollywood studios." After Henry finished replying, he said angrily, "I am really mad at me. I have helped you at a loss. I should make you suffer more before. If this time, you really agreed to appear in the Tom Cruise movie, then bye-bye. Don't see you in the future." Henry does not care. Let her go. There are many choices in life. No matter which path she chooses, it is her own life. Galaxy Film Company. Henry left it to professionals to take care of it. Henry was no longer in the mood to run a film company. He still likes to be domineering, and the most direct way is to open his mouth and annex Hollywood studios one by one! Henry returned to the Nicholas Group and concentrated on running his own website. Nicholas Shopping Network has cooperated with Citibank, Morgan Bank and other banks and Visa organizations, and is jointly developing an online payment credit card, Visa Online Credit Card. Once the Visa Online Credit Card is available, it will definitely promote the vigorous development of online shopping. It's not that Henry doesn't want to directly develop a PayPal or Alipay. It is that the current development of online banking is slow. There is no online banking. How to transfer money? PayPal is developed. It is useless. Vote www.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest the serialized works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read it. Chapter 123. Visa Network Credit Card involves data security issues, so you can't be sloppy. There is also a variety of rigorous supervision mechanisms, which must make the cooperation between Nicholas Shopping Network and the major banks transparent and clear, and prevent various problems such as guarding theft, deception and deception. Nicholas Shopping Network has done a lot of work in order to facilitate this cooperation. The process is difficult, and it is really hard to explain. The clerk went to someone else's bank and said that he wanted them to help issue an online credit card, but after others heard it, they drove the clerk away. What is an online credit card? Is there a bird? Banks are just like uncles, not cows. The salesman went around eating closed doors and were scolded, but there was nothing to do. The work had to be done, and the persuasion had to continue. After more than 2 months of hard work, I finally gained a little. The most important partners such as Citibank, Morgan Bank, and Visa have agreed to cooperate with Nicholas Shopping Network to jointly develop and issue Visa online credit cards. Using the Visa Network credit card, you can swipe the card on the POS machine, and you can also pay for online shopping through your account number and password. After months of development and 6 rounds of testing, by the beginning of May, the Visa Network credit card can finally be listed. More than a dozen banks, including Citi, Morgan Bank, and Visa organizations gathered at the Nicholas Group to jointly issue news announcing the upcoming Visa online credit card, which not only allows users to shop in reality, but also allows users to shop online. At the press conference, Geely Hutt, as the CEO of Nicholas Group, made a key statement. The birth of the Visa online credit card is a milestone in the era of online shopping. We no longer need to use the troublesome method of cash on delivery, just enter and exit. The transaction can be completed with the credit card account and password, and the user only needs to wait for the receipt of the goods with peace of mind. At the same time, our Nicholas Shopping Network here makes a solemn guarantee that we will never disclose the user's credit card information. Here, we have the supervision mechanism of Citigroup, Morgan, etc., is jointly supervised by more than a dozen banks, so you don't have to worry about your account at all. Finally, our Nicholas Group solemnly promises that if the user's account is stolen due to Nicholas's own sake, we will compensate as much. After the press conference, major media reported on it. Especially the Nicholas Group said that if the user account is stolen due to its own reasons, it will be compensated as much. This promise will undoubtedly make it easier for the public to accept Visa online credit cards and be more assured to use Visa online credit cards. In order to promote Visa online credit cards, major banks have introduced various preferential measures. For example, interest and overdraft limits will be higher than ordinary cards. However, the most surprising thing is that if you apply for a Visa online credit card, you can get $50 free Nicholas shopping voucher. This is a very local tyrant! This kind of big money, banks generally don't play it. The shopping ability of dollars is very strong. $50 is not a small amount of money. If there are tens of millions of users, that means giving out $500 million US. How dare the bank play this hand? This time it was Nicholas Group who led them to play. Nicholas paid 30 and the bank paid 20. The reason why banks are willing to pay is naturally to grab users. Therefore, teamed up with the Nicholas Group to increase the shopping voucher to $50 to enhance the attractiveness. Henry calculated that through this card event, Nicholas Shopping Network's transaction volume will surely increase, and it will even scare the entire United States and the world. The horrible transaction volume and horrible sales will surely make Nicholas Shopping Network's reputation and become famous all over the world. At that time, let Nicholas Shopping Network be listed immediately. At that time, the stock price will not fly to the sky! Nicholas Shopping Network can also establish the e-commerce supremacy in one fell swoop. Other followers can only look up from afar. At the same time, through this event, more netizens can accept online shopping and become users of Nicholas Shopping Network. Shopping. Go to Nicholas. In order to make this card issuing activity more successful, the Nicholas Group carried out a large number of advertising campaigns on TV and newspapers. This publicity campaign was strongly supported by more than a dozen banks, led by Citibank and Morgan Bank. There is a problem. Since it is called a Visa online credit card, you have to let others know what is online and what is online shopping. Otherwise, what do you need an online credit card for? Then, shortly after the launch of the Visa Network credit card, American people flocked to the bank. From a distance, they saw a line of 20 to 30 meters long at the bank store, like a long dragon. Among these people, some have been exposed to online shopping, and some have not been exposed to online shopping. For those who have been in contact with online shopping, the launch of the Visa online credit card is very welcome. One is convenient, and the other is ... There are Nicholas shopping vouchers you can get. For those who have never been in contact with online shopping, many people are curious, and there are ... Anyway, it doesn't cost much to apply for a card, and it's okay to have an extra card. There is also a $50 shopping voucher to get. However, during the process of applying for the card, the bank staff would ask whether to transfer money from other banks. There are a lot of questions, and there will always be some people who transfer money, which greatly increases the bank's deposits. This joint operation has caused quite a stir in the United States. Many banks have fewer users, and they all went to apply for a Visa online credit card. What is the most popular and powerful credit card nowadays? You can do real shopping, but also online shopping. Visa Network Credit Card. You deserve it. Nicholas Group promotes online shopping, and the bank promotes credit cards here. The two swords are combined, and the power is infinite. The number of Visa Network credit card users is increasing, and Nicholas Shopping Network sales are also increasing. 1 week later, the number of users of Visa Online Credit Card exceeded 100,000, and Nicholas Shopping Network's sales reached $8.65 million in 1 week. Although the 100,000 Visa Online Credit Card only gave out $5 million, you must know that you can't stop shopping at all. When you see some good things, you can't help but want to buy it, but you find that you have spent more than that $50. This is just the beginning. Some people taste the sweetness of online shopping and then tell their friends. As a result, the second wave of processing Visa online credit cards is far more ferocious than the first. In many places where you can apply for Visa online credit cards, there are always queuing from day to night. There are many reporters around. They are interviewing them in the crowd with microphones. Hello, I am a reporter from the New York Times. May I ask, how many hours have you been in line? I only queued for more than an hour. My girlfriend arrived a long time earlier than me. She has been queued for 3 hours. No, she has already processed the Visa Network credit card and came out of the bank. The reporter moved quickly, walked to a young woman, and interviewed, hello, I am a reporter from the New York Times. I just interviewed your boyfriend. MentalNovel.com. I heard him say, I have been in line for 3 hours. It's just a credit card. Is it worth your wait for it? Sorry, it's not a credit card. It's a Visa online credit card. Do you know the internet? No online shopping? No, you don't even know online shopping. You are too out. Now there are advertisements on TV, shopping. Just go Nicholas. Many of our classmates in the university have bought things on Nicholas Shopping Network, and the things there are super cheap and super bargain. As she said, the young woman's eyes flashed with gleaming eyes. Compared with Citibank and Morgan Bank, the bank that refused to cooperate with Nicholas at the beginning is not a good idea. They immediately regretted it, and quickly felt that the Nicholas Group company apologized and wanted to apply for the Visa online credit card. Henry certainly had no reason to refuse. The more banks, the greater the promotion. However, for latecomers, you have to pay more. $50 Nicholas shopping voucher. The bank has to pay $30. Nicholas pays $20. The conditions are actually not harsh. Many banks have agreed to this condition. As soon as online shopping seems to be a trend, depending on the current situation, it is simply not enough. In the second week, the number of Visa online credit card users in the United States surged by 290,000, and Nicholas Shopping Network's sales reached $21 million. For the first time, it achieved the $10 million mark within a week! This time, the United States is a sensation, and the world is shocked. New book asks for support. Vote, collect, click, all kinds of requests. mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Welcome to www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends come to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 124. In 1989, the development speed of the Internet in the United States showed a leap-forward development. Cisco's network entered the ISP in a rampant manner. With the support of its strong funds, The network has covered the first and second tier cities in the United States. With 30 users there are more than 80,000 people, and the National Science Foundation network is also developing rapidly, with 800,000 users. The cumulative number of users of other network backbone networks has also reached 750,000. These commercial Tier 1 networks have been replaced and become the most extensive network in the United States. So far, the number of users connected to the Internet has been approaching 2 million. There are only 370,000 users of Visa online credit cards, which is far from reaching the limit. In the third and fourth weeks, the number of new Visa online credit card users increased almost exponentially. 1 month later, the number of Visa online credit card users in the United States has reached 1 million. With the increase of Visa online credit cards, the United States has set off a frenzy of internet shopping. Nicholas Shopping Network sales have soared. This month, the total sales amounted to $100 million. Although this data is incomparable with department stores such as Walmart, it is enough to shock countless people. Online shopping, the potential is endless. With the rise of the internet, the number of netizens will inevitably increase. Once netizens exceed 10 million, or even 100 million, how high will Nicholas Shopping Network's sales be? Many economists in the United States began to be active in newspapers, television and other media, expressing their opinions wildly. New York Times, online shopping is convenient, cheap, and has a wide variety of products, allowing customers to buy their favorite products without leaving home. From this, I can conclude that in the future, online shopping will become a trend. Los Angeles Times, online shopping has become a fashion in college, and in the future, it will be closely related to people's lives. The Wall Street Journal US Internet users are increasing daily. I can foresee some things. Once every American uses the Internet, then the audience of a shopping site will be the entire American people, and Nicholas Shopping Network will become far beyond Walmart online department store. Forbes, in 1985, Walton, the owner of Walmart, became the richest man in the United States, but it may not be long before this ranking will change. Sami Francis, a professor of computer science at Harvard University, stated on CBS, as Cisco enters the ISP industry, the nation's commercial network backbone Tier 1 has developed rapidly. We conservatively predict that in 1992, there will be more than 500 Internet access users. Million. The host was surprised and said, "There will be as many as 5 million?" Sami Francis said indifferently, "This is just a conservative estimate. In fact, it may be more." Cisco's market value has recently exceeded $10 billion. Such a capital crocodile, its behavior is always unpredictable, because it always do something unexpected but extremely shocking. Just yesterday, Cisco announced that it would raise another $500 million to the network to lay more network fiber. Not only the internet is developing rapidly, but US telecommunications giants such as MCI, Sprint, BBN, ANS have begun to accelerate, and the speed of the internet is unimaginable. Nicholas Shopping Network CEO Julie Hutt is currently conducting a roadshow across the country. The preparation of the Nicholas Shopping Network to go public has already begun from the date of the issuance of the Visa Network credit card. Wall Street analysts believe that once Nicholas Shopping Network is listed, its market value may surpass Netscape. The 37 large investment companies on Wall Street are unanimously optimistic about Nicholas Shopping Network. 35 investment companies gave Nicholas Shopping Network a must-buy in large quantities rating, and 2 investment companies were slightly more conservative and gave a need-to-buy a little rating. Henry was holding the financial statements and he couldn't help crying. This month, Nicholas Shopping Network lost $20 to $30 million. Engaging in sales promotion and losing money in exchange for performance really made Henry a little bit bloody. However, the results are extremely gratifying. Through this event, Nicholas Shopping Network's users exceeded 500,000. and a third of them have become loyal users and are often active on the site for shopping. Henry just finished reading the report. Fred Smith, the CEO of FedEx, the world's best logistics company, called Henry and wanted to invite him to have a meal. Fred Smith is not only the CEO of FedEx, but also the chairman and founder of FedEx. If such a great person invites himself to dinner, he must give him face. Nicholas Shopping Network really shocked many people this time. If you count the industries related to this event, such as logistics, etc., then the impact of this event is amazing. FedEx's performance this month has soared because of Nicholas Shopping Network, and it has increased by 5%. This data is not small, but for large companies, it is simply moving! Mr. Williams, tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock in the Beverly Hills Wilshire Hotel, waiting for you. Okay, I will go. Henry thought for a while, then agreed. The Nicholas Group also has its own logistics company. After several years of development, it has begun to go out of California and develop into the United States. However, the development speed is very slow, except for some key cities. Other places cannot be covered. Nicholas Shopping Network still has to rely on a large logistics company like FedEx. Like this promotion, FedEx accounted for the majority, while Nicholas Logistics was operating at full capacity, and only a fifth of the business was allocated. The next day, Henry went to the hotel. Fred Smith has been waiting for a long time. He booked a box and asked Henry to go in for dinner. Fred Smith's first impression of Henry was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, good communication and full of fighting spirit. Before coming, Henry sent someone to collect his information. His father died when he was 4 years old. He fell ill at the age of 8, and the development of his right leg was affected. For 2.5 years, he could only walk on crutches. After that, he also served as a soldier and was very interested in airplanes, so he started his express career. He took a huge risk and invested his entire fortune of $8.5 million into FedEx. Even at the beginning of FedEx's development, it was not smooth, and it was likely to go bankrupt. Fred Smith has gone through setbacks and finally ushered in the dawn, with the investment of the major Wall Street bankers, which has helped FedEx grow and become the world's best express delivery company! Fred Smith is asking him what's going on. McLenovel.com. Henry knows well. At dinner, Fred Smith babbled with him and didn't talk about logistics at all. However, Henry noticed that Fred Smith had been observing his patients. Fortunately, we got a chance in the waiting negotiations. After the dinner, the waiter brought some snacks. At this time, Fred Smith said, "Mr. Williams, what do you think of logistics?" "I think logistics has a lot to do in the future," Henry said lightly, with only one sentence. If he said too much, he might be right in his arms. Fred Smith smiled and said, "Hee, I think so too. I heard that Nicholas Logistics is out of California." "Congratulations." "Well, it's just a little trouble. It can't be compared with FedEx." Nicholas Logistics is the fastest growing logistics company in recent years. "I think the potential is very good." Fred Smith stopped halfway through his speech, and then solemnly expressed his purpose to Henry. "Actually, I asked you to come today because I want to buy Nicholas Logistics." Acquisition Nicholas Logistics Company? Henry was stunned. He only thought that Fred Smith would ask him to come over. It must be related to logistics, but he did not expect that Fred Smith actually proposed to acquire his own logistics company. This rhythm seems to be wrong. Hasn't it always been bought by other people's companies by themselves? But now they have been acquired by others. Various requests for new books, tickets, collections. McLenovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mclenovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 125. FedEx is willing to bid $100 million for Nicholas Logistics. Fred Smith smiled. Hearing this offer, Henry was a little surprised, because the price is too high. and Nicholas Logistics is not worth so much money. Although in the past 2 years, Nicholas Logistics has relied on the strength of the group to grow and develop, more resources within the group are used in other areas. Therefore, the development of logistics companies is relatively slow. The real value of Nicholas Logistics is only $70 to 80 million, which is far short of $100 million. Henry couldn't help but look at Fred Smith, and seeing him look confident and calm, Henry frowned unconsciously. What is FedEx making? Actually bought their own logistics company at a premium of $2,030 million. Between the Electric Light and Flint, Henry thought of many things in his mind. The most likely scenario is that FedEx is attempting to eliminate competitors by acquiring Nicholas Logistics. Not only that, after the acquisition of Nicholas Logistics, we can reach a closer cooperation with Nicholas Shopping Network. FedEx saw the prospects of Nicholas Shopping Network through this card promotion time and knew that Nicholas Shopping Network will have a lot of demand for logistics in the future, so it made the decision to acquire Nicholas Logistics Company. After Henry figured it out, he felt that FedEx really deserved its reputation and had great courage. However, the logistics system will be a very important part of the Nicholas Shopping Network, and it is impossible to hand it over to others! Sorry, Mr. Smith, we have no plans to sell Nicholas Logistics at the moment. It doesn't matter, the business is not righteous. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Of course, FedEx has always been Nicholas' most important strategic partner. It was getting dark. Fred Smith opened a room in the hotel, and Henry went straight home. Although the purpose of FedEx was not achieved, it is a very good thing to be able to make a good relationship with the Nicholas Group. You must know that FedEx is not the only large-scale logistics company in the United States. Seeing that the internet is becoming more prosperous and Nicholas Shopping Network is booming, if any company can win Nicholas Express delivery list, it means that it can make a lot of money. Nicholas Shopping Network is now more and more popular. The number of people who visit the website every day has exceeded 200,000, and the traffic is second only to the Global Online. It is expected that on July 1st, Nicholas Shopping Network will be listed on Nasdaq. There is less than a month now, and the whole group is busy with this. Henry decided to split the IMDb website on the market immediately after Nicholas Shopping Online. After Nicholas shopped online, the market value must be ridiculously high, which is shocking. Subsequently, the IMDb website took advantage of this boom and hurriedly went public. Naturally, the market value of IMDb will certainly not be bad. So, Henry notified the IMDb website and told them to prepare for the baton. While talking on the phone, Marcy Philmont, the CEO of IMDb, told Henry, "Chairman, Various Horizon has been released in North America, with a box office of $80 million. The main members of the production company and the crew a celebration banquet will be held. They specially invited us to participate in IMDb. Do you think cross the horizon?" Henry muttered to himself. He couldn't help but remember that Nicole Kidman hadn't responded to the Galaxy Film Company for so long. He must have rejected his invitation and agreed to Tom Cruise. "You guys go as you like. Don't go if you don't want to." Henry hung up the phone directly after speaking. Marcy Fremont heard a beep beep on the other end of the phone, and he was taken aback. What does the chairman mean? Marcy Fremont was a little confused. At the time, the chairman ordered IMDb to do his best to help promote the film Various Horizons. Now that the film is successful, the chairman is not happy. What happened? Think go or not? Marcy Fremont hesitated, and decided to go. If the chairman asked about the celebration banquet, he could answer it too. On the night of June 3rd, Marcy Fremont came to a high-end hotel near Hollywood, where the celebration party for Various Horizons was held. The IMDb website is quite famous in Hollywood, and the arrival of Marcy Fremont was warmly welcomed by everyone. There were also many Hollywood stars this time, but Nicole Kidman was the most eye-catching person in the audience. She was wearing a red dress and resting on the ground. She was so glamorous that she stunned all the women around the man. Lost by her side, There is even Tom Cruise, a popular Hollywood superstar, as her male companion. Such scenery is unique! Marcy Fremont secretly praised Nicole Kidman for being so beautiful. Immediately, Marcy Fremont suddenly realized that our chairman was only a 14-5-year-old adolescent. Seeing a beautiful woman, I must be very excited. I am afraid that it was also because of Nicole Kidman that IMDb helped IMDb across the horizon. Marcy Fremont looked at the close attitude of Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, and sighed inwardly. It seems that the chairman's sudden anger is probably because of this reason, right? At the celebration banquet, the cups are staggered, which is very cheerful. When Nicole Kidman learned that Marcy Fremont was the CEO of IMDb website, she took the initiative to say hello, Mr. Fremont. Oh, hello, Miss Nicole Kidman, congratulations on your movie box office success. Marcy Fremont said coldly. Very strangely. On the one hand, he is a bit embarrassing for his boss. On the other hand, he tries to avoid contact with those who make the boss upset. As the CEO of IMDb website, as a senior of the Nicholas Group, Marcy Fremont knows deeply how talented his boss is and how amazing his boss's achievements will be in the future. Even a small star will become popular again. It's not worth a finger of the boss at all. Just a little bit of what he knows about the boss is enough to shock the whole world. Nicole Kidman was slightly startled. She didn't know why Marcy Fremont was so indifferent to her. The IMDb website once fully supported her, spoke for her, and complained for her. Mr. Fremont, thank you for your help before on the IMDb website. If it weren't for you, the movie Sky Crossing would not have been so successful. It's nothing. It's because you made a good movie, Marcy Fremont said lightly. Nicole Kidman asked, Mr. Fremont, I am very curious why your IMDb website will take the initiative to help various horizons publicize and help me clarify various rumors and slanders. Don't you know? Marcy Fremont asked in surprise. Nicole Kidman shook his head. I don't know. This matter is an order from our chairman personally to do things well. I thought you knew, Marcy Fremont said. IMDb chairman? Nicole Kidman thought for a while. She didn't seem to know the chairman of IMDb. Why would he help herself for no reason? Mr. Fremont, what is the name of your chairman? Nicole Kidman asked. Marcy Fremont hesitated for a moment, whether or not to say. At this moment, Tom Cruise came over and smiled. Hello, Mr. Fremont. This is Tom Cruise. Oh, hello, Mr. Tom Cullis. Tom Cruise said, Mr. Fremont, I like your IMDb website very much. It's really great. Thank you. Mr. Fremont, Nicole and I are about to collaborate on a movie. At that time, I hope the IMDb website can help promote it. Are you working with Nicole Kidman? Marcy Fremont was taken aback. Yes, the name of this movie is Thunder and Aspirations. The film mainly tells the story of a racing driver out of the shadow of failure. Oh, I heard that many well-known directors and producers have approached Miss Nicole Kidman, but she refused. Unexpectedly, she agreed to work with Mr. Cruise. It's my honor, Tom Cruise said, and looked at Nicole Kidman, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, and at the same time, secretly proud of so many directors and producers. Nicole Kidman did not agree to the invitation of others, but only agreed to herself. How face-to-face? Nicole Kidman, has the Galaxy Film Company issued an invitation letter to you? Marcy Fremont looked at Nicole Kidman and asked, yes, but I refused. After hearing this, Marcy Fremont's face changed slightly. It turns out that there is another reason why the chairman is angry. Nicole Kidman, I have to tell you one thing, Marcy Fremont said with a serious expression. What's up? Marcy Fremont didn't respond, but looked at Tom Cruise. You were reading www.youcanzoo.com signaled him to leave first. Tom Cruise also understood what Marcy Fremont meant, and said, you said, I'll have a glass of red wine first. After Tom Cruise walked away, Marcy Fremont said, is the owner of the Galaxy Film Company called Henry? Yes it is. Actually, He is the chairman of IMDb. What? He is the chairman of IMDb? Nicole Kidman looked incredulous. Yes, he is indeed the chairman of our IMDb. Since he saw that you were discredited by American Film Network, he asked us to help you, even to offend Disney Company. How can you offend the Disney Company? Nicole Kidman wondered. Don't you know that American Film Network was created by Disney for you? Disney has already made a vengeance with our IMDb website, and we are not allowed to upload any Disney-owned works on our website. But why didn't he tell me that he is the chairman of the IMDb website? Why didn't he say that he had helped me? If he did, I might agree to appear in their campaign's movie. Our chairman is not a person who wants to report to you. Henry, I am laughing. Please vote for your recommendation quickly. You reading book friends are welcome to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Chapter 126. Nicole Kidman gradually fell silent. Seeing her like this, Marcy Fremont struck the iron while it was hot and said, Nicole Kidman, Tom Cruise is a very caring person. She wants you to appear in this movie, but she has another plan. And, the movie has always centered on herself. The heroine is at best a vase, and you have no room to play. And as far as I know, Human Ghosts Are Not Coming is a script specially written for you by our chairman. It will be one of Hollywood's best scripts. Perhaps, I should tell you, his other identity. His full name is Henry Williams, and he is the youngest and most famous genius writer in the United States. He has written the Harry Potter series of novels, and he has also written Jurassic Park. Nicole Kidman was taken aback, showing an expression of disbelief. Nicole Kidman, say it all. How to choose is your own question. However, I still have to advise you in the end, you'd better stay away from Tom Cruise, Marcy Fremont said. His eyes turned to Tom Cruise's place deliberately. Nicole Kidman followed his gaze and saw Tom Cruise and a few female stars saying so. Marcy Fremont smiled slightly and said goodbye to Nicole Kidman. Soon after Marcy Fremont left, Tom Cruise came to Nicole Kidman. Nicole, what did you just talk about? Nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Tom Cruise, I may not be in your movie anymore. When Tom Cruise heard this, he was shocked and asked quickly, why is this? Haven't you agreed before? Is it because Mr. Marcy Fremont just said something that made you change your mind? Yes, that's right. Nicole Kidman nodded, reluctant to say more, ready to say goodbye to Tom Cruise. However, Tom Cruise's face changed and he stopped in front of Nicole Kidman. Nicole, you think about it again. With Tom Cruise's appeal in Hollywood, once you star in my movie, it will definitely be more popular. Nicole Kidman was unmoved, shook his head and said, I'm sorry. With that, Nicole Kidman passed Tom Cruise and passed him. Tom Cruise watched Nicole Kidman's slender figure drift away, as if his favorite plaything was snatched away by others. His eyes were gloomy. Nicole Kidman, you will regret making this decision. Tom Cruise said coldly in his heart. Tom Cruise is now popular in Hollywood, and many film companies will give him a bit of face. He wanted to ban Nicole Kidman, as long as he moved his lips and promised to help them make 1 or 2 movies, it was entirely possible. Tom Cruise called his agent, Pi Kingsley, and told her about Nicole Kidman's rebellion. You tell me the Hollywood studios hope they can help block Nicole Kidman. Tom Cruise was very angry, shouting like hysterical. Pi Kingsley frowned and thought for a while, and said, Tom, let me see this matter. Not to be counted. Not long ago, we announced that Nicole Kidman intends to join the crew of Thunder Aspiration, but now she regrets it. This is undoubtedly hitting my Tom Cruise in the face. You immediately notify the Hollywood studios that I, Tom Cruise, are going to ban Nicole Kidman. Pi Kingsley was silent for a while, and sighed, well, I will notify them. 2 days later, Henry was at work, and the Galaxy Film Company suddenly called to tell him that Nicole Kidman had agreed to star in the movie Human Ghosts Are Coming and signed the contract yesterday night. Henry was surprised when he heard the news. Why did Nicole Kidman suddenly change his mind? Then, Henry asked about the situation in detail. It turned out that it was IMDb website CEO Marcy Fremont who successfully persuaded Nicole Kidman. Henry couldn't help but laughed. Marcy Fremont did a good job this time and decided to give him a raise. Henry immediately called Marcy Fremont, asked how he persuaded Nicole Kidman, and then rewarded him. Fremont, you did a good job this time. This year's year-end bonus will double for you and your salary will be increased by 20%. Thank you, Chairman. A smile appeared on Marcy Fremont's face. He knew that his future would be brighter. Henry then went to the Galaxy Film Company, where he met Nicole Kidman, who had been missing for a long time. It's been a long time, Miss Nicole Kidman, Henry said with a smile. Nicole Kidman looked very capable in a white shirt and tights. She looked at Henry in a daze, and sighed slightly. Why didn't you tell me what you asked IMDb to help me? It's okay. Tell you what to do. Is it to let me bring my Grace to report and threaten you? I just like to help you, and I don't want to see you being accused and vilified by everyone. Henry's faint voice was gentle with a hint of tenderness. After listening to Nicole Kidman, she was slightly startled, looking at the young boy in front of her, and suddenly felt that he was gentle like an umbrella that could shelter herself from wind and rain. Nicole Kidman shook his head, and came to his senses. He was 21 years old and he was only 15 years old. Henry smiled. Did you read the script I wrote for you? I read it. I wrote it very well. I like it. Nicole Kidman nodded, her eyes full of curiosity. She looked at Henry and felt that this young man deserved to be a genius. Not only was the novel written well, can write such an excellent script! After I saw it, I almost cried. Henry smiled satisfied. You like it? Henry didn't stay here long. After half an hour, he returned to the Nicholas Group company to continue his work. Nicholas Shopping Network and IMDb website are preparing to go on the market one after another. There are many things that Henry needs to deal with. It is very rare for him to spare a little time to visit Nicole Kidman. However, the thing that makes Henry a little difficult is that it seems that he is stepping on the road of two boats. Helen Wheeler has officially become his girlfriend, but the goddess of his previous life, he also likes it very much. How to have both bear and fish palm. It's really nerve-wracking. Helen Wheeler has changed from a small secretary to an assistant to the chairman, and has a considerable amount of power to help Henry deal with some not very important things. However, Henry has too many companies, and Helen Wheeler's burden is not small at all. He is busy late every day. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Henry had just returned from the Galaxy Film Company and saw that Helen Wheeler was still busy, so he walked over, massaged her shoulders, and said distressed, "It's all off work." "Still working?" Helen Wheeler smiled and said, "I'm ready to go back when I'm done with this stuff. Don't work so hard in the future, so let me give you 2 secretaries, so you can relax." "No secretary, I can." "No, you must have a secretary. Look at how tired you are." "Okay, but I must choose the secretary." "Why, don't I pick them all the same?" "Huh? Do you want to pick a few seductive, beautiful and secretaries?" Ahem. No, absolutely not. "Then let me pick it myself." "Well, you pick it yourself, you pick it yourself," Henry said, and kissed her forehead. Helen Wheeler's small mouth turned up slightly, and she smiled triumphantly. July is coming soon. The Nicholas Group is excited, because the company has launched an equity incentive plan. Many people have shares in the company. Once Nicholas Shopping Network is listed, their shares will definitely appreciate. Henry is calling James Cameron at the moment, telling him to add a lot of online shopping elements to Terminator 2 inches, especially the brand Nicholas, which must appear in many shots. James Cameron agreed with this point. How fashionable is online shopping? Adding to the movie may drive the box office. Henry finished talking about this, and suddenly thought, Since the advertisement is implanted, then simply go to the company under his name, and implant as much as possible. Henry, as the largest investor, had the right to change the script a little bit after discussing with James Cameron. But how to change www.mtlnovel.com is still up to James Cameron. Henry just mentioned that, on the basis of maintaining the integrity of the work, let him change as much as possible. Henry's companies play high-tech. For Terminator 2 inches, there are indeed many things that can be added. On the other hand, Human Ghost Love Is Not Over has also started shooting. This is a low-cost movie, produced by Galaxy Film Company alone. For the special effects needed in the movie, the Galaxy special effects can be done. However, there has been some news recently that Tom Cruise deliberately banned Nicole Kidman. If it's just a female star with no backstage, it might really be possible to be blocked by him. But Henry's leg hairs are better than Tom Cruise. He wants to block Nicole Kidman and asked Henry if he has it. The 6 major Hollywood studios have very good cooperation with the IMDb website and Nicholas Shopping Network. Of course, there is something wrong between Disney and the Nicholas Group. Based on such a relationship, Henry put a word out. Are these film companies giving Tom Cruise face or giving Henry face? Do you still want to do the network promotion of your film company? Do you still sell DVD movies online? How much benefit can Tom Cruise bring to your film company? As long as you are a discerning person, you will know the pros and cons at a glance, let alone a savvy movie company giant. Tom Cruise did not steal the chicken, and became a joke of many Hollywood people after dinner. Peas, New Week, all kinds of requests. mtlnovel.com welcome readers to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com welcome all readers to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 127 On July 1st, Wall Street was turbulent and investors were crazy. Everyone who follows Nasdaq stocks in the world is full of expectations for it. On this day, Nicholas, the ancestor of e-commerce, is shopping online. This day is destined to be a day of miracles in history! In June, the number of credit card users on the Visa network exceeded 4 million. And the sales of Nicholas Shopping Network exceeded $300 million, setting a record for the fastest increase in sales in the history of the United States! Henry and Geely Hutt and other company executives have come to Nasdaq early to witness the moment when Nicholas Shopping Network was officially listed. Behind him, a pair of cameras follow the record, which will record all this perfectly. The bell rang. Nicholas Shopping Network is finally listed. This time IPO, 100 million shares were found, accounting for 20% of the total share capital, and the issue price was $10 per share. That is to say, the market value of Nicholas Shopping Online has been estimated to $5 billion. In the blink of an eye, the valuation soars. $10.50, $12.50, $15.2. Only for a while, the stock price has risen to $15. Everyone is crazy. Buying a lot, buying at a high price! Wall Street phones kept ringing, and the Nasdaq stock electronic screen was constantly refreshing. Every time I swiped it, people screamed, "Got rich! Hurry up and buy it." The sooner you buy, the more you earn! Nicholas Shopping Network took off with the most advanced rocket, and no company's stock price rose at a rate comparable to it! Henry clenched his fist, excited. "Let me go up, I have money to burn again." Afternoon. The stock price of Nicholas Shopping Network has risen to $25. By the end of the night, the stock price rose to $45. The total market value of Nicholas Shopping Network actually exceeded $20 billion, reaching $22.5 billion. The whole world is crazy! Warren Polley, a senior Wall Street analyst, believes, currently, The stock price of Nicholas Shopping Network is indeed a bit high. However, I think its stock price will continue to increase. According to the data I have collected, in 1984, the predecessor of the Internet, ARPANET, has less than 10,000 users. After Cisco launched the router in 1985, the number of network users increased suddenly, reaching 50,000. In 1986, the establishment of the National Science Foundation network was completed, and the number of Internet users increased to more than 300,000. With the improvement of the network and the laying and establishment of various commercial networks, in 1989, the number of netizens was close to 2 million, and the rapid development is very shocking. Can you imagine how many netizens there will be next year? Maybe within a few years, the number of netizens will exceed 10 million, or even 100 million. Then, let's look at the stock price of Nicholas Shopping Network. In fact, it is not high at all, or even a lot lower. The reason why stockholders are so frantically snapping up the shares of NicholasShopping.com is actually an investment. In a few years, the stock price of NicholasShopping.com will definitely increase several times. Warren Polly's speech was endorsed by colleagues, and many analysts also expressed similar views. The next day, the stock price of Nicholas Shopping Network continued to rise. By the end of the day, the total market value was very close to $30 billion. In this listing, 4 billionaires, more than 10 millionaires, and hundreds of millionaires were born within the group. The 4 billionaires are Nicholas Group and Nicholas Shopping Network CEO Julie Hutt, Group Chief Technology Officer Tom Wilson, Netscape CEO Jonathan Jackson, IMDb website CEO Marcy Philemon. They hold Nicholas Shopping Network shares are 1%, 0.8%, 0.5%, 0.5%. Nicholas Shopping Network raised more than $3 billion through this listing, and Henry subsequently reorganized the company. First of all, Henry split the global online website into an independent company, no longer affiliated with the Nicholas Group, and split Netscape into a subsidiary of Global Online. Since then, Nicholas and Global Online have been separated into two unrelated companies. The main reason for the separation is to be more professional and to create brand power. When I mention Nicholas, I think of e-commerce. When it comes to Global Online, I think of portals. If the two are together, it is easy to confuse the audience and make netizens confused, whether the Nicholas Group is a portal or an e-commerce company. Another purpose is to split the Global Online to prevent the occurrence of monopoly cases. If two companies belong to the same group company, it is extremely easy to be sued to monopolize the market. If after the separation, although the two controlling shareholders are still the same person, the company is not affiliated with the same company. If you want to sue a monopoly, Henry is not afraid of litigation! However, although the family is separated, the cooperation is still close, whether it is Nicholas paying for Global Online advertising fees or other monetary transactions. To Henry, it is just a left hand to a right hand, it is almost the same. Subsequently, Henry invested $100 million to develop a logistics company, and then invested $400 million to build a large warehouse. This is not over yet. In order to improve the logistics system, Henry decided to launch a commercial satellite. But then I thought www.mentalnovel.com, there is not such a big demand now. However, there will be more demand in the future. The logistics system needs satellites to accurately locate, facilitate management, and optimize resources, which is very important to Nicholas development. iSearch's map function also requires satellites. There are also broadcasting satellites specially designed for satellite TV. There are also communication satellites, navigation satellites, weather satellites, etc. Henry will definitely enter more high-tech industries in the future, and naturally there is a huge demand for satellites. Instead of giving this money to others, it's better to earn it yourself! Simply set up a space company, develop rockets, and launch satellites. There are so many satellites to be launched, and I can feed my own space company at the least without making money. Not only that, but you can also practice hands, collect experimental data, and promote technology development. The better the company's technology, the more naturally there will be more orders, thus forming a virtuous circle! But this matter is not urgent. First collect information, and then start the digging operation. The digging operation is no longer limited to the United States, but digging people around the world, so the time for the digging operation will be very long. Henry's ambition is to gather the world's top talents and build the world's best space company. Therefore, the preparatory work must be done well, with a solid foundation. The building can rise to the sky! But next, it should be the IMDb website's turn to go public. Taking advantage of the craze of Nicholas shopping online, make a lot of money. This book has been signed, and the authorization status has been changed to www.mtlnovel.com. First release, please support. There should be one more tonight, 3 more today. mtlnovel.com. Welcome to visit and read. Chapter 128. Half a month later, the IMDb website followed in the footsteps of Nicholas Shopping Network and was also listed on the Nasdaq. The IMDb website has a very large influence in the film and television industry, and it is an indispensable part of the current movie public opinion. Among them, the main profit of IMDb website has 5 points. One is the film promotion fee of the film company. The second is to sell user rating data. Through the data, you can check how much users of all ages like various types of movies, so that film companies can formulate strategies to decide what types of movies to shoot. 3 is a commercial advertisement. 4th is to provide content services to traditional media. 5 is to make money by selling movie DVDs. IMDb is not powerful enough now. After it is powerful, you may be able to book tickets directly online and realize the online and offline layout. In addition to these, there are more profit points that need to be developed urgently. Anyway, as long as there are users and traffic, the website can make money. However, at this stage, the IMDb website does not make much money, because there are too few users, and then all kinds of expenses have to be eliminated. No loss is already considered. Fortunately, Henry opened the cheat sheets to find so many profit points, otherwise the IMDb website would definitely lose money. The IMDb website is just a simple movie network, but on the day it went public, the market value of IMDb soared to $3 billion. Internet concept stocks are suddenly enthusiastically sought after by Wall Street investors. As an internet company, AOL has naturally benefited from it. The market value has soared, breaking through to $7 billion for the first time. On the same day, the stock price of Nicholas Shopping Network also rose by $1. Subsequently, Henry received the data from the domain name management company. On the second day of the IMDb website listing, a total of more than 1,000 domain names applied for registration. Henry was taken aback when he heard the news. It seems that everyone is jealous. Internet meat is not so easy to eat. There is no traffic. Even if you set up a website, you can only lose money in the end. Broadband, servers, staff expenses, etc. are not small sums. Of course, if it can be listed for financing, it will be another matter. Henry doesn't care about these. Anyway, the domain name management company and Nozark have made a lot of money. If you apply for a domain name, you will receive $100, and 1,000 will cost $100,000. In the future, you will have to pay a management fee of $50 per year. The domain name management company just sits and collects money. In the following days, many people applied for domain name registration every day. On such days, I feel soft when I receive money. Noah's Ark's survey hosting business also surged suddenly, and many server sites established in the United States began to fill up. Noah's Ark has decided to expand more sites to meet user needs. Of course, the servers are also sold a lot. The WebArk series of servers have been updated, and the second generation has been launched, with better performance and more affordable prices. It just happens that this time the internet concept stocks are booming, and countless people have begun to get involved in the internet industry. Only 400 units were sold, and a server sold for $50,000, a net profit of $20,000, a profit of $8 million. Subsequent orders continued to flow, and the second-generation server of WebARC became the most popular server at the moment. After IMDb went public, the website sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and Nozark began to reverse its losses and generate profits. The competition between servers has become increasingly fierce, but for now, Nozark still has an absolute advantage. 2/3 of the market share is occupied by Nozark, and the remaining 1/3 is mainly divided by companies such as IBM, HP, and Dell. Nozark company attaches great importance to technology, and its proportion of technology investment accounts for 40%, which is why Nozark can always lead. Among them, Henry even pointed out the direction of R&D for them, which made them avoid corners, and they were almost engaged in development. No matter how good IBM is, it can't be too good. Moreover, the research and development of the Blade-type server has made great progress. Once it succeeds, it will be a milestone. Banks, telecommunications and financial institutions or internet data centers will definitely choose Blade servers, because the main structure of this server is a large main chassis with many blades plugged into it. Each blade is actually a system motherboard. Similar to for each independent server, they can start their own operations through the local hard disk. Each blade can run its own system, serve different user groups specified, and are not related to each other. Moreover, the system software can also be used to aggregate these motherboards into a server cluster. In the cluster mode, all blades can be connected to provide a high-speed network environment, share resources, and serve the same user group. Inserting new blades in the cluster can improve overall performance. Blade server has so many advantages. It will be the trend of future server development. While other companies are still making tower and rack servers, Nozark has already begun to take the lead. With the listing and financing of Nicholas Shopping Network and IMDb, Henry's worth soared. If it were revealed, everyone would be shocked. However, he always hides behind him, holding holdings through the Nicholas Group of companies. The Nicholas Group Company is an offshore company established in the British Virgin Islands. Among the shareholders, apart from Geely Hutt knows that Henry is 100% holdings. No one knows how much Henry holds shares, only that he holds. The chairman of the board must hold shares and is a major shareholder! This time, the Nicholas Group of companies listed 2 companies successively, creating 4 billionaires, more than 10 millionaires, and hundreds of millionaires. Under the company building, a row of expensive cars is simply dazzling. Henry's car is still an old Ford car. He thinks it's too low grade to buy a car directly. It's only awesome to order a bulletproof high-end car. As his value increased, he somewhat realized that his safety was threatened. Once someone knows www.mentalnovel.com, I am a rich man. What if I rob myself? In fact, this is why Henry is very low-key. Hong Kong movies have been watched too much, and so rich people are often kidnapped for extortion. Henry is also afraid. After Nicholas was shopping online, Henry cashed in $1 billion when the stock price was highest. He first placed an order for Ford Motor Company to order a bulletproof car worth tens of millions of dollars. However, customized cars have only just begun to be made. Henry could only drive the old Ford. As for why I chose Ford, not Japanese cars like Toyota or Honda. Haha, you call Ford and hit them and you will know why Henry chose Ford. The American car is as powerful as the Americans. It crashed into a small Japan. It has nothing to do with it. At most, it has to be replaced. The Japanese car is dangerous, and the owner is likely to hang up. Henry's parents died in a car accident in this life, and Henry still has lingering fears. For the sake of safety, Henry recruited a lot of security guards. These security guards are all retired U.S. Special Forces soldiers with first-rate capabilities. However, his #1 bodyguard, Sean Houston, accidentally said a word but reminded him, Every year there are a large number of soldiers in the United States who have nothing to do after retiring. If only we can find something to do for them. The world-famous private military and security consulting company Blackwater made the decision in Henry's mind. Nyanksipi, Black society will have to be afraid of me in the future! The new book urgently needs your support. MntleNovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mntleNovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest and fastest, the hottest serial works are all at www.mntleNovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 129. Sean, you said that if I set up a private military company to hire veterans, what do you think? Henry said slowly with a smile. Really? Sean Houston was overjoyed. Boss, you don't know that many soldiers have difficulty finding jobs after they retire, especially retired special forces like me, who have become accustomed to life in the army, except for being a security guard. Besides, I can't think of anything else. Henry nodded, patted his shoulder, and said, okay, now the opportunity is here. I am going to establish a militarized security company, integrating security consulting, military training, contracting military operations, security services, and military logistics. One of the world's largest private military forces. Therefore, I am planning to recruit a large number of veterans and police. With that, Henry's eyes flashed with excitement. Sean was stunned when he heard Henry's words. He thought Henry was just building an ordinary security company. But according to what I just said, the security company is simply weak. This is simply to create a military organization that can fight against the country. Sean almost trembled with excitement. Boss, can I go to your newly established military company? Henry chuckled. Of course. The person I can trust the most in this area is you. I won't let you help me in the past. I'm not at ease. Thank you, boss. I promise, I will not disappoint your expectations. Henry smiled and nodded. Then, Henry explained his specific idea of establishing a military company. The first step is to buy 10,000 acres of land in the Big Dismal Marsh, North Carolina, as the company's headquarters and training base, and purchase a variety of complete special forces training facilities and weapons, and then go to the army to dig special forces instructors with a high salary, coming over to serve as the instructor of the Blackwater training base, at the same time, recruiting veterans and police officers, and then buying a building in Los Angeles as the company's headquarters on the bright side, which is equivalent to an external window to provide various services to the outside world! In the beginning, the company was not strong enough, but only provided security services or security training. After the company's military strength is strong, it can perform various military tasks, and there is no problem sending troops to fight Iraq. Henry is going to inject $100 million into the Blackwater Company. If there is still a lack of funds in the later period, Henry will add more funds. Sean, I hope that in the near future, the name of Blackwater can make any enemy scared. Henry's words were imperceptibly domineering. Sean Houston always thought that his boss was just a genius boy, but he didn't expect that his ambition was so great. Black clouds pressed against the city and wanted to destroy the city. Sean looked at Henry's back and felt an inexplicable pressure suddenly hit, which made people tremble. Henry is very eager for the establishment of the Blackwater Company, and can even be said to be impatient. The next day, I sent someone to test in North Carolina, because he didn't know much about the Blackwater Company in the previous life. But he knew that the Blackwater Company chose the Greater Dismal Marsh in North Carolina as a training base. It must have been well thought out! And history has proven it to be successful, so Henry doesn't mind referring to experience. And he also put the real headquarters and training base of the Blackwater Company he created there! and Sean Houston's main task in the first phase was to help the Blackwater Company dig people. As a member of the famous U.S. Special Forces Navy SEALs, he was fairly well connected in the military. With the help of Henry's funds, digging people should not be difficult. Why do Americans serve as soldiers? They serve as soldiers to make money! Really think that serving as a soldier is to protect your family and your country? There are really few such people, especially in peaceful times. If the Blackwater Company was established in 1989, then in August 1990, the United States would begin the Gulf War, which simply created very favorable conditions for the development and growth of the Blackwater Company. The Hai-Shui Company in the previous life was developed by war, and the Hai-Shui Company in this life is no exception. Therefore, the establishment of Hai-Shui Company must be fast. Henry soon officially registered the Blackwater Company with an initial capital of $100 million. From this moment on, the Blackwater Company officially debuted, and a legal company that was more powerful and brutal than the Black Society was established. In order to make the Blackwater Company develop smoothly, Henry prepared a lot of political donations to the Democratic parties headed by Clinton. At the same time, Henry is ready to hire a large number of officials in the U.S. government, such as the CIA's counterterrorism team leader and the Pentagon Inspector General as company consultants. It is easy to do things if there are officials in the court. Blackwater can't develop this, and Henry has nothing to say. 1 month later, Henry bought 10,000 acres of land and added countless training tools and supporting facilities. Sean Houston recruited more than 200 retired soldiers for Henry, among which more than 40 were retired Special Forces. More importantly, he dug up Nelson Goss, a SEAL Special Forces instructor. Nelson Goss is an excellent commando instructor and also an instructor for Sean Houston. Under him, a total of tens of thousands of Special Forces have been trained for the SEALs. If it weren't for him to retire, Sean Houston might not have come. Henry welcomed Nelson Goss very much, and immediately appointed him as the chief instructor of Blackwater. His position is only under Henry and Sean Houston. As for corroding the U.S. government, Henry likes to do it the most. What can stop the sugar-coated shells? Henry only spent money. Mentalnovel.com and didn't spend much effort at all. The CIA's counterterrorism team leader Sean Craig, the Pentagon's Inspector General Caleb Ivan and many other high-level government officials have taken up a vacant position in Hai-Shui, senior consultant. With their support, Henry said that the road ahead is open. Once the Gulf War breaks out, Blackwater will get a slice of the pie immediately. Think about the previous life that the Blackwater Company had 200,000 to 300,000 employees. But it was more armed than the regular American army. This Nema can simply destroy a small country and become a king by herself. Henry sometimes fantasizes like this, and he almost oozes out of his saliva. Since the establishment of the Blackwater Company, Henry immediately mobilized the best security for himself. On the level of security, it is actually no worse than the President of the United States. After all, they are all special forces. The elite of the elite! Henry's life is guaranteed, so he put down a stone in his heart. Begin to focus more on the development of high-tech companies. Sean Houston is responsible for the management of Hai-Shui. Henry is still very relieved that he has been around for so long, what kind of person he is, and whether he is loyal to him or not. Henry is relatively clear. What's more, Blackwater is a company and is protected by American law. It's useless even if Sean has strange intentions. However, in order to make Sean feel at ease to work for himself, Henry hopes that the Blackwater Company will grow and develop in the future and will give him option rewards. Henry also considered buying an arms company. It seems feasible, but it's still a bit early. Let's wait for the development of Hai-Shui Company. At www.mentalnovel.com mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 130. Although Silicon Valley is a representative of innovative technology, there are also many venture capital companies established here. On a financial street in San Jose, Silicon Valley, Prestige Capital was established quietly. Originally, Henry planned to name it Williams Ventures, but the name was too long and accounted for the number of characters, so it was called Prestige Capital. Yao Dao is like the name of a person, so Henry also hopes that the name of Mighty Capital will be as prestigious as its name! The company has just been renovated. Henry came to see the effect, although the company has already been established, but it will take a while to officially open. Now the company is still empty, with no employees at all. Henry had been around the company a few times and was about to close the door and leave, but two people came over. Both are middle-aged men in suits, one tall and full of scumbags. The other is of medium build and wears glasses. "Is there anything wrong with you?" Henry asked. "This is also a venture capital company?" the tall middle-aged man asked. Henry nodded. Yes, this is a newly established venture capital company." Newly established. The two looked at each other, showing a trace of disappointment. The two of them are the founders of Amgen Biopharmaceuticals. The one wearing glasses is Dr. Rothman, and the tall one is his partner Tony Lambert. From its establishment in 1980 to June 1989, after 9 years, Amgen finally developed its first product, recombinant human erythropoietin EPO. The EPO has been approved by the US FDA and can be used to treat anemia caused by chronic renal failure and HIV infection. However, the fate of EPO was rough and the promotion was unfavorable, and Amgen was unable to continue. At this time, Johnson & Johnson took advantage of the fire and wanted to buy out all overseas sales of EPO for $19 million. Of course Amgen Biopharmaceuticals didn't do it, so they looked for investment everywhere. But help is really slim. After 9 years of sharpening the sword, grinding, and finally grinding to the product, but still can't make money, which investor do you think would dare to invest in it? Dr. Rothman and Tony Lambert bumped into the wall, bumping the dust. Just when they were desperate and wanted to agree to the requirements of the Johnson & Johnson Group, they accidentally ran into a venture capital company and thought that they had to try it anyway, even if they would be rejected in the end. So, there is this meeting. However, when they heard that this venture capital company had just been established, they were frustrated. No newly established venture capital company dares to take such a big risk to invest in Amgen Biopharmaceuticals. However, Rothman and Lambert did not know that this meeting would change their lives and the future of Amgen Biopharmaceuticals! In the past life, Amgen Biopharmaceuticals was robbed by Johnson & Johnson, which caused most of the company's early profits to be put in the pockets of Johnson & Johnson. But even so, Amgen Biopharmaceuticals has developed into one of the world's top biopharmaceutical companies, leading the field in human genome, cancer, neuroscience and small molecule chemistry, with a market value of more than $100 billion. Maybe a genetic evolution medicine can be developed. Henry asked about their identities. After hearing their reply, although Henry's face remained calm, his heart was shocked. "Your company intends to raise funds?" Henry asked pretendingly. "Yes." The two nodded. Henry invited them into the room to sit down and smiled at the two of them. "It seems we are very destined. You are the first customer to come to your door, so no matter what, we have to invest more or less in your company." Rosamund and Lambert looked at each other, and both looked surprised. Henry poured water on them, and asked, "Let's talk about it. How much do you plan to cost?" The two fell silent suddenly, thinking in their hearts how much is appropriate. If it is too much, others will definitely not give it. To be less, it is a drop in the bucket for the company. The two have been hit too much recently, and no venture capital firm is willing to invest in them. But now I have it. But I am afraid that I will talk too much and scare others away! After a while, Rothman tentatively said, $10 million? At this moment, Henry's body leaned forward in vain as soon as the voice fell. When Rothman saw this, he became nervous and shook his head hurriedly and said, $8 million is fine. Yes, You can invest 8 million in us. Lambert also hurriedly said. Henry was speechless at the time. The reason why I leaned forward is because you really want too little. How can I get more shares with such a small investment? Alas, I just leaned forward to see you scared. Well, I will invest $100 million in your company and get 80% of the shares. Henry pretended to be very tyrant and said, No, we don't need to invest so much. The two felt like riding a roller coaster. One by one, the gap was so big that they couldn't be surprised. However, they also understand that the company has great potential for development, and they are definitely not willing to sell too many shares. In that case, Henry thought for a while, and then asked, have you ever accepted venture capital? At the beginning of the company's establishment, the venture capital company invested $19 million in us. Then how many shares do they occupy in total? 45%. This is easy. Henry smiled. Do you think this will work? Go and persuade them to sell me all the shares, and then I will raise funds for your company. Rosman and Lambert looked at each other, exchanged in a low voice, and finally nodded. No problem, I can help you persuade, but I can't guarantee whether they will sell the shares or not. Don't worry, they will sell it. Henry believed himself. Amgen Biopharmaceuticals can smash investors as if they have taken chronic poison. For 9 years, you have been burning money. As a result, the product came out, but it couldn't sell, and the company was about to go bankrupt. In this tragic situation, even if you are an investor, can't you quickly sell your shares for cash? After Rothman and Lambert walked out of the door of Prestige Capital, they talked with each other. Lambert, do you think this company is a leather bag company? Do you really want to invest in us? Rothman said suspiciously. Lambert frowned slightly. I'm not sure. I think we will investigate this company later. Soon afterwards, Rothman and Lambert found out the information of Prestige Capital through certain channels. Prestige Capital was formally registered on July 1, 1989. The place of registration is San Jose, California, with a registered capital of $500 million. However, the legal person of the company is an offshore company. Many companies like to engage in offshore companies like this, which can not only evade tax but also hide the identity of shareholders. However, no matter who the legal person is, as long as Prestige Capital has money. Rothman said. That's right. Lambert replied. Then let's persuade those investors now. Rothman nodded. A week has passed. Henry can't wait. Is there something wrong in the middle? Is it possible that someone can't cut it off? Shouldn't it? Not in the previous life. Henry walked around the office nervously, thinking to himself, should he take the initiative to contact them? At this time, the phone rang, and it was from Rothman. Hello, this is CEO Rothman of Amgen Biopharmaceutical Company. Oh, Dr. Rothman, hello. How about, are they willing to give up the shares? Henry tried to calm his tone, but he was very nervous. They are willing to give up their shares, but the price may be high. How much do they want? $100 million. Rothman said. They said, as long as $100 million, they are willing to give you all the shares. I agreed. Rothman never thought that Henry would agree to www.mentalnovel.com and began to persuade him. Mr. Williams, I know this may be a bit much, but just halfway through the conversation, he finally reacted. What? Mr. Williams, you actually agreed? Yes, I agree. I am willing to pay $100 million to buy their shares, and then raise another $50 million into the company, holding 70%. What do you think? Rothman swallowed, shocked for a while. Okay. I agree. Henry knew it was done when he heard this, and it might not be long before he became the boss of the world's top high-tech biopharmaceutical company! 3 days later, when Henry took out 2 checks, one for $100 million and the other for $50 million, and the venture capitalist and Rothman of Amgen Biopharmaceuticals were signed, Amgen Biopharmaceuticals finally belonged to Henry's industry. Henry is very unfamiliar with biotechnology, but it doesn't matter. Henry can provide funds, contacts, publicity and other resources to give Amgen Biopharmaceutical a great help. With Henry, Amgen Biopharmaceutical Company is at least better than the previous life. I just don't know how far Amgen Biopharmaceuticals will develop with Henry's joining. If you can make a breakthrough in genetics, engage in black technology, develop genetic evolution drugs, and turn yourself into a Superman, it will be awesome! I'm depressed. I'm about to fall out of the new book list for new authors. Please support mew.mentalnovel.com. Welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works. mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 131. The EPO of Amgen Biopharmaceuticals cannot be sold, not because the product is not good, but because the wine smells and the alley is deep. Amgen Biopharmaceuticals has no money to promote it, which is the real reason why the company is unsustainable. Through the hospital link, Amgen can soar to the sky. With the support of Prestige Capital, Amgen Biopharmaceuticals began frequent negotiations with major hospitals across the United States to persuade them to use EPO products. Amgen is also a blockbuster. 9 years of grinding a sword, EPO is used to treat anemia caused by chronic renal failure and anemia caused by HIV infection. It is a huge boon for hemodialysis patients! After a month, after promotion, the hospital started to use EPO cautiously and then gradually began to use EPO on a large scale. Amgen Biopharmaceuticals soon opened the market. The endless supply of orders from all over the country has created huge profits for Amgen. The first bullet of Prestige Capital was jaw-dropping. It was a big deal of $150 million. It didn't take long for Amgen Biopharmaceuticals EPO to become an essential medicine for hospitals, with huge sales volume and unlimited prospects for the company. Prestige Capital holds 70% of Amgen's shares, and it will definitely make a lot of money. Prestige Capital's emergence in the venture capital industry shocked the industry. Prestige Capital has gained fame, and it is relatively easy for Henry to hire professional managers for Prestige Capital. Through the introduction of the headhunting company, Henry found a strong woman with outstanding ability and intended to let her serve as the CEO of the prestigious capital investment genius. Kaylana was admitted to Harvard University's Department of Economics at the age of 13, and got her diploma at the age of 16. In the following 3 years, he worked successively in J.P. Morgan Bank, Sequoia Capital and Goldman Sachs Group, and now serves as a senior analyst in the investment department of Goldman Sachs. Kaylana advocates investing in high-tech innovation companies. When she worked at Sequoia Capital, she pointed out that the internet industry is a major trend in the future, and wrote a report recommending investing in AOL. As a result, Sequoia Capital invested in AOL. In 1988, Kaylana transferred to Goldman Sachs and wrote in her report, "iZetch has huge potential, and the company must invest in it." The Goldman Sachs Group did propose investment intent to iZetch, but Henry rejected it all at once. "Just kidding, iZetch also needs Goldman Sachs to invest. Don't you have money?" For these reasons, Kaylana entered Henry's eyes for the first time. Prestige Capital is a new company, a venture capital company that needs to be boldly pioneered and controlled by talents with unique vision. Kaylana meets these conditions very well. Although she is a little younger, she is worth training. Besides, the younger management of the company is more passionate. Entrepreneurship is to have passion to succeed. However, it is not easy for Henry to dig her. The awe-inspiring capital is small. Others stayed at the Goldman Sachs Group and have a bright future. They didn't want to come at first. This time, Prestige Capital invested in Amgen and achieved a good record. Kaylana agreed to meet Henry. As for whether to join Prestige Capital, it depends on how Henry persuades her. The meeting place is about in New York. Henry flew from Los Angeles to New York Airport. This time, Henry had 4 bodyguards accompanying him, usually 2. Henry felt that one day he would have to go to the Hai Shui training base to exercise and learn the martial arts of special forces to protect himself, so that he could double insurance. After all, it is better to beg for yourself. Henry was in the first-class cabin where the rich would sit, but Henry did not look like a rich man at all. He wore ordinary casual clothes with slightly longer hair and hilariously wearing a Sony Walkman, like a hippie. Henry ignored their strange gazes, listening to the song, took out a newspaper and read it. Not long after, a voice came from my ear. "Sir, please let me in, the seat inside is mine." Henry took off his earplugs and looked up at the man. "Ha, Chinese?" Henry stood up and let her in. "This is a beauty wearing sunglasses. The key is still a Chinese beauty." "Miss, are you Chinese?" Henry asked. "That's right." The beautiful woman nodded with a charming smile. "My parents are both Chinese and later immigrated to the United States, but I was born and raised in the United States." Henry smiled slightly. "Oh, good Chinese. I also have a quarter of Chinese ancestry." "Really? No wonder you look a bit like a Chinese." The beauty finished speaking, turned her head to organize her luggage, and immediately took out the Walkman from her bag, closed her eyes, and listened to the song. Henry originally wanted to talk to her more, but everyone closed their eyes and listened to the song. How could I be embarrassed to bother? However, if you close your eyes and listen to the song, then listen to the song. How do you stretch a pair of white thighs over the line, with your toes almost close to my calves? Henry felt a strange feeling rise from his heart. This beauty is not an ordinary beauty. According to Henry's own Chinese aesthetics, she is definitely a beauty at the level of the country and the city, and her body and appearance are impeccable! "Is she seduce me or something?" Henry asked narcissistically in his heart. At this moment, someone suddenly touched his shoulder. "Hello, I want to change seats with you, how about it?" A middle-aged man with a blessed figure and a dog-like figure whispered, "If you change seats with mu.mentalnovel.com he will give you $100. Henry glanced at him disdainfully, and said lightly, "I don't want to change." "You don't want to make $100? Or do you want more than $100? Okay, how about $150? Said the middle-aged man, greedily staring at the beautiful woman listening to music beside Henry. "Go with." Henry shrugged and said, $150 is less. At least $10,000. The madness of costs $10,000. The middle-aged man scolded angrily. Henry's face suddenly became cold. "Throw him to the toilet to eat shit." At this time, a burly bodyguard suddenly sprang out of the seat, stuck the middle-aged man's neck with one hand, and dragged him to the airplane toilet. The atmosphere in the entire first-class cabin instantly stagnated. Henry is like a gay person, wearing earplugs to listen to songs. The beauty sitting next to him flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes. At noon, the plane stopped at New York Airport. "Little handsome guy, my sister is leaving now." However, when the beauty passed by Henry, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Does my sister's thigh look good?" Henry blushed, and before she spoke, she smiled directly over Henry and left. "Hank, help me investigate this woman," Henry said to a bodyguard behind him as she watched the beautiful woman get off the plane and beat her off. "Okay, boss." After half an hour, Henry came to the booked hotel to rest. "The meeting with Kaylino is tonight. Please, ask for votes, ask for collection, ask for click.mentalnovel.com. Welcome readers to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 132. Sir, what do you need? Just the best wine bar in your restaurant, Henry said casually. "I'm waiting for someone, I will order later." "Okay, sir." The restaurant of the Hilton Hotel is very elegant and luxurious. Henry sips the red wine and listens to the melodious violin music. He relaxes. His gaze swept around slowly, and he felt like looking at flowers in a leisurely courtyard, soothing and relaxing. After a while, everyone in the restaurant suddenly looked towards the door. At this time, I saw a beautiful woman in a purple embroidered cheongsam slowly walking outside the door. A face that has beaten a goddess, under the warm red light of the restaurant. The face is like a peach blossom, and it can be broken by blowing. Especially a pair of big autumn eyes, sentimental and pure, lazy and charming. Just look at it, and you will be deeply involved in it, and you can't help it. With a faint smile on her mouth, Lian Bu moved lightly, drawing an charming curve out of her whole body against the cheongsam. In addition, the two sides of the cheongsam were bifurcated. When she walks, the happy season is looming. Desperate, as if Xiao Oda has reincarnated, upside down all beings! Exclamation mark. Henry was also dumbfounded. This cheongsam woman is actually the beauty on the plane. Mr. Williams, I have kept you waiting! Exclamation mark. This woman knows herself! Exclamation mark. Henry looked at her in astonishment. Are you? Oh. Can't guess it. The cheongsam woman laughed, and then sat opposite Henry. Her face changed, and said solemnly, First introduce myself. Chinese name is Luminayu. English name is Kalina Kiao. You can call me Luminayu or Kalina. You are Kalina? Henry said incredulously. Humphrey, could anyone pretend to be me? Kalina shrugged and hummed her nose. I just didn't expect you to be Kalina, Henry said. There are few geniuses who look as beautiful as you. Ha ha, thank you. However, I rarely see someone as genius as you. Kalina smiled mysteriously and said, Mr. Henry Williams, your identity is so many. Not only chairman of Cisco, chairman of Nicholas Group, chairman and CEO of Izage Company, and now chairman of Prestige Capital. I think, if you become the president of the United States someday, I will not be surprised at all. You know a lot. Henry said in surprise. I have worked at Morgan Bank, Sequoia Capital, and Goldman Sachs. And I have conducted special research on you. You still study me? Of course, you are my #1 research object. However, the more you study, the more I feel that you are mysterious. How can you think of so many ideas for the development of the internet? I really want to knock your head and see what's inside. What is it? You are so smart. Honestly, are you from the future? Kalina actually joked at the end. Henry was a sudden shock in his heart. My God, you actually guessed it! Exclamation mark. Henry quickly touched his nose, concealed his emotions, and deliberately pretended to be triumphant and said, I am a genius by nature. You can't be jealous. Ha! Kalina snorted coldly. Henry took a sip of wine and asked, why didn't you identify yourself on the plane before? Also, since you are in Los Angeles, why don't you meet me directly and ask me to come to New York? Regarding these 2 points, I very puzzled. I just want to get in touch with you on the plane and conduct a more in-depth study of you in advance. Xwiba is a learning tyrant, so you can do research at every turn. What have you researched out? Henry asked angrily. Genius will be angry too. Nonsense. Everyone is angry. Henry rolled his eyes and said, you just worked out this. Of course, more than that. What else is there then? Karina suddenly looked at Henry with a smile. You want to know? Yes, I want to know. Okay. I wanted to test. Are you a pervert? If you are a pervert, then I will not meet you tonight. I previously switched from Morgan Bank to Sequoia Capital, and then from Red. The main reason why Shan Capital jumped to the Goldman Sachs Group is because his boss is always pestering him. Henry was speechless. At that time, Kalina actually teased herself deliberately, but fortunately she held it and didn't do anything excessive, otherwise she would let her dove out. Henry took a sip of the red wine and smiled bitterly. So, I passed your test. Karina smiled and nodded. Yes. Well, I now officially invite you to serve as the CEO of Prestige Capital. I wonder if Miss Kalina is willing? I'm happy to help you, Mr. Williams. Kalina smiled. Henry stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Miss Kalina, in the future, you will be proud of the decision you made today. I hope so. Kalina stretched out her hand neatly and shook Henry's hand. Then Henry called the waiter to order. After eating, Kalina will leave. Tomorrow, she will return to Los Angeles with Henry, and then rushed to San Jose to officially become the CEO of Prestige Capital. Seeing Kalina's graceful figure when she left, Henry shook his head unconsciously. It is a burden to be too beautiful for a woman. If she didn't have the ability to protect herself, she would have been invaded by a werewolf long ago. Henry returned to the hotel to rest for one night, and was full of energy the next day. At noon, Kalina came to the Hilton Hotel to meet Henry. This time, she wore a casual, white shirt, tights, and flat shoes, just like a girl next door. Behind her, dragging a suitcase, "The car is coming soon." Henry stepped forward and said. Karina nodded. After 2 minutes, the hotel car arrived. Henry helped Kalina put her luggage in the car, and then drove to the airport. Afterwards, we waited at the airport again. After waiting for half an hour, the broadcast said that the plane needs to be delayed. Henry and others waited another half an hour, but the plane was still delayed. The airport is almost overcrowded, and many people are waiting for the flight. At this time, Henry saw an obese man wearing a large windbreaker preparing to take a special passage, and he entered the private jet area directly. But when I passed the waiting room, I glanced inadvertently and saw the pretty and charming Kalina. The obese man suddenly stopped, turned around and walked into the waiting room. The 2 bodyguards beside him immediately followed him. "Beautiful lady, hello, my name is David, and I am the CEO of Andrew Petroleum Company." Karina glanced at him. "Sorry, I don't know you." "Hee, it doesn't matter if you don't know each other." "Miss, are you going to Los Angeles?" "I happen to be going too. Or should you go with my private jet?" "I don't want to sit," Kalina said lightly. "I already have my boyfriend. Please don't strike up a conversation with me. Let him misunderstand." Said, Kalina hugged Henry's arm. The obese man looked at Henry. His face was disdainful. He didn't put Henry in his eyes at all. "Miss, your boyfriend is a kid. You just follow me. I give you $20,000 in pocket money every month." Bash! Exclamation mark. Karina burst into laughter, and said to Henry coquettishly, "Henry, he said he would give me $20,000 a month. How much do you plan to give me?" "Me? How much do you think I can give you?" New book asks for support, asks for votes. You reading book friends are welcome to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. And LT semicolon A and GT semicolon and LT semicolon A and GT semicolon for mobile phone users, please go to Read. And LT semicolon A and GT. Chapter 133. Boy, are you crazy? The fat man looked at Henry's joking expression. His heart was shocked, and he sarcastically said, "You look like a poor bee. Can you raise this beautiful woman?" Indifferent. "Yes, I'm the CEO Jacob of Andrew Petroleum and I own 1% of the shares. I also have private jets, luxury villas, and an annual salary of $1 million. As he said, the face of the obese man Jacob was extremely haughty and arrogant expression. "I can't support her, then she can support me," Henry said with a smile. "Kalina, your annual salary plus bonus, how can you have several $1 million a year? Can you support me?" "Raise you a ghost." Kalina gave Henry a blank look. "Give me all the money, and I will raise you." Jacob's face changed slightly, and he glanced at it with surprise. How many millions can she make a year? But immediately thought, that young man must be lying to him, that's why he said that. Cut! A sneer appeared at the corner of Jacob's mouth. "Pretends to be B. You don't even pretend to be a private jet." Henry's face flushed a little, and he was laughed at. "Private jet? Mad. I will buy 2 planes tomorrow, one for use and one for home. Passengers, please note that the plane to Los Angeles is ready to take off. Please hurry up and check in." At this time, the airport broadcast suddenly sounded. "The plane is about to take off. Kalina, let's go," Henry said. Kalina nodded in response. Grass. Jacob cursed secretly. The broadcast did not come early or late, but it happened suddenly when he was soaking up his horse. Seeing Kalina and the others are leaving, Jacob felt anxious, and quickly stopped Kalina and handed out a business card, saying, "Beauty, This is my business card. If you figure it out, just call me. Phone. Okay. Kalina took the business card and said lightly to prevent Jacob from continuing to struggle. Jacob laughed with satisfaction and confidence, and then didn't laugh long before he saw Kalina flick and threw his business card in the trash can. Jacob's face was instantly green. Go. Let's go to Los Angeles, Jacob said with a sullen face, and angrily, the two bodyguards behind him followed him into the special passage and boarded a small private jet. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Los Angeles Airport. After leaving the airport, an extended version of the specially made Ford car has been here for a long time. Get in the car, beautiful Miss Kalina, or the CEO of some oil company will catch up. Henry laughed. Oh, your car is modified. It looks cool. It's luxurious inside. Air conditioning, champagne, refrigerator, and a big bed at the back. You will really enjoy it. Kalina sighed. It's normal. Henry said, are you tired from flying? Would you like to go to bed and rest together? Karina flushed suddenly, and then gave Henry a fierce look. Henry was stunned, and immediately thought of the ambiguity in the sentence just now. Oh, don't get me wrong, I mean, go to bed and rest. Nothing else. You still said. Kalina glared at Henry again. Henry shook his head with a wry smile, and lay on the bed to rest by himself. Kalina watched Henry closing her eyes to rest. No matter what she was, she couldn't help but snorted, lying on the other side of the bed to rest. More than an hour later, the car arrived in San Jose. The first place to go is the villa Henry rented to Kalina. The rent has been paid for half a year. If Kalina wants to live she has to pay for it herself. After putting the luggage into the villa, Henry said to Kalina, you have a good rest today, and I will take you to the company tomorrow morning. By the way, there are all ingredients in the refrigerator. If you can cook. I can't do it. Well, there is a note on the outside of the refrigerator with the phone number for food delivery. Of course, you can also go out to eat. Okay, if you don't invite me to dinner, I'm leaving. Go slowly. Don't give it away. Henry came out of Kalina's house, and then answered directly at home. At this time, the family servant had already made a dinner. After Henry had eaten, he went to take a bath and then processed the documents sent by the company. The next day, Henry came outside Kalina's villa early in the morning. At this time, Kalina has finished dressing up, wearing professional attire, full of white-collar temperament. Henry unconsciously compared her with Helen. Perhaps because Henry was a Chinese in his previous life. He felt that Helen's beauty was a bit inferior to Kalina, but the two were still extremely beautiful. Only in terms of personality, there is a big difference. Helen is well-behaved, and Kalina is changeable, sometimes charming, sometimes cold and frosty, sometimes cute and straightforward, making people elusive. I came to Prestige Capital. In this matter, the company already has many employees. Henry summoned the crowd and introduced Kalina to everyone. She is Kalina Joe, and she will be the CEO of the company from now on. From now on, you must cooperate with her and work hard to grow the company. Yes, Chairman. Everyone responded loudly. In the evening, I will host a party in the company and welcome Karina. Yay. Chairman, can you bring a girlfriend? Of course. Boy and girlfriends can bring it. Henry laughed. In the evening, I will invite the famous Flying Leopard band from Silicon Valley to come over. Everyone will be happy when the time comes. Oh, that's great. Boss, did you invite a model to come over? Some male employees asked. Please, how can it be lively if you don't invite beautiful models to hold a party? Henry smiled lightly. mentalnovel.com. Henry also held parties before, but they weren't very lively. Later, I asked someone else to know why. It turns out that a party needs to invite some beautiful women to liven up the atmosphere. Such beauties who specialize in attending parties have already become professions. I heard that the monthly salary is not low. Henry was shocked when he heard it at the time. There are so many wonderful places in the United States, and he is considered to be upright. Henry called and ordered his hands to do it, and he came to Kalina with a smile on his face. On the first day at work, get acquainted with the situation, and a week later, Give me a development plan. Karina nodded and replied, no problem. The target of Prestige Capital is mainly high-tech innovation companies. For very promising companies, I hope to take the controlling rights of the company as much as possible. As you know, there are many companies under my name, such as Cisco, Nicholas, Global Online, Isaac, Noah's Ark, etc. may compete with those new companies at that time. Therefore, my purpose is to control these potential new companies through Prestige Capital, and then merge them into other companies under my name. Through mergers and acquisitions, Prestige Capital can make a lot of money, and other companies under my name can not only acquire competitors' companies, but also obtain the other party's technology, so that they can become stronger and more invincible. Karina's eyes lit up and said, if you do what you say, then Prestige Capital and other companies under your name can mutually benefit each other and achieve a win-win situation. Yes, that's it. Vote, vote, vote quickly. Mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 134. The party at night is very lively, because there are many hot models. Hi, handsome guy. A blonde patted Henry on the shoulder and exclaimed, hi. Henry said hello. This blonde beauty has a pair of beautiful long legs and wears flesh-colored stockings. She looks very sexy. She asked, what's your name? Henry Williams. Henry simply replied that there are too many people with the same name and surname in the United States. It is difficult for one name to associate with other things. Henry does not need to cover up, even dare not say his own name. My name is Alicia, Alicia Heidi. Oh, hello, Alicia Heidi. Huh? Are you looking for something to do with me? It's okay. I think everyone is dancing. So you won't go? I'm very curious, so I just come over and ask. Alicia Heidi picked up a cocktail, took a sip, and gradually moved closer to Henry, winking like a wink. Silk, are you also an employee of Prestige Capital? That's it. At this time, Alicia Heidi's body was already leaning against Henry. Handsome man, I have a project that requires a little investment. Can you think that's okay? What project? Henry only felt his arms squeezed and squeezed by a bunch of soft things, making his heart throb. He hurriedly pretended to take a glass of wine to drink, and escaped slightly from Alicia Heidi's claws. At parties, this kind of fancy happens often, and when two people meet each other, they will get rid of the sheets. Although Henry is only 15 or 16 years old, he looks a little mature. But he is more handsome! Combination of Chinese and Western, so handsome with no friends. It's not surprising that Alicia Heidi found Henry. It's not easy to talk about here. Alicia Heidi charmingly approached Henry's ear and blew, is your bed big? It's best for us to come to your house to talk about it. It is said that American women are direct, and Henry can't bear it. Just about to refuse, a voice came from behind. I'm afraid not, he belongs to me tonight. This voice is so familiar. Karina! Oh, Selena, are you serious? Henry's heart was slightly shaken. Immediately, Henry turned his head to look, and saw Kalina smiled like a flower, long eyelashes, big eyes, wearing a white gauze dress, long hair shawl, exuding a charming demeanor. Humphrey. Alicia Heidi saw Henry being fascinated, and she was so angry that she was so jealous that she would dare to be compared with others. She stomped her foot angrily, then glared at Kalina, and left angrily. Karina, you can count on your words. Henry laughed. Forget it, why not? Kalina smiled weirdly. Mr. Williams, can I trouble you to clean up this place tonight? And we have to go to work tomorrow. Thank you. Pack up some wool. He'll pack you up. Henry drank a glass of wine sullenly. Although American law does not allow minors to drink, it often seems to be a fake. What's wrong after drinking? The police can still find out. Karina swayed and walked past Henry proudly. Henry sniffed, and there was a faint scent of body scent. This smell is not what it is, but it smells good. The party did not end until very late, and Henry hired someone to clean it, but he was not interested in cleaning it himself. Henry stayed at iSearch for the following week. Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe have been working on the improvement of the algorithm with outstanding results. However, AOL's AOL search has caught up, and a lot of bugs have been revised. Although it is not better than iSearch, it already has a place in the search industry. There are a lot of new users on the internet every year, and they don't know which search engine is good, so Henry can't let them all use iSearch. Therefore, AOL Search has an opportunity to take advantage of, and share a piece of cake from a big cake. iSearch market share is 85%, AOL Search is 8%, and the remaining 7% is occupied by other search engines. In the early stage of the internet, it is extremely important to improve the stickiness of iSearch search and increase the loyalty of iSearch users. Bad money drives good money. There are only more than 2 million netizens now, and there will be hundreds of millions of netizens in the future. In case AOL Search turns over and sings someday, iSearch can't kneel and lick it before the position is stable. There can be no slack. As the CEO of iSearch, Henry has a great responsibility. So, Henry came to iSearch and gave them advice. First, Henry proposed iSearch Encyclopedia. Then, he proposed iSearch Post Bar. These two suggestions have helped iSearch company like a tiger, but Henry also proposed iSearch AdSense, iSearch Advertising Alliance! iSearch AdSense is great. Once this idea is successfully implemented, AOL Search will be beaten and defeated. So what exactly is iSearch AdSense? Simply put, it is a platform for making money for major websites. As long as you apply to join iSearch AdSense, the iSearch keyword advertisement will be displayed on the website. If the user clicks on this advertisement, iSearch will pay a commission according to a certain amount of clicks. Just imagine, which website is rich but not profitable? As long as you join iSearch AdSense, you can sit and collect money, regardless of it. To run a website well is to make a fortune. Henry's move simply provides a chance to survive for the websites of the vast number of difficult brothers and sisters on the internet, and at the same time greatly promotes the development of the internet. You have to know that many websites lose money to death, ads can't come, and no other means of profit can be found. In the end, they can only go bankrupt. iSearch company is doing a great thing, a very noble thing, a thing that breaks away from the low-level interest. Once iSearch AdSense is successfully operated, iSearch does not need to pay a penny, and it is all about paying commissions with the money of the advertisers, but I can still get some money from it. For example, advertisers give 10 yuan to the company www.mentalnovel.com to get 6 yuan, and there are 4 yuan to join the website. From then on, iSearch has made money faster than it made money. Not only that, iSearch AdSense has been successfully operated, and the internet is overwhelmingly covered by iSearch. With this influence, AOL Search and other search engines can leave behind. However, if iSearch AdSense wants to operate successfully, it is still a bit difficult. The main problem is whether advertisers agree with this advertising model. These advertisers are all owners who don't see rabbits or scatter eagles. It's no good and no effect. They don't do it! So, first they have to make them feel the effect. Now, of course, we must quickly develop various functions. After the development of iSearch AdSense is completed, Henry intends to first allow all companies under his name to join iSearch AdSense if they have a website, and then conduct all-round publicity on the internet, newspapers, and TV, so that everyone knows what iSearch AdSense is all about. Then negotiate with major advertisers and persuade. They really don't want to spend more money. iSearch doesn't mind letting them try it for free for 1 month. But if you want to continue using iSearch AdSense, then I'm embarrassed. Please pay the advertising fee of last month before you talk. Voting, now it's the second update, and there will be the third one in the evening. Mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 135. In September, the weather in California is still very hot, but the city of San Jose is close to the west coast, and there is a hint of coolness in the air. Henry is looking at the development plan sent by Kaylana via email. It is stated in the plan that she is going to spend $100 million in seed investment in startup internet companies, and also recommends that the company invest in game companies. In recent years, game companies have sprung up, their development speed is very fast, and their profitability is very high. Among them, she cited two examples respectively. One is Nintendo of Japan and the other is EA of the United States. Nintendo is a giant in the video game industry. After the release of the FC game console in 1983, it has become the world's #1 game company in a few years. In 1988 alone, its total sales in 1 year were close to $2 billion, and its profit exceeded $500 million. And EA Company was established in 1982. It is a company specializing in the production and distribution of computer games. Although the company was short established, it has developed rapidly. On October 1st this year, it is preparing to be listed on the Nasdaq. Henry was silent after reading Kaylana's plan. He is familiar with these two companies, especially Nintendo. Many people must have used the red and white machine, played Super Mario, Contra, Tetris and other classic games. And in this period, Nintendo has almost reached the level that no one knows. Its games are sold all over the world, and the characters in the game are also popular all over the world. Of the 30 best-selling toys in the world, 25 of them are related to Nintendo. By 1992, in this year alone, Nintendo's profit will be equal to that of the entire Hollywood, and equal to that of the 3 major television networks in the United States! Nintendo has repeatedly replaced Honda and Toyota Group, becoming the #1 company in Japan! How awesome Nintendo is, you can see. As for EA, although it is not as legendary as Nintendo, it later developed into the overlord of the computer game industry and became the world's largest interactive entertainment software developer and publisher. And it also owns EA Sports, EA Games and 3 global brands, which is really amazing. Nintendo, Henry can't get involved. Therefore, Kaylana's suggestion to Henry is to acquire EA. Henry didn't even think about it. He directly replied an email, by EA Company with all his strength. In order to emphasize this sentence, Henry deliberately added 3 exclamation marks at the end. It didn't take long for Kaylana to reply with an email, okay. Henry stood up, stretched his body, and did a set of aerobics. This set of aerobics was learned in high school, and I don't know if it works. No way. Sitting in an office chair for a long time makes it very easy to get tired. If I don't exercise every day, I'm afraid I'll get sick in the future. I've traveled all the time, I can't be a tired ghost, right? In the beginning, I thought it could be cured by hanging down. I don't know, things are not as simple as I thought. If you really feel relieved to give it all to professional managers, then your company will not be far from bankruptcy. Others will vacate your company bit by bit, and eventually become an empty shelf there. Although the United States has a lot of supervision methods, there are more ways to exploit loopholes. Henry has to ask about the development of the company under his name every time, and important matters have to be in charge, and many documents have to be signed by themselves to take effect. In this way, the safety of the company can be guaranteed as much as possible. Will be deceived by the company's management, or dove into the magpie's nest. However, Henry will be very tired if he does this, because he has a lot of companies. It seems that you need to hire a private doctor or a nutritionist. Chinese health regimen is well known, and it has a long tradition. I don't know if there is a health regimen master in the United States. If there is, please bring it together. For the sake of life, spending some money is nothing. Henry couldn't help lying on the chair and muttered to himself after finishing a set of broadcast gymnastics. After thinking for a while, Henry dialed a phone call, told his subordinates what he had just thought, ordered them to investigate, and then invited someone over. The investigation may take a while, but Henry is still young and in no hurry. What he is most anxious about now is whether Wifing Capital can acquire EA. 3 days later, Kalina called Henry and said, "Henry, things are a bit bad." "What's wrong?" Henry asked hurriedly. "EA company rejected our purchase intention." "Is the price unsatisfactory?" "No. The main reason is that their founders are determined not to sell the company." "Then if we invest in EA, can we get a controlling stake?" "I'm afraid not. The company's largest shareholders are very optimistic about the development prospects of EA, unless we spend several times the price. Otherwise, they will not sell their shares. Besides, EA will be listed soon. Once the financing is successful, they will know more money. At that time, it will be even more difficult for us to want to buy it." "You estimate, if we must take the controlling stake in EA, how much will it cost at least?" Henry frowned and said. Karina had already done some preparatory work before, and she opened her mouth and replied, "At least $350 million. I want so much." "Yes, since its establishment, EA has released more than a dozen games in a row, all of which are very popular. Especially sports games are very popular in the United States. Last year, the game Madden's Rugby invited the Oakland Raid. The coach of the team, John Madden, joined the game. Once the game was released, the sales were very hot. Many sales outlets in the United States are growing up. Even the New York Times, Washington Post and other major American newspapers have made special reports on this! $350 million? Henry touched his forehead, a little hesitant. Karina said at this time, $350 million is only a conservative price. We want to truly win the controlling stake in EA. I am afraid we need more. So, I suggest that we look for the target again." "Looking for the target again?" Henry shook his head, still didn't want to give up EA. After all, he was so famous in his previous life. "Karina, you asked the founder of EA to come out. I want to talk to him." "Okay." The phone hangs up. Henry is silent, quietly thinking about the acquisition of EA. The next day, Kalina replied to Henry, "Henry, EA founder Trip Hawkins promised to meet you at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the headquarters of Prestige Capital." "Okay, I know." Henry then ordered someone to drive to Prestige Capital. When he got there, it was only at noon. Henry and Kalina had lunch together. Kalina and Henry talked about the situation of EA founder Trip Hawkins. Trip Hawkins graduated from Harvard University, served as the head of marketing at Apple in his early years, and personally witnessed the rise of Apple. But in 1982, he resigned resolutely and founded EA Company. Therefore, he has high hopes for EA, and has no plans to sell the company at all. And he himself holds 45% of the company's shares. Prestige Capital wants to hold EA Company. It is very difficult. Henry frowned after listening. "If we can't agree, we will give up this acquisition." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Trip Hawkins came to Prestige Capital on time. Henry exchanged a few words with him and asked him to meet in the conference room. "Mr. Hawkins, I would take the liberty to ask, do you want to make EA the world's #1 game company?" "Of course." Trip Hawkins nodded, thinking secretly in his heart. He asked what exactly this sentence meant, and what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd. In this case, EA Company should accept the investment of Prestige Capital. EA companies can raise funds just as they go public. If it is a general venture capital institution, Trip Hawkins will definitely accept investment. But Wifing Capital has bad intentions and wants to acquire EA, which he will never allow. "Mr. Hawkins, if the company wants to grow and grow, it is not just a matter of money, but also connections and channels. We have a good relationship with Nicholas Group and Global Online Company. If EA accepts the investment from the company, in terms of online publicity, you can get a lot of help, and technically, you can also get a lot of support," Henry said in a good way. Trip Hawkins was slightly startled. but he did not expect that Wifing Capital's connections would be so strong. Trip Hawkins lowered his head, thought for a moment, and said, "If a Prestige Capital promises to hold no more than 20% of EA's shares, I will agree. My ultimate goal is to acquire EA. If the agreement stipulates that the number of shares held by Wifing Capital cannot exceed 20%, what do you want it to do? Just for investment income? Exclamation mark. No! Exclamation mark. From the day it was established, Prestige Capital has never been an ordinary venture capital company, but a venture capital company dedicated to serving companies under Henry's name. If he can't control EA, how can Henry integrate the game industry into his internet empire? This is a very serious problem. Therefore, instead of not being able to control EA, it is better to support or establish a new game company. At least such a company is dominated by Henry. www.mentalnovel.com, and it is easy to integrate it into its own empire. Obviously, this negotiation ended in failure. After Trip Hawkins left, Henry shook his head and said with a pity, "It's a pity for EA." "Are you sighing for not acquiring EA?" Kalina asked. "No, I'm sighing for the future of EA." "Why?" "Because of me. EA's future fate must be very difficult." Henry looked into the distance and said lightly, "EA company is nothing too good, and it also does a good job of sports games. As for other games, they are all made by acquiring other game companies." Henry said that in the future, he will buy all the well-known game companies that EA will acquire, such as the distinctive software studio that produced Need for Speed, Origin Systems that produced Genesis, and the production of Dungeon Guardian, Bullfrog. The British studio, Maxis Studio, which produced SimCity, and Xima Studio, which produced Command & Conquer. Third update. New book seeks the top. mentalnovel.com. Welcome. Book friends come to read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read.mentalnovel.com. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest. The serialized works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 136. University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA is the top public university in the United States. It is the cradle of American business, finance, high-tech industry, film art and other professionals. It is the most extensive university in the United States to cultivate cutting-edge talents. UCLA has charming scenery, and its architectural design follows the Lombard Renaissance art style, allowing people to appreciate the unique art and culture of the time. Henry does nothing but visit the Three Treasures Hall. He didn't come here to travel. Blizzard Three Musketeers came from UCLA University. Yes, Henry came here to find the future founder of Blizzard. UCLA is really different from Stanford University. As the cradle of movies, UCLA University, the number and quality of beauties can be a whole street away from Stanford University. Henry wore a white casual clothes, strolling leisurely through UCLA University, sometimes looking at the beauties nearby. At noon, the sun was vicious, and a couple of men and women went into the grove. Henry sat quietly across the small forest on a large rock across a lake. He didn't intend to spy on anything, but the benefits brought by the crossing made his vision better than ordinary people. What happened to the small forest across the lake? A panoramic view. Fuck, you deserve to be a University of California student. Talent. This is a great trick, IGT. Wow, that blonde girl over there is too fierce. Henry was astounded and asked whether he should also go to university, or else he would miss such a good welfare. Just when Henry was wishful thinking and was still making comments on others, his bodyguard brought all the three founders of Blizzard over. Mike Mokwame, Alan Eden, Frank Pierce. The three of them knew each other because of the computer password Joe Strangers. They were very good friends. When Henry's bodyguard went to find them, they were experimenting room to study Nintendo's game consoles. In more than a year, the three are about to graduate. They have already planned to set up a game company after graduation to develop games for Nintendo. Hi, how are you? Although you are very strange, why did I invite you over? But now, please let me introduce myself. My name is Henry Williams, the chairman of Prestige Capital Ventures. Henry laughed. He stood up and said to them. The three of them were all surprised. Didn't expect that the chairman of a venture capital company would look for him. This is too strange. Hello, my name is Mike Mokwemi. Alan Aden, Frank Pierce. The three shook hands with Henry and briefly introduced themselves. The University of California, Los Angeles is a great place. I mean, outstanding people. Henry said, that's it. We are ready to spend $100 million to start the Prestige Incubator program to help potential new companies grow and grow. Secondly, we will also give out a sum of money to help college students take the initiative to start their own businesses. Oh, you mean? That's right. Henry laughed. I have heard your names and know that you have real talents, so I plan to invest in you and help you build your company. How about, are you interested in accepting this investment? We Wifing Capital people with connections and resources can help your company grow, and we have a good relationship with Cisco, Nicholas, Global Online, Isaac, Dell and many other large companies. After the three listened, they were very excited. They have nothing, no company, no money, and no outstanding performance even in college. They are poor college students who work silently, but there are venture capital companies that are optimistic about them and are willing to invest in them. This kind of honor and treatment is hard to come by in a century. Henry valued them very much. He was treated with great courtesy, and almost moved them to tears. The three of them exchanged their eyes briefly, and they all nodded and said, we are interested in accepting your investment. This is great. Henry was very happy. It's noon now, let's go. I will invite you to lunch, and then discuss investment matters. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Just call me Henry. I'm a few years younger than you. There are many restaurants outside the University of California, Los Angeles. Henry chose a restaurant that seems a bit tall and stylish. How is this restaurant? Mixie Restaurant is very famous in this area, and the food is superb. Many rich college students often come here to consume. Frank Pierce said. Then this one. Henry took the lead and walked into the restaurant. The decoration in the restaurant is very stylish and simple, which is in line with the aesthetics of college students. At this moment, the #1 song Eternal Flame of the US pop chart is playing in the lobby, which is very hot, and many guests are still swinging their bodies to the rhythm. However, Henry was not interested in the song, so he immediately recruited a waiter and asked him to recommend any good food in the restaurant. After ordering the meal, Henry prepared to chat with Mike Mokwemi and the three people casually to relieve their pressure. Henry could see that the three of them were a bit nervous and restrained. In front of a billionaire, in front of a rich man who said that he would invest in them, it was indeed enough to make them nervous for college students who had not yet stepped out of the ivory tower. Henry asked them about their life experiences in the university. As they talked, everyone gradually became familiar with them, and the tension gradually disappeared. After a while, lunch was delivered. After Henry had it, it tasted really good. Mike, you are eating here too. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. Later, Henry saw a very unfashionable dress, kicking to Henry's table in high heels. The smearing of this woman's lips is like blazing red lips, which is surprisingly enchanting. Mike Mokwemi's complexion instantly turned hard to look, and he smiled reluctantly. Oh, Raphael, hello. Henry's face was puzzled. Alan Aden leaned into his ear and whispered, Raphael is Mike Mokwemi's ex-girlfriend, just broke up yesterday. Henry nodded, expressing his understanding. Novel.com. Mike, I'll go the first. Marvin is already waiting for me over there. Raphael chuckled and walked to a table near the window, where a boy was watching Henry's table. Oh, Mike Mokwemi replied in a depressed mood. The kicking sound is getting farther and farther, but Mike Mokwemi's face becomes more and more ugly. Raphael, Mike Mokwemi is this poor. Does Silk still want to pester you? A man not far away asked loudly. disdainfully. "No, I made it clear to him yesterday." "That's good." The man named Marvin immediately held Raphael's head and kissed wildly with his red lips. "It looks vulgar, like a black pig in California is sucking milk." At this time, Henry saw that Mike Mawimi's fingernails had been inserted into the meat, and a trace of blood flowed out. Vote.mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read.mtlnovel.com. Welcome to the book, come and read it. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 137. Men suffer from hardships, and suffer from losses, but you can't wear a green hat. Looking at Mike Mawimi's appearance, he must have been robbed of love by others, which is simply too tragic! Mike. Henry sighed slightly, patted his shoulder, and comforted, "I promise she will regret it in the future." Mike Mawimi nodded vaguely, but said nothing. "Alas, really, it's not a pleasure to have a meal." "Waiter, check out." Henry snapped his fingers and called the waiter to check out. After the checkout, everyone left the restaurant. Later, Henry found a quiet place in the school to talk to them about investment and starting a company. Henry asked, "What kind of company do you plan to create?" The three looked at it, and finally Mike Mawimi said as a representative, "We plan to build a game company. We have studied that the game industry is a sunrise industry, which is very profitable, especially if the games we develop can be transplanted to Nintendo. You can definitely make a fortune." Henry looked thoughtful after hearing his words. In the past life, Blizzard did indeed do this, and it was a great success. In the following 2 years, Blizzard launched the stunning work Warcraft! But in this world, if Blizzard follows the old road, this step is too slow. It will not release Warcraft until 1994. Henry can't wait for it. He really wants to play StarCraft now. Green years back then! Regardless, no matter how you burn money, Blizzard must develop rapidly! However, Henry settled down and thought about it carefully. They had to train them first. If they develop Warcraft as soon as they get started, Henry will be depressed if it messes up. Okay, then just do one game and transplant it to Nintendo as a hands-on practice! Henry has already thought about the name for them. It's called The Lost Viking. This game is the first super game in the United States to be ported to Nintendo of Japan. And it is also a masterpiece of Blizzard. Isn't plagiarizing one's own work counted as plagiarism? Henry thought cleverly. Immediately, Henry said to Mike Mawimi and others, "The games ported to Nintendo are indeed very profitable. But I hope you can define the company as a computer game company, and the main task in the future is to develop computer games. However, before that, you can develop a video game as a masterpiece." Later, Henry gave the game content of The Lost Viking again. Mike Mawimi and others are still just small, the investors' words are the biggest. Mike Mawimi and others can only follow their orders. Next, I will talk about the issue of equity. Henry said, Viking Capital invested $1 million as the company's startup capital, holding 70% of the shares, and the three of you each hold 10% of the shares. What do you think? The three looked at each other, but no one spoke. Henry smiled and said, "No hurry, you can go back to discuss it, and then give me an answer. This is my business card, please call me if you think about it." Then Henry gave everyone a business card, which is on the business card. It is printed with the chairman of the Prestige Capital Company, and then a phone number. "Okay, Mr. Williams, we will give you an answer tomorrow." Henry nodded, and then got up to leave. But before leaving, he said to the three of Mike Mawimi, "The opportunity is fleeting, you have to learn to grasp it." As soon as Henry left, Mike Mawimi and the three had a heated discussion. "What do you think?" Mike Mawimi asked. "Although the conditions are good, if we accept it, our shares will add up to only 30%, and the company is completely controlled by Prestige Capital." Alan Adden frowned and said, "Frank Pierce, What's your opinion? Mike Miami asked. I haven't figured it out yet. Frank Pierce shook his head. The three fell silent for a moment. Mike, look, it's Raphael and Marvin. Frank Pierce pointed to the distance and said in surprise, oh, they have entered the grove. Alan said. Mike Mohwemi instantly paled, breathing quickly, sitting there like an eggplant beaten by frost. The whole person shrank. Mike, Raphael, don't worry about it. She is leaving you now, it is her loss. Look, there is no angel investment to find us today. I think it will not be long before we will be successful. Frank Pierce comforted. Mike Mohwemi didn't listen to Frank Pierce's words at all. He was now full of imagination about what would happen in the grove, and his mood suddenly fell to the extreme. Soon, Mike Mohwemi suddenly recalled what Raphael said to him when he broke up yesterday. Mike, I have slept with Marvin, let's break up. Raphael, you and Marvin behind my back. Mark shook his head, and the words behind it were hard to tell. Wake up, Mike. A week ago, I was on good terms with him. Marvin's family is very rich. His father is a multimillionaire. What about you? You are a pauper, a programmer. You say you have been pursue the so-called game dream, but the reality is that you are nothing, and no one appreciates you at all. I don't want to say more. Let's break up. Raphael's acrimonious words pierced Mike Miami's heart like a sharp knife. Mike Miami trembled all over and his heart was so cold that he didn't even know what to say to Raphael, startled, watching her turn and leave. Mike, wake up. Mike, what's wrong with you? Mike. Frank Pierce and Alan pushed Mike. You were reading www. You cancel. Com cried worriedly. Mike Mohwemi woke up from the memories in his mind in vain, looked around, looked at Frank Pierce and Alan, looked at the grove on the opposite side, silent as water! After a while, he said firmly, Frank Pierce, Alan, I have already decided. I promised the terms of Prestige Capital. Mike, have you really thought about it? Frank Pierce and Alan asked when they saw that Mike Miami looked wrong. I have already thought very clearly. Mr. Williams is right. The opportunity is fleeting. If we don't take this opportunity, I'm afraid Mr. Williams will choose someone else. If we agree with Mr. Williams, although we have less shares, as long as we have the right to develop the game independently, the controlling rights of the company are the same in everyone's hands. Frank Pierce and Alan thought about it, nodded and said, okay, then we must get the right to develop the game independently. Yeah? Mike Miami nodded firmly, and said to himself in his heart, we will definitely make great works. Raphael, you once laughed at me for being useless and dreaming of ignorance. I will prove to you. The whole world will be proud of me. At this time, in less than 10 minutes, Marvin and Raphael came out of the grove. This is the second watch, and the third at night. Is it abuse? Just get used to it. In the end, the desire becomes angel. At the end, please bring the ticket. Please vote. Don't waste it. Chapter 138. That night, Mike Mohwemi called Henry. Mr. Williams, hello, this is Mike Miami. Oh, hello, Mike Miami. Henry said with a smile. What's the matter? Think about it. Are you willing to accept the terms of Prestige Capital? Mike Miami paused, then said, we are willing, but there is one condition. What conditions? Well, we need the right to independently develop the game. Of course, if a Prestige Capital makes suggestions, we will carefully consider it. Henry thought for a moment. Blizzard has always been making games for excellence, giving them the right to develop their own games, which can stimulate their motivation and imagination. Just suggest from the side. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mike Mohwemi was very excited on the phone, and Henry vaguely heard the cheers of Alan and Frank Pierce. For game planners or designers, the most important thing is not programming ability, but imagination. What Henry has to do is to give the Blizzard team a good working environment as much as possible, not to be depressed, not to force, so that they can do whatever they want. The right of independent game development must be given to them. If Henry wants to dictate in the process of developing the game, then why should he make a special trip to find the founder of Blizzard, casually catching a lot of game designers in Silicon Valley? The Blizzard team is one of the top and best teams in the world. Henry will not do things that stifle talent. The next day, Mike Mohwemi came to Prestige Capital to formally sign the contract. Mike, you'd better register the company as soon as possible, and then hire employees to start work. Henry exhorted. Mr. Williams, don't worry, I will do it as soon as possible. Mike Mohwemi nodded. Henry suddenly remembered that Blizzard was not called Blizzard at first, but a very weird name, Silicon and Nerve Key. This name is not only hard to remember, but also inexplicable. The name Blizzard is still nice! So Henry asked, by the way, Mike, have you thought about the company name? I've figured it out. It's called Silicon and Nerve Bond. Mike Mohwemi seemed to say quite proudly. As expected. Wonderful name. Mike, the name Silicon and Nerve Key is awkward, and it's hard to think of a game company. I suggest changing the name. Henry pretended to think for a while, and said, how about Blizzard? I think this name is very cool. Blizzard. Blizzard. Henry yelled a few words with inexplicable emotion. Mike, Alan and Frank Pierce are also satisfied with this name. Since the sponsor thinks Blizzard is good, then name it Blizzard. Okay, then our company is called Blizzard, Mike Mohwemi said. Henry smiled, and ordered finance to write a check for $1 million and hand it to Mike Mohwemi. Then, the three of Mike Mohwemi went to the bank and first transferred the money in the check to the account. Then he rented a small studio in a building not far from Prestige Capital. The three of Mike Mohwemi then rushed to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register the company. Mike Mohwemi is the oldest of the three and has the most leadership ability. Therefore, he is the CEO of the company. Mike Mohwemi also took the first time on the sedan chair by the flower girl, with no experience at all. In the end, Henry sent someone to help fix the company's various charter systems. Mike Mohwemi only needs to be responsible for recruiting employees. A week later, Blizzard hired 10 technicians, 1 financial officer and 1 clerk. Finance is the people appointed by Henry, not that Henry does not trust them, but a matter of principle. As the controlling party of the company, you don't care about the company's personnel. You always have to manage the finances, don't care about anything, and that's it. After the establishment of Blizzard, the second investment project of Prestige Capital was completed. After Blizzard succeeded, Prestige Capital gained another reputation. The more success of Prestige Capital, the stronger its influence in the industry. At that time, Majestic Capital roared, take the money, I will help you invest. Immediately there will be countless rich people willing to hand over the money to Majestic Capital to manage. At that time, Majestic Capital will be awesome. Maybe you can also wrestle with Sir's Quantum Fund! However, the success of Prestige Capital is inevitable, and it will inevitably become a unique legend in the venture capital industry! Xiaoli Faida. A good example. Prestige Capital is Xiaoli Faida! UCLA. The head of the computer department asked, Mike Mohwemi, Alan Adden, Frank Pierce, all of you have to go through the withdrawal procedures? Yes, Professor. Because we started a game company, Mike said. In the United States, it's not surprising for college students to start a business. The professor simply asked about their company's situation, and then helped them with the withdrawal procedures. Mike Mohwemi came out of the office and Frank Pierce said excitedly, haha, there are 3 more dropouts from the University of California. Alan Adden shook his head, and said, if my dad knew that I had dropped out, he would definitely have a painful meal. Didn't Bill Gates drop out of college? Others are billionaires now. Frank Pierce quipped, hee hee, Alan, will your father beat up a billionaire? I don't know if he will beat the billionaire, but I know, he will beat me. Ha ha. Henry, why do you value Mike Mohwemi, Alan Adden and Frank Pierce so much, and you actually return 10% of each of them? Kalina asked with a frown. Henry smiled triumphantly, I am a genius, with a wise vision, and mortals like you won't understand it. Of course Henry would not tell her the truth, self-shit, and prevaricate things. Besides, Blizzard will have to raise funds later, and Henry will decisively dilute their shares. Kalina reluctantly said, $1 million is not a small sum. How can it be distributed to those college students who have not graduated casually? If you continue to behave like this in the future, the prestige capital will collapse sooner or later. Drop. You don't believe me? Henry asked rhetorically. It's not that I don't believe you. I don't believe Mike Mohwemi and the others. Kalina said lightly. Hee. Okay. Since you don't believe me, then we too will make a gambling agreement. Do you dare? Henry chuckled and walked to Kalina and said, do you have any conspiracy? Kalina suddenly became vigilant. mentalnovel.com. Henry touched her nose. I have any conspiracy? Just bet against you. You don't think Mike don't Mohwemi deserve 30% of the shares? I bet they can. And I firmly believe that the value they create will far exceed the value of 30% of the shares I gave them today. Why don't you dare to bet? Seeing Kalina didn't answer, Henry used the slamming method once. Who wouldn't dare? Just gamble. Kalina refused to admit defeat. What is the bet? Henry looked at Kalina from head to toe like a connoisseur, until her pretty face turned red and she was ready to go crazy, then said, the bet is. What is it? U.P.S. New book for support. mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 139. Kalina heard that the bet was her, and suddenly said angrily, what did you say? The bet is me. Henry jokingly said, I haven't finished it yet. See, you are excited. Why, you hope that the bet is you, and then you can lose to me. Oh, that's why. You are so big. Shameless soul. Kalina's face turned red, Kyan nose hummed, then cursed, and ran away. Henry saw her leaving, and shouted at her, hey, don't go, why don't you bet? Karina ignored her, walked into the office, and slammed the door shut. Henry shrugged and gave a wry smile. Come on, the conspiracy has failed. Kalina was not fooled. Henry rushed to Isaac Company depressed, and when he arrived, he heard that Isaac Encyclopedia was successfully developed. Hurry up and launch this feature, Henry said happily. Isaac Wiki fully follows the Wikipedia model, professional, accurate, detailed, and free of speech. As for the 1000 Degrees Encyclopedia, let alone say it, it is far from Wikipedia. As for Wikipedia, it is so powerful that a country must block it. Isaac will be like the Statue of Liberty and become the benchmark of freedom in the Internet! There is nothing to say to others. Why do we have to cover up? Doesn't the general public have the right to know the truth? Bill Joyce, you remember that Isaac Encyclopedia is not afraid of any government threats. With a free speech and professional attitude, all relevant content can be edited. Henry said solemnly. Yes. Bill Joyce nodded, expressing his understanding. At the beginning of October, Isaac Encyclopedia is finally online. For this reason, Isaac expanded its scale, bought a large number of Nosark servers, and established Isaac's first data center in San Jose, California. At the same time, Isaac has recruited more than 400 employees who specialize in data editing and review work. In the early stage, the content of Isaac Encyclopedia was almost blank. Naturally, Isaac Company needs to take the lead in improving the content of Isaac Encyclopedia. In fact, during the development process of Isaac Encyclopedia, the editing of materials has already started. More than 400 employees have been working day and night for more than a month, and it is still somewhat effective. The editing work consists of more than a dozen groups including economics and finance, politics and military affairs, movie entertainment, etc. The current popular elements are more or less included in the editing. The launch of iSearch Encyclopedia naturally received strong support from many companies under Henry's name. Among them, Netscape Browser, Global Online Network, and iSearch itself have the most publicity. Netscape Browser pop-up window, Global Online cover recommendation, iSearch search interface prompt. The internet is flooded with ads from iSearch Encyclopedia for a while. Rich and resourceful, it's really easier to do anything. This is also the reason why the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. They are all being exploited by these rich capitalists. If iSearch Encyclopedia does not have many aspects of cooperation and promotion, I really don't know that the year of the monkey can only be developed. iSearch Encyclopedia not only promotes online, but also promotes it offline, mostly in universities. iSearch temporarily recruits local students in major schools to help with publicity. You can imagine how cheap the commissions for students are, but they play a very big role. Each school recruits 20 or 30 students, and then divides them into 5 or 6 teams to sweep the male and female dormitories in the school. It feels invincible. On the first day of the launch of iSearch, the traffic ranking squeezed into the top 10 on the internet, with up to 10,000 edited vocabulary. The next day, the number of edit entries increased by 50,000. There were too few entertaining programs in the early days of the internet. Netizens had no entertainment at all except for browsing BBS and watching the news. It's good now. iSearch Encyclopedia has found things for them. Editing entries is not only interesting, but also very fulfilling. Does it feel good when you think that others are browsing the entries you edited? iSearch Wiki also has a point level. The more entries you edit, the higher the points and the higher the level. The more the entry is viewed, the more points will be added and the level will be improved. Some people have nothing to do and edit entries all day, just for coolness and for ranking. With the gradual improvement of the content of iSearch Encyclopedia, it has become the first choice for people to search for information. The degree of iSearch's search stickiness has increased, and the user's loyalty to iSearch's search has also increased. AOL search and other search engines are losing ground, losing their armor and losing a lot of market share! iSearch only added the iSearch Encyclopedia, and AOL search and other search engines couldn't resist it. Then iSearch posted it out. iSearch AdSense came out. How do they live! Go your own way, leaving others with nowhere to go. The world of the internet is so cruel, and according to the description of the Matthew effect, the stronger, the weaker the weaker. Sooner or later, other search engines will withdraw from the market. Dingy! AOL CEO Steve Case is already furious in the office. You fools, why other people can think of such a good idea, you can't do it. Rubbish. Waste. Steve Case's face was blue with anger, and although the entire office was full of people, it was silent. I don't care what you do. Now, immediately, write me a plan. AOL search can't be defeated. Yes, everyone said in a consoling way. After everyone left, Steve Case took out a cigarette from the drawer, lit it, and smoked it. In the smoke, Steve Case's face looked terrible. The rapid development of Cisco's www.mentalnovel.com began to provide promotion services for Global Online, Netscape, and iSearch search directly from the user's access to the internet. It is precisely to draw a salary from the bottom and bring down AOL. AOL's current life is not easy at all. Although the internet concept is enthusiastically sought after by investors, AOL's stock price increase is far worse than Nicholas Shopping Network and Netscape. Nicholas Shopping Network has now risen to $35 billion. Netscape has risen to $10 billion, and even the IMDb website has risen to $4 billion, but TMD's AOL has only risen to $9 billion. Even a browser can't compare. Steve was angry and dissatisfied. For this reason, he often suffered from insomnia, leading to sexual failure, and had to take the magical blue particles to maintain his majesty. Now, the iSearch company actually launched the iSearch Wiki, which suddenly caused AOL's search market share to plummet, and it was maddening. At Steve Case, CEO, Ford Brooke, Executive Director of Sequoia Capital, is here. At this moment, the little secretary beside Steve said, "Call him in." Ford Brooke hurriedly walked into Steve's office and said after meeting, "Steve, AOL is in big trouble." "What's the matter?" Steve wondered. "Is there any more trouble than now?" Steve rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. "Cisco is ready to acquire MCI." Upon hearing this, Steve Case jumped up from his seat. After reading the book, please vote for it. mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 140 Brooke, what is going on? How did Cisco acquire MCI? Steve Case asked with a serious expression. MCI's finances had a problem. The management made false accounts and misappropriated company funds to invest in stocks. The result was a loss of $250 million. As soon as the news came out, MCI's stock price plummeted. Before I came, MCI's market value has fallen from $15 billion to $8 billion. Now, the U.S. Bureau of Investigation has conducted a financial investigation of MCI, and the relevant persons involved in the case have been taken away by the police. Ford Brooke shook his head. Grass. Steve Case couldn't help yelling, "What a bunch of stupid things." "It's not a pity that MCI company died. But don't hurt people." Steve Case's face was somber that almost dripped water. MCI is a very important partner of AOL. By renting MCI's network channel, AOL can provide users with internet access services and promote its products. And once MCI was acquired by Cisco, the result can be imagined. AOL is like being cut off by someone! Steve is very unwilling. He has a calm face and doesn't say a word. The atmosphere in the office was extremely quiet. Ford Brooke knew that Steve was thinking and didn't dare to disturb him. He calmed down and was thinking about countermeasures. After a while, Steve Case said solemnly, "Such a big merger and acquisition case, it will definitely not be completed within a short time." "Yes, it takes a lot of time just to evaluate assets." Ford Brooke nodded. "Actually, MCI itself is developing well, but there is a problem with the internal management of the company. I think there is more than just interest in MCI. The Cisco family, there should be many companies interested in it. Cisco wants to acquire MCI. First of all, it must beat other competitors." Steve Case was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Brooke, I decided to buy MCI." Steve's words are not surprising, and Ford Brooke is startled by what he said. "Steve, the total market value of AOL is only $9 billion. How to swallow MCI? There is no need for a complete acquisition, just a controlling stake." However, it is not easy to control MCI. Although MCI's share price has plummeted, it still has a market value of more than $7 billion. Ford Brooke shook his head. Steve Case said confidently, "We can join forces with other telecommunications companies, such as Sprint." "You mean the joint acquisition of MCI?" "That's right," Steve Case said. "In this way, we have a great possibility of acquiring MCI. Cisco has, and we have MCI on AOL, so it is not known who will die. Even if we are now in downwind, but there are times when it comes back." Ford Brooke nodded. At this time, the phone rang, and Steve's secretary answered the phone. Immediately, her face changed and she panikedly attached to Steve's ear and said, "CEO, Cisco has just held a press conference and is preparing to bid $100 million to acquire MCI company. $10 billion. Where did they get so much money?" Steve Case said incredulously. "Citibank and Morgan Bank expressed their willingness to provide loans to Cisco, while Cisco uses 20% of its shares as collateral." The secretary said, looking at Ford Brooke with a different look. She knew that Sequoia Capital was originally also Cisco's major shareholder, but after several rounds of financing, Sequoia Capital's shares in Cisco have been diluted to 2.7%, and even a board seat is gone. And now, Cisco's market value has exceeded 50 billion, and based on the current situation, the stock price will continue to rise. Sequoia Capital may have regretted breaking its bowels! Steve heard the words, frowning deeper and deeper. Cisco has already bid 10 billion, AOL wants to win MCI, it is bound to cooperate with other companies to bid higher than 10 billion. But Steve suddenly felt very powerless and powerless. 10 billion is too much. Even if AOL is willing to make a desperate bet and pledge all the shares, other companies may not dare to take a trip to this muddy water. Steve's original plan was to cooperate with other companies to take the controlling stake in MCI, but Cisco immediately dumped 10 billion, and Steve was desperate. Steve, don't be nervous. Maybe Cisco is just bluffing and scaring away competitors. Ford Brook comforted. Regardless of whether Cisco is real guns or bluffs, we must unite more companies and twist them into a rope to fight against Cisco. Steve Case was not so easy to admit defeat, and said firmly, no problem. Sequoia Capital will do the work of collaborating with other companies. We are in contact with Sprint and the company's senior management. Well, that's it. The acquisition of MCI is the largest acquisition since Cisco was founded. Henry didn't want to acquire MCI so early. After all, the market value of MCI is too high. But now MCI has messed up itself, and there has been a bad incident of fraudulent accounts and misappropriating company funds for stock trading. Investors have extremely low confidence in it, and the stock price has plummeted. If you do evil in the sky, you can still violate it. If you do evil, you cannot live. At this time, if Cisco didn't eat MCI, it would be Cisco! Under Henry's proposal, John Chambers and other company executives all approved it. Citibank and Morgan Bank also expressed their willingness to lend to Cisco. For MCI, this sweet potato www.mentalnovel.com Cisco is bound to win! MCI not only has the most extensive internet backbone network in the United States, but also the second largest long-distance telephone company in the United States. With these two identities, it's impossible to take out either of them. If Cisco acquires MCI, Henry will not only further improve the strength of the internet, but also will extend his tentacles to the telephone communication industry! Is the network backbone. Cisco's internet access services must also rent telephone lines from the telephone company. If MCI is acquired, the cost of internet access fees will be minimized. Therefore, no matter which aspect is considered, Cisco's acquisition of MCI is an inevitable choice! However, Cisco's acquisition of MCI was difficult. MCI's large and small shareholders are very scattered. The largest shareholder holds only 6.5% of the shares. If Cisco wants to get a controlling stake or even privatize it, it must work hard, because Cisco has many competitors too. In addition to the AOL alliance, there are also telecom giant AT&T who are also interested in MCI! AOL is really great. It contacted more than a dozen telecommunications companies such as Sprint, ANS, BBN, etc., to compete for MCI together. Compared with the three powers, Cisco is the weakest. Bully, we didn't bring a brother, right? Subsequently, the Nicholas Group stated that it would join hands with Cisco to acquire MCI. The combined market value of Nicholas Group and Cisco is close to $100 billion, even for AT&T. As for the AOL, all add up to 60 billion at most. I have something to do today. Please update it in advance.mentalnovel.com. Welcome to read it. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read it. Chapter 141 Cisco Headquarters, CEO Office. Chambers, our strongest opponent now is AT&T. What if he dares to acquire MCI and sue it for a monopoly? Henry said. Chambers smiled and said, AT&T was originally split due to monopoly. If we propagate public opinion and say that it is going to engage in monopoly, AT&T will definitely change after hearing the situation and retreat without a fight. Well, in that case, you should first kick AT&T out of the game, and then we will play with them on AOL, Henry said, and laughed. Okay, no problem, John Chambers laughed. Later, through the internet and major media in reality, John Chambers secretly manipulated public opinion and carried out various slanders on AT&T, especially emphasizing that AT&T ignored the U.S. monopoly law, acquired MCI, and monopolized the long-distance telephone business. For a time, public opinion in the United States condemned AT&T was also invited by the police to drink tea. A week later, AT&T held a press conference and announced in public that AT&T has decided to withdraw from this MCI acquisition! Steve Case and others know that the withdrawal of AT&T must be a ghost of Cisco. But they didn't stop it, but added fuel and vinegar. One less competitor, one more hope of victory. Now, there is only a showdown between the alliance formed by Cisco and the Nicholas Group and the AOL Alliance. Although the two sides have not yet officially started a war, the focus of the United States has been concentrated here. Major newspapers and television are paying attention to this matter. Many experts and professors have expressed their opinions. On the internet, there are also heated discussions. A $10 billion acquisition is extremely rare in the United States and even in the world. But all the companies that participated in the acquisition this time have more or less increased their reputation. Cisco and Nicholas Group are well known! 2 to 10, awesome. A certain netizen praised. Support Cisco, support Nicholas. The United States has always had the habit of sympathizing with the weak. Henry has only 2 companies, and AOL has more than a dozen, and he also obviously puts on a posture of playing more and less, showing up in front of the media frequently, and ranting. This is not what's looking for. Cisco and Nicholas are definitely not our opponents. The company's CEO believes itself. Cisco and Nicholas get out of the MCI acquisition. The CEO of ANS yelled. He said that the AOL team is strong and the funds are abundant, but Nicholas and Cisco are just inflated stock prices. He even talks about it. Cisco's stock price maybe someday will plummet! It didn't take long for Cisco's stock price to riot, and that day someone sold a lot of shares. Many media have also begun to advocate that Cisco's market value is inflated, investors have no confidence, etc., to advise investors to quickly sell Cisco shares. This time, Cisco's stock price began to plummet. Henry, John Chambers and others held an emergency meeting. John Chambers said solemnly, "From the current situation, someone must be maliciously suppressing our Cisco stock price. This group, don't guess, it must be AOL." Henry said, "Some time ago, someone bought a large number of Cisco shares in the stock market. It seems that this is a long-planned plan." That's right, John Chambers said, "the top priority now is to stabilize the stock price. I suggest that no matter how much they throw out, we must eat it." "How much money is left on Cisco's books?" Henry asked. "Only $2.5 billion US. Give Citibank and Morgan Bank a notification and ask for their help." Henry said solemnly. "Understood." John Chambers nodded in response. This time, the AOL Alliance is coming fiercely. If Cisco cannot resist the stock market, the stock price will inevitably fall. The AOL conspiracy will not only make a profit from it, but also weaken Cisco's strength! Then Henry called the Nicholas Group and informed them to help Cisco buy Cisco shares on the stock market and maintain stock price stability. Cisco's stock price is far from reaching its limit. After Nicholas bought it, it will definitely appreciate. In the following week, the stock market staged a big drama. Hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in Cisco shares are traded every day, one throw, one buy. It was thrilling to see! But in the end, Cisco's stock price stabilized. Sequoia Capital Headquarters. Steve Case, Ford Brook and representatives of other companies are here. Steve said, Ford, it's time for Sequoia Capital to make a move. Cisco can't hold it anymore. As long as Sequoia Capital sells its shares, Cisco's stock price will inevitably form a domino effect and plunge. We can make a fortune by selling short. Ford Brook is a little uncertain, but Cisco has the support of Citibank and Morgan Bank. I'm afraid the action to suppress Cisco's stock price. In fact, at the beginning, Sequoia Capital did not know. This is Steve Case's poisonous scheme. Because Sequoia Capital is a shareholder of Cisco, it deliberately conceals Sequoia Capital and prevents them from knowing that Sequoia Capital will wait until the raw ice is cooked and it's hard to turn around. This early then did they inform Sequoia Capital of their actions. Now, Sequoia Capital has no retreat. Must support AOL's actions, otherwise, if the plan fails, AOL and the alliance will suffer heavy losses. Sequoia Capital, as the major shareholder of AOL and as a minority shareholder of Cisco, who will he support? This multiple choice question is not difficult, but Sequoia Capital is only worried about Citibank and JP Morgan's support for Cisco. If Sequoia Capital sells its shares, it will lose money! At this time, Steve Case smiled mysteriously and said to Ford Brook, Ford, see who they are. As I said, I walked into the CEO of Citibank and Morgan Bank one after another outside the door. Ford Brook was stunned, and his face was puzzled. What's going on? Why did the CEOs of Citibank and Morgan Bank come here? Everyone immediately greeted the CEOs of the two major banks. Steve smiled at Ford Brook at this time. What's the matter? Isn't it very doubtful? Ford Brook nodded. www.mtlnovel.com. Steve smiled and said, look at who is sitting around. How can Citibank and Morgan Bank be offended by Nicholas and Cisco? More than a dozen telecommunications companies. Citibank CEO Max Rockefeller smiled and said, we are not helping each other in this operation. Hee, that's right. Morgan Bank CEO John Morgan smiled. We, Morgan Bank and Citibank, remain neutral. Steve Case patted Ford Brook on the shoulder and said, since the two major banks are unwilling to help Cisco, and Cisco is finished, it must not be able to withstand our attack. Ford, I suggest selling off the shares early, and you can cash out more money. Ford Brook and Steve Case looked at each other and smiled. What? Citibank and Morgan Bank both refused to lend us? Henry said in disbelief. Yes. John Chambers smiled wryly. AOL has conducted lobbying work, and Citibank and Morgan Bank are not willing to offend them. After all, those telecommunications companies are also big customers of Citi and JP Morgan. Henry's face suddenly sank. You still have to open your own bank, and relying on others is ultimately unreliable. Please support www.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 142. The market value of Nicholas and Cisco is high, but it does not mean that the capital flow is also high. Citibank and Morgan Bank refused to lend. With the funds held by Cisco and Nicholas, Cisco's stock price could not be stabilized at all. Henry knew that Sequoia Capital still had 2.7% of the shares in his hands. If all were sold, it would be nearly $1.4 billion. Such a big single sell will inevitably cause violent turbulence in Cisco's stock price, and Cisco must spend more money to stabilize the situation. If the AOL collapses again, then the capital needed by Cisco will be very large. But obviously, the AOL will definitely come to an end! Before, Cisco had already spent a lot of money to deal with AOL. In fact, the combined capital of Nicholas and Cisco is already less than $2 billion. In a short period of time, there is no money at all. You go back to work first. I need to think quietly. Throughout the afternoon, Henry stayed alone in the office. Because of the sudden backlash from Citibank and Morgan Bank this time, Cisco almost made Cisco very passive. Indeed, in the eyes of the bank, the market value of Cisco and Nicholas is inflated. In terms of influence and strength, it is far less powerful than the alliance of more than a dozen companies. Based on the principle of the supremacy of interests, the decision of Citibank and Morgan Bank seems to be very correct. Henry can also be regarded as having learned the cruelty of the capital world. It is clear that the things that have been said before, the backwater is only between changing hands! Time passed a little bit. Outside the door, John Chambers and others walked around restlessly, always looking at the office door from time to time. Until 5:15 in the afternoon, the door of Henry's office suddenly opened, and everyone turned their heads to look here. Henry walked out blankly. "Chairman, what do you want to do?" John Chambers stepped forward and asked. Henry said word by word, "I have decided to temporarily abandon the acquisition of MCI." Everyone looked very surprised and looked at each other. Henry waved his hand to make everyone quiet, and then said coldly, "Chambers, you write down all the telecommunications companies in the AOL Alliance. One day, I will swallow them all." "Yes." John Chambers trembled in his heart and immediately responded loudly. Later, John Chambers asked, "Chairman, what shall we do now?" "The top priority is how to deal with the sale of shares by Sequoia Capital." "Let them throw it." Henry said coldly, "I want to take this opportunity to take back all Cisco shares." How many switches and routers are needed for the development of the Internet? No one knows better than Henry. In the future, Cisco's market value will definitely reach hundreds of billions of dollars. Taking advantage of the cheap stock price, Henry doesn't mind getting some back. Henry walked in front of the crowd, and Zizou said in his hands, "MCI is not so easy to be acquired. Within 3 to 5 months, they won't want to take MCI. And this period of time is enough for us to raise money." After that, Henry asked everyone to go home from get off work. However, John Chambers was left to discuss things. "Chambers, you are personally responsible for taking back Cisco shares. Remember to seize the opportunity to acquire more shares with limited funds." Now the Nicholas Group, Cisco, and my personal deposits add up to a total of $2.4 billion. If the company's management also wants to invest in it, it's okay. Remember, you must get more shares back this time. Henry does not know how many people will sell Cisco shares this time, but Sequoia Capital is definitely one. Maybe Citibank and Morgan Bank are also possible. "Chairman, please rest assured, I will ask the most professional team to help us." John Chambers nodded. Henry said, "Also, you start contacting other banks to see which bank is willing to lend us a loan." "Okay, no problem." Cisco's stock price stabilized after a period of turbulence. But not long after, another volatility struck. This time is more serious than last time, the scale is larger, and the time consuming is the longest. Citi, Morgan, and Sequoia Capital successively sold their shares, but in order to prevent the stock price from falling too fast, their tactics were very concealed. They did not sell their shares to the previous one, but dumped a little every day, which is difficult to detect. The transaction process is to complete transactions through thousands of trading accounts. Although each account has a small number of transactions, when added up, the total number is very huge. It is difficult for ordinary stockholders to notice the actions of Sequoia Capital, Citigroup, and JP Morgan Bank, but Cisco knows their operations in the stock market very well. They started to act. Henry said lightly, "Then we can't help but express it, right?" Chambers, you immediately spread the rumors that Cisco is losing money, or something else. In short, I want Cisco's stock price to plummet. In addition, Citi, Morgan, and Sequoia Capital will sell a large amount of Cisco shares. Go out. I see how they secretly cash out money. Okay, I will do it now. Chambers nodded. On the second day, the major media in the United States began to report many negative news about Cisco, such as a loss of $200 million last quarter, such as an accident at a Cisco factory that caused multiple casualties, such as disagreements among the company's management, etc. A lot of negative news. Then they reported, Citi, Morgan, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Sequoia Capital has sold its shares on a large scale and is obviously ready to flee. The major media even listed a lot of data to prove that Sequoia Capital is indeed selling shares of Cisco! And Sequoia Capital, Citigroup, and Morgan sold their shares, which in turn proved that the negative news is very likely to be true. So, Cisco's stock price plummeted! Sequoia Capital, Citigroup, and Morgan also changed from secret to open, and they suffered dumb losses and lost a lot of money for nothing. However, because the AOL is short-selling Cisco shares, they still make more money. After all, the majority of investors have lost money. For Henry, it doesn't matter if Cisco's market value is lowered. He doesn't value it for a while. Lower is better, and it is more conducive to Henry's recovery of shares. But investors' money has been discounted. Of course, if you are optimistic about Cisco and make long-term investments, you will definitely get rich. 2 weeks later, the market value of Cisco dropped to $31 billion, and it evaporated $20 billion. However, Henry took back 15.6% of the shares! After the stock market turmoil, Henry's personal shareholding in Cisco exceeded 73%, and Nicholas Group held 7%. Citi, Morgan, and Sequoia Capital have all sold the shares of Clean Cisco. Since then, there is no half-line relationship with Cisco. However, Cisco and Nicholas don't have much money now, and Henry has only $100 million left on hand. Want to acquire MCI Company? It seems out of reach. Please support. You reading book friends are welcome to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. Chapter 143. Henry stood on the top floor of a high-rise building and looked at the endless stream of people in the distance through the glass windows. It seemed that their fate was under his control. I'm here. The world changes because of me. I want to hold the throat of fate. I want to stand on the enemy's bones. I want to become the master of the world of science and technology. The sharp light in Henry's eyes flashed, and he glanced down at the manuscript on the table and murmured, since the goal of reclaiming Cisco's shares has been achieved, it is time to raise Cisco's stock price. Henry picked up the phone and called John Chambers. Chambers, execute the up plan immediately. Okay, I will arrange it now. John Chambers responded. Up plan is a stock price recovery plan planned by Henry, John Chambers and others. The main content is to clarify the negative news of public opinion. All relevant materials have been prepared. Cisco subsequently notified the media and held a press conference. At the meeting, John Chambers delivered an important speech. Cisco's stock price has suddenly plummeted recently, but the main reason is that someone deliberately tells right and wrong, spreads rumors, slanders Cisco, which has a very bad influence. The newspaper said Cisco, last quarter it lost $200 million. In fact, this is pure nonsense and fabricated. Cisco did use $200 million, but that is not a loss, but normal operating costs, in order to be able to make money in the future. More money. After John Chambers said, his tone was very passionate and very contagious. He paused, and then said, so, where did we spend the $200 million? John Chambers glanced at everyone and said loudly, the network we all use, the wider the coverage, the more money Cisco can make. If you spend $200 million, Cisco can make money. $1 billion, or even more. Shouldn't the $200 million be spent? John Chambers finished speaking, and there was a round of applause. After a while, John Chambers raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, the news said that Cisco management had conflicts and that some senior leaders wanted to quit. This is clearly a rumor. Here, I will announce to everyone, according to the data, Cisco's management options are the highest among all listed companies, with a share ratio of up to 10%. Do you know how much a 10% share means? Cisco's stock price has not plummeted. It is $5 billion. Thinking of $5 billion, which executive is willing to give up Cisco, give up options, and switch to another company? No one. As for the negative news about accidents in the factory that caused casualties, in fact, people deliberately slandered Cisco. Here, we collected information on a special trip and confirmed the truth of the matter. The factory did have an accident, but it was not a Cisco factory, and it is a factory that produces TV sets. As we all know, our Cisco products are network equipment and have never produced TV sets. For this low-level slander, we severely condemn it and we must pursue its legal responsibility. At the end of this conference, I will announce some of the financial situation of Cisco in 1989 in advance. With that said, John Chambers took out a paper and said loudly, in 1989, Cisco's revenue exceeded $3 billion and its profit reached $600 million. And with the vigorous deployment of the nation's network backbone, we expect Cisco the company's revenue will double next year. Happiness! Exclamation mark. The flash of the camera flashed continuously. John Chambers smiled slightly. The gentleman bent over and gave a thank you, then turned and left the scene. Chambers, good job. Henry watched John Chambers' speech all the way down below, and gave him a thumbs up praise after it was over. The next day, major media reported on the press conference held by Cisco yesterday. New York Times, the most expensive slander of this century, $20 billion. Silicon Valley Magazine, we know that Cisco is good. American ABC Television, this station reported that Cisco held a press conference yesterday. The company's CEO John Chambers responded to the recent plunge in Cisco's share price. He claimed that the main reason for the collapse in Cisco's share price was that someone deliberately targeted Cisco. After defamation and slander, John Chambers explained and countered the negative news in the newspaper one by one. It turns out that Cisco's was indeed slandered. As for who deliberately targeted Cisco, currently it is still under investigation. At the end of the Cisco press conference, the company's CEO John Chambers announced the financial situation of Cisco in 1989. In 1989, Cisco's revenue exceeded $4 billion and its profit reached $800 million. It is expected next year's income will double. Today's show is over, and everyone is welcome to watch ABC News TV. I'm Frank Wild, the host of this station. As soon as the news came out, Cisco's stock price began to rise, and the rate of increase was simply jaw-dropping. A week later, Cisco has returned to a market value of 50 billion yuan. Seeing its signs, it seems that there is a continuing upward trend! Exclamation mark. As expected, Cisco's stock price continued to rise, and it is expected to exceed the 60 billion mark. Until Novel.com, however, it eventually stopped at $56 billion. The AOL has long known that Cisco's stock price plummet is very abnormal, so it closed quickly. If it is still short selling, then the tragedy will be great. AOL headquarters Steve Case said, I have to say, Cisco is a beautiful player. Ford Brook also quickly guessed what Steve Case meant, and said, could it be that all of this is self-directed and performed by Cisco? Steve Case nodded and said, it should be true. They knew that they did not have enough funds to stabilize the stock price, so they simply did not resist or even tainted themselves, making the stock price fall faster and taking the opportunity to recover more shares. Then he stepped up to clarify the facts. The stock price would rise naturally, but I didn't expect that Cisco's market value would be even higher than before. Ford Brook said with lingering fear, fortunately, we run fast. If we are greedy, I'm afraid we will lose. Steve Case sneered and said, the short-selling risks are great, but the benefits are also great. Although we AOL and Sequoia Capital stopped early, I can't guarantee other people in the alliance. Question mark. You mean the company's CEO Bernard Ebers? Ford Brook thought for a while, and suddenly said a name. Yes. Steve Case nodded, I have notified him before, but he looked disapproving. I guess he might be over. Seeking support.mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 144 Bernard Ebers is indeed dead, and the company is almost on the verge of bankruptcy. This short sale, the company lost 450 million yuan, and the company will face huge debts. Although the company is also a member of AOL, but at the same time is each other's competitors, the company has suffered a catastrophe. Sprint, BBN, ANS and other companies are already considering how to swallow the company. Although the company's market value exceeds $5 billion, it is only market value after all. The company has no money and owes huge debts as if a building is about to collapse. Unless someone gives it a chance to slow down, it will really go bankrupt and liquidate. But will anyone give it a chance to relax? Bernard Ebers was desperately searching for funds, but at this time no one wanted to help. Allies are deliberately trying to swallow it, and the bank will not lend a hand to the terrible financial situation. AOL began to split internally, and a brother-in-law annexation drama is being staged. While the American Online Alliance was fighting, there were 5 surprising guests from Cisco, U.S. Telecommunications Industry Administration Director Rowan, French Ambassador Clark Longfellow and their entourage. At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, an unfamiliar phone called Cisco, saying that a U.S. government official would visit Cisco tomorrow morning. However, I did not expect that the people who came were actually Rowan, Director of the Telecommunications Industry Administration, and Clark Longfellow, the French ambassador. The moment they revealed their identity, John Chambers' heart suddenly slammed, and he speeded up. Between the electric light and the flint, John Chambers thought of a possibility. Are France and the United States preparing to lay a submarine optical fiber network? Exclamation mark. John Chambers carefully accompanies them to visit Cisco with his excitement, and at the same time strongly recommends Cisco products, technologies, and networks, and hints, Cisco definitely has the ability to lay submarine optical fiber! Exclamation mark. The development speed of our Cisco network is the fastest in the United States, and the optical fiber technology is also the best in the United States. We have the most first-class optical fiber company CommScope. Whether it is terrestrial optical fiber or submarine optical fiber, the technology is very mature. Now the United States 60% of the optical fiber is from CommScope. Rowan glanced at John Chambers meaningfully and smiled at the French ambassador, Clark. What do you think of Cisco? Very great, worthy of being the overlord in the field of network equipment in the United States. Clark Longfellow laughed. Thank you for the compliment of Ambassador Clark. We at Cisco will continue to forge ahead and make continuous progress. John Chambers smiled. After half an hour, Rowan and Clark Longfellow left Cisco. Although they did not say at all about the purpose of visiting Cisco, a discerning person can tell at a glance that it must be for a major event, otherwise the director of the United States Telecommunications Industry Administration and the French ambassador will be bothered by the pain and come here for no reason. Is Cisco strolling around? After Rowan and Clark left, John Chambers quickly called Henry to inform him of the incident. Chairman, in my opinion, the United States and France estimate that they are preparing to lay a submarine network optical fiber, and are now looking for a suitable partner. I think we must win this cooperation, John Chambers firmly said. Henry was a little excited. Once the network fiber is laid in France, and then spread from France to European countries, the global internet will soon be formed. Yes, we must win this cooperation. Henry nodded heavily. Starting public relations work immediately. It's time for Cisco to show its muscles. The US government has often been infiltrated by Cisco. As the overlord of network equipment, The relationship with the military and the government is called closeness. Cisco's network is far more terrifying than ordinary people think, because Cisco has done a lot of secret things for the military and the government, especially network security, monitoring and the like. Of course, these things will never be told to outsiders, and they will never be admitted if they are discovered. At most, they will be regarded as technical problems. This is not a black belly, this is survival. Cisco started to act, and many important US officials began to help Cisco in lobbying, and Cisco itself is powerful, and lobbying is a matter of course. Actually, the US government was most interested in MCI's assistance in laying submarine optical fiber in the United States and France at first. But MCI is now in a mess, and it is difficult to protect itself. Can it still be counted on to develop submarine optical fiber? So, the second best thing is to find Cisco. After some inspections, the U.S. Telecommunications Industry Administration Director Rowan and French Ambassador Clark Longfellow were extremely satisfied with Cisco, and then added the lobbying work of major government officials. Cisco took this order of cooperation, and it has almost become a certainty. Within a week, Rowan and Clark came to Cisco again. This time they came to discuss and cooperate with Cisco very formally. John Chambers took them to the conference room. The director of the Telecommunications Industry Administration, Liu Wen, first said, "Mr. Chambers, you must know our purpose. The United States and France are preparing to lay a submarine optical fiber, so they need to find a company to work together. After some inspection and comparison, we think Cisco is the most suitable company. Cisco is very happy to cooperate, it is our honor." John Chambers nodded excitedly. This submarine optical fiber is jointly invested by France and the United States. MTLNovel.com, so both parties have the right to operate. What the US government means is that it is ready to hand over the right to operate the US to Cisco for management. Rowan simply added, "There is no free lunch in the world." John asked, "What conditions does Cisco need to pay?" Cisco needs to turn over 90% of the profit from the operation of the submarine optical fiber network every year. Liu Wen said with a smile. John Chambers secretly said, "The 90% paid in, and the remaining 10% is equivalent to working expenses for Cisco. However, it is better to have something than nothing." In addition, Cisco can expand the brand's influence by taking this order. Popularity. If other countries want to lay down optical fiber and connect to the internet, the first thing that comes to mind must be Cisco. "No problem. We agree with this." John Chambers nodded. "As for the cost of laying submarine optical fiber, we hope that your Cisco company can give a budget as soon as possible, and also write down the approximate completion date of the project." John Chambers smiled and said, "A week ago, we had sent ships to explore the ocean and are looking for the best route. I believe it will not be long before our Cisco company will be able to give you an answer." "That's good." Rowan and Clark were very satisfied with this. "Then we first sign the letter of intent for cooperation?" John Chambers said. Rowan and Clark both nodded. "No problem." Rolling all over the floor for support. Vote.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all here. www.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 145. The survey vessel sent by Cisco collects data, but it takes a long time for the message to be returned. At present, the AOL Alliance is divided into twos and threes, each forming a small alliance to carry out mergers and acquisitions of the company. Compared with the MCI telecom giant, it is much easier to swallow the company. The company is the famous WorldCom company in the past. After 1990, this company developed rapidly, relying on the annexation of other telecommunications companies, rapidly expanding and growing, and later became the telecommunications giant in the United States, second only to AT&T. Among them, The most well-known acquisition is the acquisition of MCI Company with a market value of $37 billion at the time and the American Internet backbone Tier 1 ISP. However, this World was acquired by Cisco and changed its name. WorldCom was originally very good, but the company's CEO preferred to invest in stocks, and the result was planted. Then the company's performance fell sharply. In desperation, he began to make false accounts again, which eventually led to bankruptcy! It seems that Henry's arrival has already produced a butterfly effect, causing the company to hang up many years earlier. Since the troubles with Citibank and Morgan Bank, Cisco has begun to look for other banks to cooperate with, and intends to acquire a small and medium-sized bank in California, and then develop and grow to become the economic mainstay of the Williams Consortium in the future! Currently, we are looking for suitable acquisition targets. During this period of time, the U.S. telecommunications industry is full of flames, and the fight is in full swing. iSearch Company launched iSearch Posts during this time. Post it out, it's really invincible. Not to mention how other search engines are lingering. Only iSearch search engine, the popularity has increased greatly, and its popularity is almost a 100-meter sprint, and it feels like it is catching up with the Global Online. As the #1 portal website, Global Online has a lot of traffic, and the following 9 add up to not have as much. The Global Online is very coquettish, and it's amazing. But now the iSearch search engine is suddenly chasing like stimulants. iSearch Encyclopedia is enough to attract netizens, and iSearch Post Bar is even more. Countless netizens stayed in the post bar for a long time to post, chat and fart, and had a great time playing. iSearch Post Bar is divided into many interest groups, so netizens can find like-minded people in the groups they are interested in. iSearch Post Bar has a strong stickiness, so more and more internet users use iSearch, which makes the advertising fee on iSearch vainly expensive. As of November 1, 1989, the number of registered users of iSearch has exceeded 500,000. Now there are only more than 3 million netizens, and 500,000 is already accounted for on iSearch. Such terrifying data can completely crush other search engines. Compare the data to know how big the gap is. iSearch searches for registered users, 500,000. AOL search for registered users, 5,000. 500,000 to 5,000, it's a world of difference! As for iSearch AdSense, it will take some time to be officially launched. It is not because this feature is difficult to do, but iSearch is actively contacting websites and advertisers. When it is officially launched, it will have a sensational effect. Months produce the most shocking effect! iSearch AdSense can also become a hit. When the time comes, the value will double, and the advertiser's money will be needed to get more! Today, AOL has been beaten on the internet and has nothing to fight back. 2 or 3 other search engines have gone bankrupt. It is true that I do not kill Boren. Boren died because of me, so iSearch is very kind, generous and casually dumped 1 or 2 million to buy them. The cost of searching, server and broadband is very high. AOL seems to have seen the weakness of its own search engine. In order to save money, it has gradually withdrawn from the market. Now, what AOL hopes most is to acquire the company. Sequoia Capital, Citigroup, and Morgan all stated that they would fully support the acquisition of AOL. AOL has also formally submitted an acquisition request to the company. At this point, Cisco, Nicholas and Global Online acquired a small and medium-sized bank in California for only $500 million. And the bank was renamed Williams Bank. Williams Bank mainly has more than a dozen branch banks near Silicon Valley, which are not large in scale, with less than 1 million deposit users and less than 4 billion deposit funds. But it doesn't matter, Rome was not built in a day, take your time. However, the news of the joint acquisition of banks by companies such as Cisco has caused a huge sensation in the media. Although in the United States, Mergers and acquisitions between banks occur from time to time. It is not uncommon at all. But this time is different. Who is buying the bank this time? The first company is Cisco, and its market value is about to exceed 60 billion. The second company is the Nicholas Group. Its Nicholas Shopping Network has a market value of 45 billion, and the IMDb website has a market value of 8 billion. The third company is Global Online. This company is currently the company with the largest internet traffic and the most promising company by investors. Senior Wall Street analysts claimed that as long as the Global Online listing, the market value immediately soared to $60 billion. We must know that there is also a Netscape browser under Global Online, and Netscape's market value has already exceeded $10 billion. More importantly, Global Online is still the first company to achieve profitability among internet websites, and other websites have been losing money so far. This alone will give a lot of points to the Global Online. The three giant crocodile companies jointly acquired a bank, and the significance behind it is extraordinary. If you are just preparing for a little trouble, ask who. No one will believe it. The major media have sent reporters to the three companies for interviews. Subsequently, Nicholas Group CEO Julie Hutt and Cisco CEO John Chambers and Global Online CEO Jonathan Jackson, originally Netscape CEO, now promoted, jointly held a press conference to deal with the major media. Reporter: excuse me, why did your three companies jointly acquire a bank? There are rumors that you all have the same boss behind your three companies. Is the rumors true? John Chambers smiled and said calmly, the rumors will only catch the wind. Of course it is not worth the letter. As for why we need to jointly acquire a bank, this is actually very simple, because the three of us are all internet companies, and we all share each other. It is a very important strategic partner. Therefore, there is nothing to fuss about in the joint acquisition of a bank. Excuse me, since your three companies are big companies with a market value of tens of billions, what will you do next after you buy a bank? Julie Hutt smiled. In the first stage, we will increase our efforts to build more branches to attract more customers. Of course, we are most keen on direct mergers and acquisitions of other banks. Capital giants are extraordinary, just open their mouths and talk about mergers and acquisitions. The reporter sighed in his heart. The press conference is still going on, and the three major CEOs are very handy to deal with media reporters, and Henry is not in charge at all. Let him go. He may not work. He is the master behind the scenes and likes to control everything in secret. Maybe one day he will come to the front desk, but now, he doesn't want to. Henry is less than 15 years old. If he walks to the front desk, he will not shock the world and frighten others. At least wait until you are old, then take down Apple, get the iPhone out, and then hold a product launch conference and pretend to be like Steve Jobs. So the whole world called themselves the father of smartphones and changed the world. The picture is so beautiful that I can't even imagine it! Henry drove to the cinema at this time to watch a movie. Human Ghost Love is Not Over. Today is the premiere of Human Ghosts Are Coming. Henry came here in a grey casual outfit. The premiere was quite lively. On the stage, Nicole Kidman was wearing a white dress and black high heels, smiling to the reporter's questions. It seemed that he was not weak at all. When she scanned the stage and noticed Henry, Henry used her eyes and gestures to signal him to wait for her in the background. Nicole Kidman nodded at him without a trace. Henry crossed the crowd, walked backstage, sat on a chair, picked up a newspaper and read it. After waiting for 10 minutes, Nicole Kidman came backstage with the staff of Galaxy Film Company. Mr. Williams, I'm very happy that you can come to the premiere of The Love Is Coming. Nicole Kidman laughed. Hee. Don't forget, I'm the screenwriter of Human and Ghosts. Henry said, well, what are your plans after filming this movie? Do you want to continue filming or take a break? A period of rest. I plan to go back to Australia. It's okay to go home. Henry nodded. By the way, I heard that private individuals in Australia can buy permanent land. Is it true? Yes, That's right. Nicole Kidman's family is the big landlord and knows this well. Then, after you go back, help me pay attention to what is good. I want to buy a farm, winery, etc., and go there for vacation when I am free. It seems quite interesting. Oh, yes, no problem. Nicole Kidman nodded. Henry looked at his watch and said, "The movie is about to begin. Let's go to the cinema." Okay. Henry and Nicole Kidman went into the cinema together. It didn't take long before the movie began to show. Henry looked at it and saw that it was not far from the movie in his previous life. The most touching part was the pottery making section. The picture is so lingering, coupled with the classic music of unrestrained melody, it is really ecstasy. Henry looked at Nicole Kidman next to him. Nicole Kidman also seemed to notice that Henry was looking at her, and his face turned red. "I played well, I'm jealous," Henry whispered. "I'm not your girlfriend, why are you jealous?" "Not now, it will be in the future. Do you still like others after seeing a handsome man like me? I think you must already like me now." "Less narcissism. Who likes you? A little pervert?" Nicole Kidman chuckled softly. Hee hee. Henry smiled non-committal. After the movie was screened, many women in the cinema were in tears. Henry knew that the movie Human Ghosts Are Unending was a success. "Nicole, after today, you will be a Hollywood movie superstar. I have to thank you, but the key is that the script you wrote is too good. I think, as long as it is a different performance, it must be very exciting and touching." "Okay, you will invite me to dinner someday." "I want to have dinner alone." Out of the cinema.mtlnovel.com, Nicole Kidman drove back. Henry came here not only to watch a movie, but also to discuss with Bobby Robin, CEO of Galaxy Films. Bobby Robin had already received a call from Henry and was waiting outside the cinema after watching the movie. When Henry arrived, he greeted him and went to a nearby coffee shop. "Bobby Robin, this is my new screenplay, Remains of a Deserted Island." Henry handed him a stack of manuscripts. Bobby Robin took it over and quickly browsed through it. "Chairman, this script is very good and very interesting." Henry nodded, and then said, "Leaves of a Deserted Island is best directed by Robert Zemeckis, starring Tom Hanks. And I deliberately set the identity of the male protagonist played by Tom Hanks as Express Delivery. The purpose of the company's employees is to promote Nicholas Express. Therefore, in the movie, they must fully demonstrate the excellence of Nicholas Express. In other words, this is an image promotional film of Nicholas Express." Bobby Robin was taken aback for a moment, and he made a movie just to promote a courier company. "It's really good!" Book Friends Group, 424,930,141. Everyone is welcome to join. In addition, please ask for votes. Thank you for your support. mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 146. To expand the scale of Nicholas Express, the current shipment volume of Nicholas Shopping Network is not enough. The most recognized express company by Americans is FedEx. If Nicholas Express wants to catch up, publicity is extremely important. In the previous life, the movie Leaving a Deserted Island established an extremely positive image for FedEx. After the film was broadcast, FedEx's business increased by 8%. Don't look at 8%, just think about the scale of FedEx. And you know how big this day too is. The difference between a company with an annual sales volume of 10,000 and a company with an annual sales volume of 10 billion, the 8% increase in volume, is simply the difference! If the movie Legend of the Deserted Island is a big success, the popularity of Nicholas Express will surely rise and its performance will increase. Even people who have never been in contact with online shopping can use the name of Nicholas Express to learn about Nicholas Shopping Network. Then, the success of the film will not only be the success of the film, but a duet of the Nicholas Group and Galaxy film! Dot. Dot. When Henry came to Cisco, John Chambers, Geely Hutt, and Jonathan Jackson were planning the development strategy of Williams Bank. When Henry walked into the meeting room, everyone stood up and greeted Henry. Henry nodded slightly, walked straight to the main seat and sat down. "How is the discussion about the development plan of Williams Bank?" Geely Hutt replied, "We have just acquired a bank and we are not firmly established. Therefore, it is best to reorganize the bank from top to bottom and train a large number of reserve talents for future expansion." Jonathan Jackson added, "Bank management talents are the top priority. I have sent a request to major American headhunting companies to dig some senior management talents for Williams Bank." Henry nodded and said, "Well, great. I hope to reserve talents as soon as possible, and then expand the road. Williams Bank will provide sufficient capital protection to major companies in the future, like the last time Citibank, and I don't want to happen again at Morgan Bank's backwaters," Henry said in the end. His tone was tough and cold. After listening, everyone nodded and replied, "Yes." Henry nodded in satisfaction, then looked at John Chambers and said, "Although Williams Bank has no M&A plan for the time being, the target must be found first. Chambers, you are responsible for this matter." "Okay, Chairman." John Chambers nodded. "There is one more thing, you have to do it for me together." Henry paused, and said in a deep voice, "The Nikkei index is going up crazy. In my opinion, the bubble has already formed and it will burst in a short time. You arrange it. A team is heading to Japan, and I am going to short sell Nikkei in large quantities. Japan is too arrogant, claiming that it only needs land in Tokyo to reach the United States. Moreover, the rich Japanese came to the United States to spend money like dirt, buying land everywhere, and simply don't use money as money. Sony even acquired the Hollywood film giant Columbia Pictures. Isn't this a real life? Do Americans watch it? It's time to cut the wool! God must make it crazy if he wants to perish. The Japanese are crazy and lose their minds one after another. They put money into the stock market. The Nikkei index is so high that it has reached more than 30,000 points. However, it will not be long before Japan will have a tragedy! The 1990 Gulf War caused Japan, which was completely dependent on oil imports, into panic, and its stock price plummeted. After the Gulf War, the Japanese stock market rebounded strongly, but it could no longer reach its original height. The Japanese stock market has since slumped all the way and fell to 14,304 points on August 18, 1992. If you don't take it, you must be blamed. Why is Henry embarrassed? Not to cut the wool. It's the best way to make Japanese money! Before that, Henry had never intervened in the stock market because he was afraid of the butterfly effect, which caused the stock market crash to be on the wrong date. If a handful of money was invested in it, wouldn't he be cheated to death by himself if the time difference was so many months? But this time is different. As soon as the Gulf War started, there was a bubble in the Japanese stock market. If the stock price did not fall, it would be unreasonable. So this time, Henry made a decisive move. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard Henry was preparing to short sell Nikkei. However, over the years, Henry's decision was without error, which gave them a lot of confidence. In their opinion, Henry is a genius among geniuses. At this moment, they only hesitated for a moment, and they all agreed, "No problem, we will arrange manpower immediately." Henry nodded, and then declared the meeting over. In order to find out when the Gulf War began, Henry went to the Blackwater headquarters, where Sean Houston did a good job. The base was made militarized, and there were all kinds of training facilities. Hundreds of bodyguards were sweating like water on the training ground, and what made Henry inexplicably excited was that he saw all kinds of weapons and equipment in the warehouse. For those who have never hit a pistol, seeing the AK, the bazooka, and the sniper rifle, I really can't help but want to go forward and try one! Under scenes arrangement, Henry had an addiction and played with the weapons in the warehouse. Of course, There were some dangerous things that Henry could not play. And his favorite thing is to use a sniper rifle. Sean takes him into the jungle and shoots the birds with the sniper rifle. The camera is aimed one shot at a time. Henry's marksmanship surprised Sean. For Henry, www.mentalnovel.com. He knows that it is definitely the first time he has played with a gun. The marksmanship is so powerful. The boss is born a sniper. Sean sighed in his heart. In the evening, the high levels of the base all came to dinner to show their respect to the boss. Among these people, Henry only knew Sean Houston and the chief instructor of the base, Nelson Goss. Hearing from Sean Houston, Nelson Goss already had a nickname at the base, and he was called the Iron-Blooded Instructor by everyone. During training, he would never give up unless the bodyguards were stripped of their skins. However, the effect of the training is very significant. The bodyguards who have passed the training are very powerful. They were originally retired soldiers. With the addition of Special Forces training, their strength has been greatly improved. Although Hishui has been established for less than a year, it has become the most popular bodyguard company at the moment with its excellent strength. Thanks to Henry's large sum of money, Hishui's development momentum is very fierce. The number of its bodyguards has exceeded 3,000. Most of these bodyguards are retired soldiers and a small number of retired policemen. Hishui accommodates so many soldiers and has a very harmonious relationship with the military. Henry asked Sean to buy over the top of the military and keep him concerned about their movements of the US military. Once the United States is ready to do it, then Henry is also ready to do it in Japan! Book Friends Group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. In addition, please ask for votes. Thank you for your support. mentalnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www. mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 147. This winter in the United States belongs to Human Ghosts Are Coming. After watching the movie, countless women cried and asked to watch the second or third time. There was a long line of people lining up to buy movie tickets at the entrance of the movie theater. Newspapers, TV, and the internet all praised the film. On the IMDb website, the score of Human Ghosts Are Not Ended reached 9.2 points. And the script of this movie became the most popular one among the best scripts for the Oscar this year! In addition to Nicole Kidman becoming a Hollywood movie superstar, the name Henry Williams has also become famous in Hollywood. Hollywood Reporter: Henry Williams is not only a genius writer, he is also a genius screenwriter. Daily Variety: Universal announced yesterday that it is going to ask Henry Williams to write the script. There was a lot of noise from the outside world, and Henry stayed quietly in the Hishui base. It is a rare trip to Hishui base. Henry asked Sean to participate in a week of training. Boss, you still don't participate? Instructor Nelson Goss is selfless. He won't show mercy to you. I'm afraid you will be. Sean Houston said. Isn't it just military training? What's to be afraid of? Henry said disapprovingly. Special Forces training is cruel. Henry interrupted Sean and said, I just want to see what Special Forces training is. Okay, don't say it. I must participate in training. Henry also wants to learn some Special Forces skills to strengthen self-protection ability. Bodyguards, it's not a panacea. Sometimes, it's better to ask for yourself than for yourself, and learn a little self-defense technique. Maybe someday you can still use it. So Henry joined the training team. However, as soon as the morning passed, Henry regretted it. At the beginning, it was a 10,000 meter load-bearing run, and Henry was exhausted in the middle. Nelson Goss really didn't say anything about it, and roared like a storm at Henry. However, this is not bad if anyone else has to get a whip. In fact, Henry had the lightest load, only 20 catties, and everyone else was 40 catties, but he still ran at the end. After nearly an hour of running, he finally completed the training of load-bearing running. However, before he rested, Another training program began. Training project after training project. There is hardly too much rest time in the middle. Running, wading, hurdles, rock climbing, etc. almost killed Henry. Sean walked up to Henry and said, "Boss, this afternoon's training, I'll forget it. I want to count it too. Henry was crying without tears. With so many bodyguards next to him, how could Henry speak out in full view? I can only bite the bullet and say, it's okay. You can be a master if you endure hardships. The same is true for everyone. You have to train hard to have a future in the future." Henry finished pretending. His legs were sore, and he sat directly on the ground to rest without any image. The noon meal is nutritious, including beef, pork, ham, milk, vegetables, eggs, etc. In the words of Sean, you can only train well if you eat well and full. Henry thinks it very much. He eats the noon period. Henry felt energetic. However, when he thinks of Nelson Goss cruel training, Henry still feels distressed. Damn, I can't bear this. So what will I do in the future? I will have to manage millions of people to eat in the future. Henry gritted his teeth. In the following week, Henry suffered inhuman training. But in the end he gritted his teeth and persevered with extraordinary perseverance. In addition, Henry has also learned a lot of special forces fighting skills. With his unforgettable ability and super understanding, he can learn from other things and integrate the fighting skills of special forces. In terms of technology, it is definitely the best in the entire training base! However, in terms of strength, speed, and responsiveness, Henry is not as good as special forces. Every night, Henry will compete with the most powerful Blackwater members of the base. And of course he will be abused. When you abuse and abuse, the level is up. At the beginning, it could be evenly matched, but as the strength diminished, it could only be defeated in the end. A week later, Henry was covered with injuries, but this was the glory of a man. Henry took it away from the Blackwater base, and this training experience made him unforgettable in his life. Summarize in one sentence: painful and happy. Returning to the metropolis from the training base, far away from the crowds, Henry felt like a dream. When he came to Cisco, he heard good news that the California Consortium was willing to help Cisco acquire MCI and form a strategic alliance with Cisco and the Nicholas Group. The California Consortium is willing to help Cisco because they are all located in California and belong to the same family geographically. Second, the California Consortium has serious conflicts with the Citibank Consortium and the Morgan Consortium and belongs to hostile forces. The California Consortium urgently needs to find strong allies. Obviously, Cisco and Nicholas Group are two good potential targets. Henry asked Chambers, do they have any conditions for the loan? In the beginning, they planned to invest in Cisco through financing, but I refused. After several rounds of negotiations, they finally agreed to give us a loan, but the interest rate was very high as 4%. $10 billion. They must pay them $400 million in interest every year. However, I think it doesn't matter if you can buy MCI and pay a little more interest. John Chambers said. Henry frowned and gave the bank $400 million in vain, which was a bit unwilling. Talk more. Henry told John Chambers. Okay. John Chambers nodded. Yes. The company's CEO Bernard Ebbers issued a statement yesterday announcing his resignation. In addition, AOL invested $1 billion in cash and 40% of the shares announced the completion of the merger and acquisition. It is planned that the two companies will be merged into one, but the new company is still called AOL, and Steve Case will be the CEO of the company. Henry shook his head in his heart. I can't learn to take shares to acquire other companies like AOL. Cisco's shares obviously have a lot of room for growth. It's not at all to exchange shares for other companies. Not cost-effective. However, it is possible to merge and reorganize Cisco's companies with MCI. This is no problem. Therefore, Henry said to John Chambers, we also follow AOL and merge Cisco's subsidiary with MCI, and the two companies will be merged into one, and Cisco can get a controlling stake. It can be, but it's not a listed company yet. It is obviously a bit of a loss to merge with MCI. Generally speaking, after a company goes public, its market value will increase. Therefore, we first go public and then merge with MCI. John Chambers analyzed. Henry thought for a while, and Chambers was right. After the listing, the market value increased, and then merged with MCI. It will not suffer. The order for the cooperation between France and the United States to build a submarine network optical fiber was handed over to Cisco. Once this good news comes out, if it is listed, the stock price will surely soar. Moreover, in terms of network deployment, it is already second only to MCI. MCI is also the second long-distance telephone company in the United States. After listing, its market value will not be much lower than it. Taking advantage of the current downturn of MCI, it happened that the snake swallowed the elephant and ate it! If this is the case, then as you said, it will be listed first. Henry paused, then said, this way, we need a lot less funds. However, the bank continues to talk. We want to get. If you have a controlling stake, you will definitely need some funds. Chambers nodded, expressing his understanding. Book Friends Group, 424,930,141. Everyone is welcome to join. In addition, please ask for votes. Thank you for your support. Chapter 148. John Chambers was busy going public, and the bank sent the vice president of the company to talk about it. For the time being, AOL is very embarrassed, but their alliance is dead in name. Cisco is actively sending people to contact MCI, hoping to reach a merger plan. In December 1989, the game Lost Vikings, developed by Blizzard Company, passed Nintendo's review and became the first American game that could be ported to Nintendo. Therefore, some American game magazines also specifically reported this matter, saying it was the future star of American games. But this has angered EA. Blizzard is the future star of American games. What about EA? As a listed company, how can EA see Blizzard riding on it? At this time, Sega came to the United States with the 16-bit game console Mega Drive. With its own game development capabilities, EA decided to cooperate with Sega Electronic Game Company to develop sports games on Mega Drive, and formally confront Nintendo. Doesn't Nintendo look down on my EA games? I will cooperate with your competitor and kill you! Nintendo can also be regarded as a great enemy for itself. EA is too good, known as the fast gunner in the game industry, making 3 games in a month. It is simply against the sky! However, no matter how great the enemy is, Nintendo will be fearless and blow it away! Nintendo in the 90s opened it up, absolutely invincible. The cooperation between EA and Sega is definitely looking for money. Of course, EA is still very profitable by making endgames by relying on its fast development speed. And it's also a game publishing company, and it lives by drawing blood from others. The computer version of The Lost Vikings can only run on DOS and sells tepidly. Porting to Nintendo is similar. After all, this game is Blizzard's first game, right to practice. Henry wanted them to develop Warcraft, but worried that they would not be able to develop it. Dune 2 Inches is the originator of real-time strategy games. Warcraft is the follower of Dune 2. However, although it follows the trend, it is extremely innovative, creating a precedent for the networking mode. Come on, just buy Westwood, the game company that produced Dune 2 Inches, merge the two, and develop Warcraft together, and then give some advice from the side. This is not a big problem. Henry thought for a while, and felt that he should do this to be the safest. So I rushed to Blizzard and said to Mike Mohwemi, Alan Adden and Frank Pierce, that's it. I am going to acquire another game company, and then the two will merge to develop a new game! Mr. Williams, when the company was founded, we signed an agreement, which specifically emphasized that the independent development rights of the game belong to us, but now you want to designate us to develop other games. Mike Mohwemi said, a little dissatisfied. Henry secretly smiled in his heart. It seems that you are not convinced if you are not talented. Henry smiled slightly on his face, took out the game design manuscript he had prepared, and handed it to them, then said lightly, "This is a game I designed. The name is Warcraft. If you don't like this game, I will find other game companies too." The three of them carefully browsed the manuscript, and while reading it, they exclaimed. The three of Mike Mohwemi were stunned by the game designed by Henry. They were humble and sincerely pleaded, "Mr. Williams, please give us this game." "Why? Didn't you say you want independent game development rights?" "Mr. Williams, can't we be wrong?" the three said with embarrassment. Henry thought for a while. It was not a good idea to merge Blizzard and Westwood. "I simply set up a game group company. Blizzard and Westwood are just one of the subsidiaries, giving them more independence, cooperation and competition. As the saying goes, competition can make progress. If the Blizzard team is raised too fast to make the family dominate, I don't know if he still has the spirit of innovation. It's impossible to guide them to develop games all the time. Well, the game can be left to you, but it needs to be developed in cooperation with other companies. In addition, I will establish a game group company, and Blizzard will be incorporated into the company and become its subsidiary." Mike Mohwemi thought for a while, and said, "No problem." Actually, there is really no problem. No matter which company Blizzard belongs to, the shares of the three people in Blizzard are not diluted, have the right to develop the game independently. Basically the same as before. Henry's purpose of establishing a group company is to optimize resources, share technology, and fight other game companies with the power of the group. This is much better than Blizzard alone. Before long, Henry registered a game company in California, named Firefly Game Company. Although the Prestige Capital Company is Henry's assets, in order to distinguish the equity, Henry still transferred the Prestige Capital Company's shares in Blizzard to his own private name. Subsequently, Blizzard was linked to the Firefly Game Company's banner. Westwood was founded in 1985 and hasn't made any decent games yet. Henry sent someone to talk about the acquisition and bought Westwood almost effortlessly. Of course, Henry still gave Westwood's two founders, Super and Castle, 10% of the shares. Without the founders, this company would be equivalent to without the soul. Henry might as well recruit employees directly. Henry spent $3 million to take 80% of the shares, and then moved Westwood to Silicon Valley, only separated from the Blizzard company. Now, the main purpose of Westwood and Blizzard is to make Warcraft. And Firefly Game Company also has a heavy task and needs to establish its own distribution channel! In fact, this task is more important than the development of Warcraft. The truth is, the channel is king. Why EA can become one of the global game giants is mainly because it has a perfect distribution channel. Publish other people's games without losing money. The more games you publish, the more you earn. How many games can I make? 40 games a year. It is not necessarily true that the games developed by oneself make money or not. Mentalnovel.com, but the research and development expenses are not a small amount. There are tens of thousands of large and small game companies in the world, and the number of games produced is counted as a multiple. If you publish games from other game companies, not to mention making more, each game earns an average of 100,000. And 1,000 is 100 million. In fact, for some best-selling games, one can help the publishing company earn hundreds or even tens of millions of dollars. If there are a few more best-selling games, a young person can easily make hundreds of millions of dollars. Nintendo is so awesome now. In fact, it is already similar to a publishing company. Relying on your own game console platform and using the royalty system to publish games of other companies, you can make a lot of money. The 6 major Hollywood film companies have become giants because of their distribution channels. For Firefly Game Company to become the overlord of the game industry, it must first have its own distribution channel. Fortunately, there are many companies and channels under Henry's name. Among them, the channels of West German Publishing House are the most helpful to the Firefly Game Company. Many stores put books, music CDs, videotapes, and game cards together for sale. With the help of West German publishing house, Firefly Game Company quickly mastered this part of the channel. Of course, this channel alone is not enough. Supermarkets, electronic shopping malls, and game consoles are all targets of the Firefly Game Company. Establishing a perfect channel is a long way to go, but Henry is fully confident to establish a channel with the widest and most comprehensive distribution channels in the world. Recommendation ticket is too weak, please give it to everyone. In addition, the Book Friends group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. Today's chapter is posted in advance, and go to bed early after reading.mtlnovel.com. Welcome to read it. Chapter 149. After a short break-in period, Cisco MCI announced, Cisco MCI will spend a huge amount of $1 billion to build a wider network. Immediately afterwards, CommScope Optical Fiber, a subsidiary of Cisco MCI, announced to the public, Commodity Optical Fiber will invest $100 million in research and development funds to research and develop optical fiber technology, hoping to develop more economical and broadband optical fiber. Our goal is, let fiber to the home. Now I still dial up through the phone line to access the internet. The speed is like a snail. I can't see the video. It's so uncomfortable. Cisco has made great moves here, and iSearch is not to be outdone. It launched iSearch AdSense as early as January 1990. The top 1,000 websites in internet traffic have joined iSearch AdSense. Of course, websites that are hostile to iSearch have not been added, such as America Online and other search engine companies. The main advertiser this time is Coca-Cola, and iSearch has also focused on it, and strives to create a sales miracle! iSearch first looked for Pepsi, but was rejected. The reason is that false clicks on the website are cheating money. However, iSearch company explained this. Repeated clicks on each IP within a certain period of time are invalid. Even if there are false elements, it will not be too much. Moreover, iSearch company will also supervise various websites if any violations are found. Cheating will drive it out of iSearch AdSense. But Pepsi still refuses to cooperate with iSearch. Later, iSearch found Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola listened to iSearch's plan and did not immediately respond. But when I heard that iSearch had looked for Pepsi, it was rejected. Coca-Cola just feels that Pepsi doesn't dare, but I dare Coca-Cola. So, agreed to join iSearch AdSense. For Coca-Cola's willingness to join iSearch AdSense so readily, iSearch also expressed its sincerity, letting Coca-Cola try its promotion effect in the first month, and if the effect is good, make up the money. The effect is not good. iSearch company said that it does not charge money. The conditions are so good. Of course Coca-Cola has nothing to say. So the two parties signed the contract soon. It didn't take long for iSearch advertising and promotion to be overwhelming on the internet, everywhere. Not only does it advertise for Coca-Cola, it also greatly enhances the exposure of the iSearch brand. In February, Coca-Cola's sales performance came out, an increase of 4% over the previous month. Normally, it is difficult for Coca-Cola to increase its performance by 1%, let alone 4%. This news shocked the industry. Without a word, Coca-Cola signed a 3-year agreement with iSearch. Coca-Cola's idea is very simple. The internet has not yet been fully popularized. If the internet becomes popular in the United States, Coca-Cola's sales performance will increase by more than 4%. By then, 4% will not know how many times it will double! Coca-Cola's signing of the 3-year-long contract is naturally an exclusive contract. Among soda drinks, iSearch can only promote Coca-Cola, not Pepsi. Coca-Cola is willing to pay more for this. iSearch had no good impressions of Pepsi, and immediately reached an agreement with Coca-Cola. Other merchants saw that Coca-Cola had joined iSearch AdSense and its sales increased sharply. All of a sudden, iSearch's threshold was broken. Hundreds of manufacturers in the United States, or advertisers looking for asked to join iSearch AdSense. At this time, iSearch's bargaining power greatly increased. The conditions for opening are far more demanding than those of Coca-Cola. For example, for the same amount of clicks, other businesses need to pay 5% more than Coca-Cola. Of course, the 5% will not be distributed to other websites, but into the pockets of iSearch. Although the conditions are a bit more demanding, there are still an endless stream of merchants who want to join iSearch AdSense. Due to the large number of advertisements, iSearch AdSense will subsequently make adjustments to classify websites and advertisements, so as to make targeted advertisements to make them more effective. iSearch AdSense became so hot that AOL Search had to announce its withdrawal from the search market. On February 10, AOL issued a statement. AOL Search will stop providing search services to ordinary netizens and transform to provide search engine services to enterprises. Sitting in iSearch's office, Henry sneered when he heard AOL want to provide an enterprise-level search service. Great people have said that the remaining braves should be chased after the poor, not the famous academic king. How can it be done without killing the AOL search engine? Immediately, Henry called Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe, and ordered, "It will be announced immediately that iSearch will also provide enterprise search services." No problem. Bill Joyce and Luke Stowe nodded. Enterprise search is a piece of cake for iSearch. iSearch can handle the entire internet data, not to mention small enterprises. As for the market for corporate search services, there is still a market for patent agencies, library and information agencies, media, and governments that require high-quality information services. So there is a high demand for search. Originally, Henry was not ready to enter this industry so early, but since AOL is doing corporate search, I'm sorry, what I like to do is to steal others' way and let others die behind. AOL headquarters. Steve Case almost vomited blood with anger. iSearch is so deceiving. It has already forced AOL Search to desperate, and it has to rush to kill. Now AOL Search just wants to drink soup and do business search, and iSearch has even don't let it go. Let people live. Regardless of how AOL complains, the search will never let you do it anyway. Search, instant messaging, e-commerce, whoever dares to intervene, pick it up. iSearch has developed rapidly with the launch of Encyclopedia, Postbar, and iSearch AdSense, and it has developed rapidly with Global Online, Nicholas Group, known as the Internet Big Three. According to statistics, the total traffic of these three companies accounted for more than 75% of the Internet traffic in the United States. At the beginning of 1990, the number of Internet users in the United States exceeded 3 million, reaching 3.4 million users. Cisco MCI has just merged. Once the resources are integrated, plus a huge investment in network development, it is expected that the number of network users will increase by 1 million by the end of this year, and this 1 million is just a new user of Cisco MCI, not counting other companies. If you add users from other telecommunications companies, the number of new netizens in the United States may be 2 to 3 million! Once the US and France connect submarine optical fiber, the number of French users will increase a lot. Now, the big three companies have started their global layout and are preparing to develop a French version of the website, so they have recruited many translation experts and French students from the Department of Computer Science. At that time, to open the branch in France, you need these talents. Not long after the Cisco MCI merger, to Henry's surprise, Qualcomm suddenly came to. Henry happened to inspect the situation at Cisco MCI at the time. www.intelnovel.com was very curious about the arrival of Qualcomm. After asking, I learned that in 1989, the Telecommunications Industry Association approved a digital technology called Time Division Multiple Access TDMA. Qualcomm is developing a CDMA technology for wireless and data products based on it. This time I came to Cisco MCI, hoping to get support from Cisco MCI. TDMA technology is generally questionable in the industry, And what Qualcomm has done is simply challenging the traditional wireless technology standards. Therefore, almost no communications company dared to use its products. The smell of wine is also afraid of the deep alleys. If there is no communication company to adopt, then even if Qualcomm launches CDMA technology, it is useless. When Henry heard the word CDMA, his ears suddenly stood up! CDMA is a very advanced wireless communication technology. Its appearance has permanently changed the face of global wireless communication. To put it simply, its three main advantages are enough to crush the current wireless communication technology. One is a wider signal coverage, the other is better call sound, and the third is that the construction cost is low. With these three advantages, once they are promoted, it will be difficult for them not to become a wireless communication technology standard. It must be collected! Henry is thinking about buying Qualcomm quickly. Since Qualcomm is such a powerful company, since it has sent, is there any reason to accept it? Recommendation tickets, and book friends group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. In order for everyone to rest early, the evening update will be changed to 11 o'clock. MTLNovel.com. Welcome all book friends to visit and read. The latest, fastest, the hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read it. Chapter 150. In July 1985. 7 scientific researchers gathered in the home of Dr. Irving Jacobs to discuss major plans and established Qualcomm. Later, because of the development of CDMA technology, it soared to the sky. Henry tried his best to calm down, and then said to the representative of Qualcomm, "Hello, I am the chairman of Cisco MCI, Henry Williams." Several people from Qualcomm were stunned. At first, they thought that this boy was just an employee of Cisco MCI, but they never thought that he would be the chairman of Cisco MCI. When everyone was skeptical, John Chambers walked over. "Mr. Williams, who are these?" John Chambers generally does not call Henry the chairman in front of outsiders, otherwise his identity will be exposed! But this time, Henry needs to reveal his identity. These are representatives of Qualcomm. They are here to talk about business. Henry laughed. "It's funny to say. I said I am the chairman of Cisco MCI. They still don't believe me." "John Chambers, you have to help." John Chambers was slightly surprised, thinking, what is the origin of this Qualcomm company that made the chairman of the board so important and hesitate to report his identity? "Yes, gentlemen, this is the chairman of Cisco MCI, Mr. Henry Williams." John Chambers turned his head and said solemnly to several people in Qualcomm, "Oh, I'm so surprised. How old are you?" 15, 16. "Oh, I can't believe that you are actually the chairman of a listed company with a market value of more than $20 billion US. Qualcomm's person was shocked. Henry showed a slight smile. Hee. Now I have John Chambers testifying for me. Do you believe it?" Several people from Qualcomm nodded. "Mr. John Chambers is the CEO of Cisco. We naturally believe what he said." "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Williams." Irving Jacobs, the chairman of Qualcomm, a middle-aged man in his 50s with glasses, smiled and greeted Henry. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Jacob." Henry shook hands with him. "I just heard you say that you developed CDMA technology. I am curious, have you ever found other telecommunications companies before and want them to promote this technology?" Irving Jacob suddenly showed an awkward expression, and replied, "Yes, we were the first to find AT&T. However, it is obvious that AT&T has refused to use CDMA technology." "Mr. Jacob, I am not surprised that AT&T refuses you." "Oh?" Irving Jacobs questioned. "Mr. Williams, why is this?" Henry smiled and asked, "Mr. Jacob, have you ever heard of Nicholas Stella?" "Nicholas Stella?" Irving Jacobs muttered to himself, thinking for a while. "Oh, is it Nicholas Stella who invented alternating current?" "Yes, it is him." Henry nodded. Then you know the grudge between Stella and Edison? Irving Jacob nodded. I understand what you mean now. Edison was the inventor of direct current. For this reason, he ran out of money and built direct current power plants all over the country. Although he knew the benefits of alternating current, if he was asked to give up if you switch to AC power instead of DC power, Edison's life's work will be over. Those DC power plants and all DC supporting facilities will become useless waste. Therefore, Edison will not only use AC power, but even suppress AC power. Today, the situation that Qualcomm is about to face is the same. AT&T will never abandon the network that has been built based on traditional wireless communication technology and use CDMA technology to build a CDMA network. Yes, this is the case. Henry's face suddenly smiled brighter, and he said to Owen Jacobs in an extremely seductive language, "But we are different from Cisco MCI, we are willing to use CDMA technology. We are willing to promote it and make it the standard of global wireless communication technology." Just imagine, Mr. Jacob. At that time, Qualcomm will become the world's top wireless communication technology company. It will be affected by thousands of people. Pay attention. It will create supreme brilliance in the flowers and applause. Mr. Jacob, I am looking forward to Qualcomm at that time. Henry finished speaking and smiled at Owen Jacobs. Owen Jacobs was a bit enthusiastic about what Henry said, but he was old and had a good mentality. He calmly said, Cisco MCI will not help Qualcomm for no reason, right? Let's talk. What are your conditions? Henry took a sip of coffee and smiled. In fact, it's nothing. Just let Qualcomm merge into Cisco, and everyone will become a family. Naturally, Cisco MCI will definitely support Qualcomm and promote CDMA technology. Owen Jacobs and others' expressions changed when they heard this. Jacobs' tone intensified. You mean Cisco is going to buy Qualcomm? You can say that, Henry said lightly, but you can also put it differently. For example, Cisco invests in Qualcomm. However, Cisco must take a controlling stake. Of course, Cisco will give Qualcomm considerable independence. Under normal circumstances, Cisco will not interfere with Qualcomm, unless it is a major decision. Henry saw the hesitation on Owen Jacobs' face, and he quickly persuaded, Mr. Jacob, Qualcomm has been incorporated into the Cisco system. There is nothing wrong with it. With Cisco, Qualcomm can do research and development with peace of mind. There is no need to worry about technology promotion issues. In addition, you also know that Cisco's treatment is definitely the best in the United States. After we acquire Qualcomm, we will treat them equally. McLenovel.com reward options, and will not treat anyone in Qualcomm! Owen Jacobs listened to Henry's words, and finally relaxed. Mr. Williams, I need to think about this, and I have to discuss it with my partner before I can make a decision. Of course. Then Henry and John Chambers sent Owen Jacobs and others out the door. Chairman, is this Qualcomm company very powerful? John Chambers curiously asked. It's very powerful. The CDMA technology they developed will subvert the entire wireless communication field. So, in any case, we must buy it. Henry nodded. You send someone to keep an eye on the movements of Qualcomm's senior executives. I want to take action against them. Know it all. Well, okay. John Chambers nodded in understanding. Owen Jacobs returned to Qualcomm and immediately told about the matter at Cisco MCI. Everyone then had a discussion. Some tend to merge Qualcomm into Cisco, but some disagree. The final result of the discussion is that Cisco did not respond first and tried a few more telecommunications companies to see the situation. After all, Qualcomm was established with hard work by everyone, and merging into Cisco is equivalent to selling to Cisco. Most people still don't want it. Soon Henry received the news that Qualcomm executives began to contact other telecommunications companies. I knew it was not that simple. Henry murmured. Recommendation tickets, and book Friends Group, 424,930,141.